shot from the player, and the arms are outstretched.
Good evening to all you beautiful viewers tuning in. We are up to week number 3 here at E-League, presented by Nivea Men. And as always, I do have Marcus sitting here right beside me. You going for another football kit tonight?
Yeah, another jersey, Portuguese kit on this time. A couple more kits in me, and then we'll bring it back to the professional mode. But a bit of a fun week this week. Great games.
Yep.
But have a bit of fun with it.
Yeah, we're going to be having more fun because we do have 2 more very funny people joining us. Nate, and you didn't like that one?
I just respect it. Going straight for very funny. Puts the pressure on early, particularly when Justin goes the Argentinian kit. You're having a bit of beef with Marcus we don't know about.
Yeah, no, I don't really like him anymore. Simple as that.
Yeah, we're not casting any games together tonight.
Yeah, all it was one week off, and we're going to hold Justin and Marcus back from each other over here. No, but it is. I would still say that the pressure of being funny is well and truly put on you there now, Nate.
All right, bring it on. I'll commentate in different accents throughout, and this will be my last week at E-League. Thanks, Nate.
The old one and done of the funniness that it is for Nate. Let's keep going along with our night, though, because we want to talk about the format. If you guys are only tuning in for the first time here, we are up to week 3. There has been a change in the format, and that is instead of having 24 of our players in one division, we've decided to go for 2 different divisions here. We have E-League, which is what we will be covering tonight, as well as our E-League challenges, which did happen last night. Then when we do progress, it will be the top 4 E-League challenges coming up against our bottom 4 E-League players. They'll go into the E-League gauntlet, and then at the end of it is the playoffs that will consist of the 8 E-League players and 2 from the E-League gauntlet. There's a lot of E-League, there's a lot of gauntlet, there's a lot of challenges. All you really need to focus on right now, though, is the fact that we have our E-League challenges that play on Monday night and E-League, which plays tonight or Tuesday nights, in case you guys are watching this one back on a different night here. There's a lot going on, and Marcus, no one wants to be in the bottom 4 when it comes to E-League and facing towards whatever could happen and come out of that E-League gauntlet.
I mean, we're going to see the table tonight, but you just said it. Like, the bottom 4 of the E-League is just, you don't want to be there at all. Of course, we're going to see the challenges. The top 4 is getting quite interesting as well, and they're all looking like strong players, so you definitely want to avoid them if you can try. But I think it's like getting to the point now where if you don't pick up points this week, you're almost stuck there, especially if your fixture run's not great as well. So big week for those kind of bottom 6 players.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one, and it's only 5 weeks. That's this regular season is how I'm going to kind of coin it or word it. And then you get that gauntlet and then you get in the playoffs. But once you're in the playoffs, if you do make it to the playoffs, you kind of get to have that enjoyment and rest on it that you are going to be having some share of the prize pool, Nate.
Yeah, I think I've been saying as well that those in the challenges have been waiting for their moment. Waiting, ready to strike, many for a few years, in fact. We've seen their performances. It's been exciting. And of course, as you say, the prize money. They want to do it for the little bit of banter, a bit of glory, bit of respect. But what about the coin? $4,000 to your champione, $2,000 to the runner-up. You can read the rest of it. I ain't gonna read it out off the screen for you. All to say, you finish in those top 8 spots, Nat. Walking away with a bit of money towards some FC points for next FC. Who knows what Mark 11 spent his coin on from last season.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could even make some content out of it if that's where you want to put your money into those FC points. There's 10 players, though, that will be participating in playoffs, so it's a little bit, it's bittersweet, It's great, fantastic that we're have all this prize pool, but you got to still place in the top 8 out of 10. So it's not all gifted to you once you do make it to the playoffs. There is still going to be a hard-earned battle and a bit of a fight when it comes to it. But that champion, along with that $4,000, Justin, what else do they get? I know you know it.
FC championship, world championship spot. I mean, it's coveted. I mean, to be able to get there. I mean, we saw Mark 11 last year. I mean, how well he did. He's going to be looking to get that spot again. I mean, just even thinking about it, it would be a dream come true for any of the players to be able to make it. I mean, we have someone sitting here who's been to a couple of them.
Yeah.
Back in the old days, but
So you didn't get, what is this? Getting handed a direct seat into the World Championship?
No.
I'm joking.
We've worked for this, all of us. Obviously, Mark, especially last year, really putting us on the map again. But it's not just going to be his for the taking. You've got players, especially like Neiti, who wants to be there. You've got Dylan, who I believe has qualified in the past and wasn't able to participate. And obviously you've got a player like Naylor as well, who obviously wants, I think those top 4 are all kind of vying for it right now. So it's not just going to be hand on the plate to Mark, even though he is the number 1 player here in the region. So I want to see how it goes this week, especially with some big matchups.
Yeah, he is the heavy favorite, and we'll jump into our players and how E-League is looking. But first, we want to have a touch on E-League challenges, right? How all those players are going down there in our other division. Like I keep saying, that was played last night. Some of our players have played 6 rounds for themselves. Others have played 5 rounds for themselves. It's all because, unfortunately, they couldn't actually get games in during week 1. So now how the rest of their weeks are unfolding is that they've got to try and slot in an extra 1 or 2 rounds each day, and that does result in our players being split down the middle with either 6 rounds or 5 rounds for themselves. So not a completely it's not a complete picture, and it's not an accurate description of what is going to happen, Nate, but it does paint a pretty good picture still.
Yeah, I think from the get-go, to be honest, even though, uneven fixtures, whatever you want to call them, it doesn't matter too much. I don't think the competitors are worried about it one little bit, because we're seeing the cream rise to the very top, and a few that maybe thought they were cream and couldn't quite get there. Shout out Nick Stab. It was very entertaining last night. Enjoyed watching along, but quite a few leads that turned into heavy defeats in the end. All well and said from before that they've been waiting years to get there.
Yep.
They got their chance, and some of them are taking it. Maybe that's my way to bail out of this little bit. Some of them have taken it.
I want to divert for a second. Where did the cream on top saying come from?
The cream rises to the top.
Is that it?
That's a thing. Anyone?
I guess
Anyone?
it's just the cream's on top of the cake, right? When you finish a cake.
Is that it?
Yeah, I'd assume
Or is that
so.
how you make cream? I don't know. I've always heard it, but I've never known. I just thought maybe you would know, Nate.
I'm going to go with the cake theory.
I think Marcus might be
I'm going to go
right.
with the cake theory, but it's
The cream on
definitely
the
going
top
to be
of the
a
cake.
Google situation.
It's just the type of thing I normally get away with without
I'm
being
so
questioned.
sorry.
So
I mean,
look,
but Neiti's right, though. The cream is right to the top of the Challengers players, because what we kind of predicted, those players are at the top. And it's quite interesting that you've got those, I think, 4 out of the 5 top 4 besides Luan, of almost mirror matching the bottom 4 or 5 of the E-League.
Okay.
So I'm looking, I just want those guys to play against their teammate, pretty much.
You just want to get to the gauntlet is what you're saying.
I just want potential beef drama in that gauntlet with basically the teams playing against each other, and then we'll see who's better. It's just a pure ego battle of, I should have been in that spot, and get a chance to prove it. So that's what I'm hoping for. So I need some results to kind of go my way today for that kind of theory, but
all that stuff is still a little bit away. We'll talk about it. We'll dabble on that information in a little bit. But right now, it's tough. We're covering E-League tonight. It's difficult to be across all the games that are happening. I mean, if E-League challenges, they're doing 7, 8 rounds on Monday night, and then here we are doing 7 rounds on Tuesday night. That's a lot of FC. So we do have other people that are watching E-League challenges, and one person that was co-streaming it last night, Jamie. We're going to bring him on here. He's going to give us the full rundown. Jamie, hello. How you been?
I'm good. I'm that other person. I'm the one that's watching the other games. Hello, everyone. How are we doing?
That's it. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing really well. The boys are doing well as well. Look, I'll be honest. I didn't really get to catch anything of E-League challenges last night. So I need you to give me the full rundown from the top of show all the way to the end of all those rounds that you were witnessing and co-streaming.
Easy now. I got you. No worries. Well, we're starting off. There was actually 7 players going into yesterday that were yet to win a game in the Challenger division. Nat, do you want to guess how many of those 7 got a win?
4.
6.
Really?
So 6 out of those 7 got a win. There's only 1 player still yet to find a win in the Challengers. I'm sure he'll get there. It's had some close games. Western City Wanderers, Jaeger. I've been calling him Jaeger. Apologies if that's not how you pronounce your name, but I'm just using my vocabulary from something else. There was also...
Don't know what you could possibly be alluding to there. Absolutely no idea.
There was also 4 players that were undefeated going into yesterday as well. They were Luan from Sydney FC, Airborne from Wellington, Damon from Newcastle, and Juan Cini from Adelaide. Nat, I'll ask you again. Do you want to know any of those? How many do you think are undefeated still?
I feel like, I could just look at the standings and cheat it, but I'm going to say 0.
Yeah, no one's undefeated anymore. So everyone in the Challenger division has lost a game, but I think that kind of perfectly describes how close the league is. Like the game that finished it off yesterday, I was watching Sydney FC's Luan, who had a chance to go 6 wins out of 6. 6 points clear at the top of the table as well. But it was Brady's MacArthur, who but I'm sure he'll be glad to know he's getting a little bit of a shout out right now. It actually ended up beating him, his first loss of the challenges so far. And Brady did have 10 players on the pitch as well. He had a red card pretty much the whole game.
Wow.
So that was mayhem. We had the original rivalry, which is Adelaide's Juan against Melbourne Victory's Bilzer, which was a 10-goal thriller. Juan scored in the 91st minute to make it 5-4, which looked like the win. Bilzer then going up the other end to equalise 5-0. But yeah, it had everything. It was good fun, and it's just really close. And I think all the players were enjoying it, so it's good.
Were they your two must-watch series from last night? Or do you have another one you kind of want to throw in the mix there?
From the ones that I watched, I would say so. Yeah, I did get someone telling me in the chat that Bills' first win of the competition was against Newcastle's Damon, and that was with 2 90th-minute goals to win the game. So unfortunately, I didn't get to watch that firsthand. But there's been some crazy games going on, and it just shows as well. Bilzer is only on 5 points. Managed to beat Damon, who's in the top 4. He drew to Juan, who was probably unlucky not to beat him in the end, and Juan's in 5th. So I don't know. There's a couple of weeks left. I don't want to call it. I think there's a lot of movement yet to come, and it should be good fun.
Yeah, that one sounds very difficult to call. I have the boys here as well. Maybe they want to jump in, ask you something, or talk about the challenges. Do you want to jump in, Marcus?
Hey, what's up, Jamie? I want to ask.
Hello, Marcus.
A bit of a personal question. I want to ask, how do you think you would go in this Challenger series? Because I still see you on the sticks, still gaming, and obviously us two former pros, a bit washed up, as people would say. How do you think you could go in this Challenger series? Because I reckon you still.
Who's saying that? I've never heard anyone call us washed up.
I get it every week. I don't know about you. Maybe your chat's nice to you, but I get it all the time. But I'm just curious how you reckon you'd go.
Honestly, it depends which week you ask me. Last week I'm 11-9, and then I'll go 19-1. But no, look, I think there's a lot of top players in the division. I'm definitely not jealous watching along, seeing what some of the guys are doing on the sticks. Look, if I was playing maybe mid-table, a bit of a 4th spot run, but
he's been nice.
There's some good players. And I agree with what you said earlier as well, Marcus. I think it'd be very interesting. I think there's a few players in the challenges that can give a few in the top division a run for their money.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think he's just being humble there, top 4. I think he's going for a top 2. He's thinking, I could make it run, a bit of drama. But you got to be safe, because in case, it does happen one day, top 4, just in case things go wrong. That's what I would say if I was the same. So.
No, you gotta throw the bold stuff out there. Then we can clip it, and who knows where you'll end up next year if it'll.
Look, I respect these guys. To be honest, look, Brady's my boy, but I'm singing him 4th, so I'm definitely in 3rd.
There it is. That's what I wanted. I knew it was there. I was just waiting for it.
Hook, line, and sing. You're just like fishing for that one.
I don't know. Look at the table, and I saw MacArthur Brady. I thought, okay, I'm gonna just say it.
We love you, Brady. We love you. We hope just want to put that out there. Great results last night as well, and just great league so far.
Yeah, it's all fun and games. I don't know if Nate, did you quickly want to jump in and say anything to Jamie?
Oh, just good to say hey, mate. Good to see you on A-League
Hello,
Australia,
Nate.
brother. If Jaeger's been a bit of a bomb down the bottom, mate, what about the top? Is there going to be someone that you think is favourite to go through? Who's been your best so far?
Nate, come on. Is it Jaeger? I don't know. You should know. Is that how you say it?
Oh, I've just been enjoying how much you've clearly practiced going Juan. I think you said it about 12 times. That was that.
I watched. I think it's Luan and Juan. I watched that on stream and I called it the One Derby.
All right, no further questions from me. Nat, do you want to wrap this one up for us, or?
That's it. Apparently, Jamie's not allowed to.
Derby. That's when you know you've overstepped right there.
The bad joke. That's enough. Apparently, we have to pull the plug because the joke was actually too cringe, Jamie. That's what I'm getting in my ear.
Before I get you guys cancelled, no worries.
That was a good one.
No, it's been fantastic. I didn't actually say goodbye to Jamie. Hopefully, you just tuned in at the end there. Bye, Jamie. Thank you so much.
Around. These words have power, fam.
That's it. When I say it's too cringe, it's off the air. There is no coming back from that one. And in case anyone in the chat was wondering who's calling you washed up every week, it's me. Marcus walks in the door and I said, oh my God, there's that washed up pro player.
It's actually true, though.
everyone in chat thinks it's a joke.
Very real.
Look, we're here to watch some pro FC. And let's get into it right now, because I can see a game on our screen
Okay,
right
we're
now.
not going to talk about the game yet, because we do have to quickly speed through. Everyone watching at home might not know the ladder, right? The last time we checked in, it was all the way a week ago. It was Tuesday when we wrapped up our 6 rounds from last week. This is how it is. Very quickly, we'll touch on the fact that both Naylor and Mark undefeated for themselves. Neiti still doing well there. It's only a draw that's there for himself. And then just under that, Dylan with 1 loss. So they're all very close. Then you're going to have Sard and Sester, they're sitting in the middle, and everyone else, I'm just going to put it, they're all at risk of facing this gauntlet. At any point, it could be one of them that just slips down into 4th. It's one of them that just slips up into 5th and is able to escape facing in that gauntlet in a couple of weeks. So it's really tough. I'm not going to ask you guys too much on it, but maybe Justin, you quickly want to kind of highlight who isn't where you expected or someone that is very where you expected.
Probably Fardia. I mean, he has had a couple of really tough games to start off the season, but I mean, he probably would have been looking to maybe pick up a few more points at this point. Yeah, look, it's probably Fardy.
Okay.
Probably Fardy. But I think, you know what? He has proven in the past his ability, so
Yep.
I have full belief that he'll be able to get himself further up the table.
Yeah. Well, let's see who Fardy is going to be going up against today then, and see if it's possible that today is going to be the day that he gets those points. It is also a bit of a change up for us. We're doing 7 rounds today. In week 1 and 2, it was only 6 rounds today, though we've tacked that extra one on the end, so you get even more EAFC action for yourself on this very bright Tuesday. Any games, 1 game each, Nate and Marcus, that you want to really highlight?
I know which one Marcus wants. I'll say Dylan Sard then for my definite number 1 top pick game. What about you, Marcus?
Thanks for that. I'll just quickly say Mark 11 versus Naylor. That is the game.
Why is that, Marcus?
Just unbeaten, E-Nation's teammates from the past, just lots going on, a lot of backstory there, so ready for that one.
Yeah, do you think there's a realm in which we have similar to what happened in E-League Challenges where we come out today? Oh, apparently they still really wanted to bring Jamie back on. Bye, Jamie. Do you think there's a realm for we get the same, so E-League Challenges ended last night, no one undefeated. Is there a realm in which we close out today, no one undefeated?
I think so, for sure. I think there's a big chance that maybe Mark beats Naylor and then Naylor still wins his games or loses against Dill, and there's a lot going on there with those games, but I think it's going to be the same. I think it's going to get to the point now where people are going to take games off each other. Yeah.
You back that one up as well?
I just want to make sure everyone knows that Nagiti's undefeated as well. I know that he hasn't got the
It's
perfect
true,
winning
it's true.
record, but we
Yeah,
always
it's
look
true.
at the top 2 and look at our opening fixture for the night. I don't
That's
know.
true.
He's been one of the competitors that's impressed me the most, so
Yeah.
just want to make sure that gets out there somewhere in
Yeah.
whatever realm.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a great fact that you bring up, because we are going to see Nagiti play right now. He's coming up against Paddy, and we're going to be blessed with Justin and Nate taking us through it.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Marcus. And thank you, Jamie, for that E-League Challenges segment, which almost derailed the entire night off the rip. But we'll bring it back now. Nate lost with just Man United 12 specifically, or do we worry about that?
The 12 is like, you can leave it there. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, just want to say hello to Jamie as well. I didn't really get anything to say to him, but hope he's good. Hope he's doing well. I enjoyed challenges last night, but we're here. E-League, Paddy versus Nagiti, and as you mentioned, Nagiti unbeaten still. Just because he did have that draw doesn't mean he's still not up there. He is. R9, possible penalty there if you ask me. But Paddy does well to defend that and looks to play it up the field, Nate.
You may be a little bit of ball whenever you look for a manual standing tackle in the box. We get a little bit worried. A penalty or 2 from last week that had us breathless. Nagiti 3rd in the standings at the moment, Western Sydney's representative in the E-League proper. Paddy down at number 11 at real risk of dropping, or rather staying in those bottom 4 spots. So a win here, a result here would be massive. There is the cross to Haaland down to Hullet, player in the way. Nagiti has been excellent defending deep into his own penalty area, just doesn't seem to get flustered, Justin.
No, and that's probably going to be one of the best things you can really do. I mean, we haven't seen many people defend like him, and that's probably why we find him still unbeaten this season. And it's a real talent to be able to defend those crosses, especially when you have Erling Haaland, Team of the Year, trying to head one down as Nagiti goes to ways makes his way into the box, step over, little ball stop, and he's just toying with Paddy here, but wouldn't have been counted for that. Very, very unlucky pass, and you can see the shake of the head, but I don't think that's going to bother Paddy much. He's going to take that and go to work up the field again.
I think when exiting a skill move, when you go for the driven pass, players can be a bit off balance, so to speak, and miss the target. Saw it a bit in E-Prem. Caught that. Obviously, the E-League Australia, part of the global landscape when it comes to FC esports. For Paddy, towards the middle, Hullet R9. further afield. Again, just have a look at Neiti. We'll go on the press when it's central. Out wide, it's kind of, you can keep it there forever if you want, because there you go. I'll get it straight back to me. Thank you very much, Paddy.
Yeah, unfortunately, not what he was trying there. I think he was going more for a crossfield, I mean, maybe edge of the box on the opposite side cross, but just couldn't find it. And someone that I noticed who's been so imperative, Fair Hernandez starting that, R9 into the step over, manages to keep the ball, but Paddy manages to keep it in. And I wanted to touch on that real quickly. Fair Hernandez has been so important, not only for Neiti, but for so many players. I mean, last week I wasn't here, but I was still watching along at home, or not at home. I was at a football match, but touching some grass anyways. Paddy finding himself through on goal. R9 but blocked. Wanted to quickly say, so many people are taking advantage of Fair Hernandez. Is it the pace? Is it the dribbling? He just, there's something about his item.
Talk about the fight for the badge qualities sometimes. The individual attributes, play styles and whatnot are all there, but he is still performing above them. I'm just happy we're talking about fullbacks again. Often it's the unsung, unheralded, or who cares, alongside with goalkeepers in FC. Previous iterations of Neiti for now. Going through the middle with Haaland, but Paddy with a good challenge. Can Neiti win it back? This has been really good from Paddy, playing out from the back earlier. Not been able to see him too much on the main broadcast. It's maybe why he's down in 11th overall right now. What an opportunity to show what he's got against one of the 3 undefeated competitors. And Justin, noteworthy perhaps that he's still rocking Lam at left back. If you're really enjoying Theo, Teo, however you want to say it. The item has been beaten to start this off. Virgil in the way. He's going with the small man at the left back. I think it's the nicest way I can put it.
Yeah, definitely nicer than I would have put it. Look, it would be difficult, I think personally, using Lam's item, just because, I don't know, for me there's something, maybe it's his height. It's just like dealing with that, but dealing with something else. As I was talking about, left back, not really to do with height, but Neiti taking advantage of maybe Lam being out of position there. No, he was slightly trying to cover Caltech, but it's a great near post green time finish from Mbappe and from Neiti. I mean, he's been doing that not only this season, he's done it for multiple seasons. It's a bit of a showpiece, I'd say, from him.
Love that extra pass. I think it might have been Haaland with the assist. But not too many from the feet of that particular player in game in FC 24. More from the head, but hey, the vision is what it's all about from Neiti, from Western Sydney Wanderers. He was alongside Mark 11, of course, last season, and now with the E-League challenges you've heard so much about. Both those competitors very much deserving their spot among the top 12. Mark 11 going to Melbourne City. We'll see him later this evening. Neiti with an excellent start. Some pure football, if you like, in there as well. Thought maybe there's going to be a pass. You see Paddy switching across to cover that lane. Very nicely done. Don't think Neiti will worry one little bit. Look at this ball moving around at will. Lovely. KDB. Mbappe now. Neiti can see him wanting the extra pass. Doesn't need it. Debated, as Nat said earlier today. Mbappe finishing it off 2-0 quick as that.
Yep, and as you just said, debated indeed. I mean, Paddy was just looking for when was that pass going to arrive. It never came. And Neiti taking full advantage of that, putting question into your opponent's mind, making them reconsider absolutely everything. It completely throws off your defense, and he finds himself up by 2.
I'll put myself in the same boat. I was saying looking for the extra pass, and Neiti showing some real variety to his game. Excellent to have former E-League competitors, Justin, Marcus Gomes from earlier, and Marcus talking about how good Neiti is finishing at the near post. Greening it, of course, doesn't even need to be talked about, but it's one of those that backs themselves from those angles, creating a few more opportunities some of these other competitors don't quite have.
Yeah, and that's really the difference in quality. I think I saw it last night in challenges. I think it was Harrison had a chance which got passed across goal. Didn't take it, obviously it didn't matter in the end for his game against Nick Stav. However, it's those slight things that you might have seen maybe a Naylor or a Mark 11 going to green time it, just to make 100% sure you're going to score the opportunity.
Here is Lam for Paddy. Chance to add a bit of a reason why he should be included. Look, it's a goal. We were talking about Van der Sar last night in Challenges. I was talking about him today, doing a piece of content. I think that celebration well sums up what we've just seen. A field day for Paddy and R9. One more time. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, was that Petr Cech?
Certainly is, sir. That's why I'm sort of wanting to say then what I'll just go out and say. Can we get Van der Sar in there? Please, please, please.
Yeah.
Time and time again. Every game, we're wondering why, and VDS is making all these wild saves. Look, maybe someone wasn't watching Challenges last night, Justin, and Neiti will make amends later on today.
Yeah, it's something that I think we've seen for a few years. Van der Sar has become a lot of players' favourite goalkeepers. We see cross-back post, Haaland winning it, and somehow, some way, Edwin Van der Sar, what a save, Nate.
I try and be subtle sometimes. It's good when the competitors just let us know what we're talking about again. Jamoto, I know, surely in the chat right now as well, knows exactly what I'm talking about. Try and put it politely. You can just have it on your screen. Yeah, Van der Sar in your team, thank you.
Yeah, with the way chemistry works, I remember a while back, Team of the Year goalkeepers I personally like to use. I never necessarily used Van der Sar, but you really should be. I don't get it. Van der Sar, I've never seen a poor performance from in a game. I don't know. I'm lost for words, really. That was an unbelievable save.
Part of the subtlety was that no one likes to talk about the goalkeepers as it is when you don't get to control them. Every year it's normally Mitch Austin and then I take it up. I tried to avoid it. It's back on the menu to be talked about as we approach halftime. Your first game this evening. Neiti cannot get through. Excellent challenge again. Paddy is growing into this first half.
Yeah, that was fantastic passing as well by Neiti. Honestly, his passing ability through the front, through the final third is really, like, you don't see many people passing like him. However, you also don't see many people defending like him. As we see, tries to hit on the counter now. Erling Haaland for Neiti, waiting for someone to help. They finally find the players. Ruud Gullit, De Bruyne pass inside. Just can't find it.
Mature play from Paddy growing into it. It is, of course, a Lam assist for that goal, which we must credit. It's part of why it was bittersweet for a few reasons. That pass not finding the target. Neiti will be more than frustrated. Always starts in gamer mode. You can see there, bottom right-hand side of your screen. Put that face inside the screen if he could, I'm sure. Wants to put this in the net before half-time. Keeper brought out. Neiti not fussed. Really good covering challenge. He'll get the corner just before the break. Competitors largely have a routine or two. Nisbet, just put it in the air and you'd be fine over him. Straight to his feet. Ooh, an eventful first half, Justin. We were left a little speechless at player selections, some of the play in general, but for Patty, respect it. One of these competitors we were saying might be looking at that gauntlet later on. Maybe a sneaky chance here of a point or something more.
And you know what? That's what it's all about. You need to be picking up points against the top competitors. I remember when, I believe it was 22 season when I played for MacArthur. I remember going into the game against Dylan, and Dylan at that point, I'm pretty sure, I mean, he went on to win E-League. Best player in the country at that time. I was just trying to get a point. Simple as that. If I knew if I could get points away from Dylan, one of the top competitors, I knew it would help me try and get into that top two. And obviously with hindsight, that's great to say and all, but that's what you have to try and be doing. Like, it's not necessarily about winning. If you can take points away from the top competitors, not only are you helping yourself, but you're taking the points away from them, which is ultimately going to need them to be your competitors who you're vying around to get out of that gauntlet.
It's not something that we've heard a lot about in E-League Australia over the seasons. A particular few competitors, actually Jamoto one of those. I remember interviewing him back in the day, he talked about it, and yourself now as well. But think about Fardy, who you mentioned top of show, who Marcus obviously loves to talk about, analyse his game. It's been close in games, and then my criticism has been exactly that, Justin. close but no points to show for it. Can affect you at both ends of that ladder. Now he's looking in real danger, one of those bottom 4 spots. The table does seem to be nicely divided in half, don't you feel, between top 6 and bottom 6?
Yep, and I think you've reiterated this multiple times throughout the season. It's forming, the table's forming exactly as you basically said it would, and I'm happy to put my hands up and be wrong when I'm wrong. But yeah, going back to what I was just saying earlier, we haven't really heard many people talk about taking points away from someone else just because they're at the top. And I don't know, maybe do we need to ask that question more when we're doing interviews? I don't know.
I reckon you should be first cab off the rank, Justin, when we get to interviews time. Start asking the hard questions if they need to be. We won't be asking about formations because even Paddy's decided to join the land of the 4-3-2-1. It's paying dividends so far. Gets it to Haaland, lovely header. This is really good build-up. Paddy, Pele, red time. Check, thankfully, makes it look difficult, but does get there.
And that's the difference that I was talking about before. The difference between the top and the bottom. Green timing, and like that, correct me if I'm wrong, I was about to say Zidane. What a finesse for Patty. Draws him level with Neiti, and that was the difference. Green timing with Pele earlier. Could have found him in that 2-all spot. Doesn't matter. He's gone and scored off the corner.
Hey, Paddy, you can put those feet up for now. Draws level at 2-2. Petacek left sprawling at thin air. We're delighted to see it. There's not been too many finesses attempted. Competitors, understandably, these high-pressure situations, trying to walk it in, get yourself a clear-cut chance. You can think of the likes of Naylor, Sard, Sesto, who've had a pot from distance. Paddy, first game of the night, makes it look easy.
Well, there's a reason why you see a few people using Team of the Year De Bruyne. Does have that finesse shot plus. And for myself, I personally didn't necessarily like his item, but doesn't really matter what I think. Haaland headed down to R9, nearly. Again for Paddy, nearly still in the lead.
Mentioned earlier how Neiti's comfortable defending deep into his area. Well, look, how about we take that as a little indicator for future matchups against that man. Competitors, have a look at your finesse from distance. The first goal, not sure you can really blueprint that, particularly if Neiti decides to change his keeper after this game. I'll let that go right now. Neiti with R9 to KDB. Have a look at that packed yellow and navy defensive area. Neiti wants to take it wide and get the cross in. That's why Paddy happy to bring out numbers. Neiti seeing that, sees the space in the middle, player lock. Really good defending again. Paddy really impressing me so far.
Yeah, he's been really good so far.
If you ran that out of play, Paddy, I'd just have left. Come on, man.
Commentator's curse.
Not yet.
But no, he's done really well so far. Commentator's curse again. But I wanted to quickly bring up 56 minutes into Neiti's first game. He's already conceded more goals than he did last week in both of his games. So I think that's very interesting. I mean, Paddy's done really well. It's simple to say as that.
Neiti, you know where it's going. The green time is the player offside, perhaps indeed. Got a bit excited. Not like the header was on target anyway, but danger signs there for Paddy. Did really well to shut down the attempted cross before. Games on a knife's edge. I've had all of those tonight, haven't I? Cream rising to the crop. I've got like a little cliche bingo card I must be running through.
Yeah, we're going to have to draw that up for next week.
Pull it well wide, and then that pass off balance. Barello to his Western City teammate Pareas. Very nicely done, Neiti. Some of these competitors not really, let's say, tried out their A-League players. 2 being used from your team for all of these competitors, alongside the best players, best items that you can get in FC24 Ultimate Team. Some of them stepping up more than others. Haaland really well closed down again, Paddy. I love it. He's reading after that initial goal from Neiti. The extra pass that I thought was coming until Van der Sar's caught wanting. Neiti maybe with a bit too much time. Mbappe. R9. We'll keep it going for now. I'll try and pretend that didn't happen. KDB. straight through. Neiti van der Sar is down again. Why, oh why, did Neiti not try that earlier, Justin?
I'm lost for words. Correct me if I'm wrong. My mind could be completely blanking, but I feel like he could have scored if he just shot.
Maybe had a look at E-Prem. If you're an Arsenal fan, goal that went quite viral would have been the exact replica, to be quite honest. Not to be. Moving on. Mbappe, awful first touch. Neiti making amends. Fullback called into play, not used. Paddy doing so well. Can he hang in there with some other big challenges? We know that VVD is absolutely mint. Paddy making him look even better. Now very happy to keep playing it around the back after Van der Sar lost it for him earlier. He still wasn't scared, Justin, to keep it back here. It does feel like, though, he's almost inviting that bit of pressure on the game exclusively being played in this third for now.
Yeah, he's got to change something. He was doing it so well in the first half, passing out from the back, but something's clicked. I don't know if it's Neiti pressing more, but something's changed slightly where Paddy is just not playing out like he did in the first half. And I think this might be the difference point now. You can see that run from Fer Hernandez. When is it going to get to him? Still waiting, and never came.
How good from Paddy, though. How good. He knows it. We all know it. It's another thing to know it, another thing to shut it down. Giddy has to go inside then. He knows he's coming to Hull it. We've seen it. We've enjoyed it. Paddy even more so. Haaland. Look at that. Paddy not even trying to defend the player with the ball. Just wants the central areas covered. We're on a little bit of a time loop. This time he is through. Is that off the defender? Have a look at the replay. Neiti will make it count. Bit of a scrappy little period comes to an end. You can see Neiti as well. Shake of the head. I think he's well aware. It's a bit fortuitous as Paddy switched to that 4-4-2. There's your answer, Justin.
Yeah, he knows he should have scored earlier on, and maybe is it a frustration that he probably had a little bit of just having not scored by now, or is it he's frustrated the fact that Paddy was just doing absolutely everything to defend, and I mean you could even maybe say getting a few more players back than usual to make sure that he didn't concede. But Neiti's found his goal. I believe, as you said, went through the defender's legs there, but green time, it's all the difference.
And one of those where we will always say, 7 seasons into E-League Australia, if you want to defend that deeply and not really even try to create and seal it up, you might have gotten away with it. You often don't. 9-minute halves in this competitive game mode that we've got for FC24. Plenty of time and plenty of opportunities to score. You get rewarded for manually defending, Justin, but Paddy, as we saw, I think the last 3 times it went into his penalty area, just defending the middle, says AI, you take care of the wide spaces. I don't know. On weight of play, don't think anyone can really complain too much.
No, definitely. I think, I mean...
I'm trying to be very polite here
yeah,
in this game.
I know you are. You're a very polite person. I personally have had the pleasure to know Nate for many a year now, and he's a very polite person. He's not going to be very rash. But yeah.
It's another way of saying Justin knows exactly what I'm actually thinking, though.
Yes, I do.
3-2 substitutes will be made. It is maybe even the hat-trick for Mbappe. Perlo on. All right, then. Paddy with these outsider player selections. Long may they continue. If you hadn't unlocked account, these competitors do, Justin, as indeed you have in the past. Might as well try them out.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I don't think this is probably the time to be trying out new players.
It's definitely not, but I said it anyway.
But, you know, why not? Why not?
Because it's Paddy. That's why I was happy to go with it. You just accept it after a while. See, take Russell on as well. Placing Grass right back, Neiti. Another one here, and you'd think it may well seal it. Second player brought across. You see there, he's changed it. Paddy again now. Aggressive manual defending that did so well for him. Saw Quadrado on, I believe, as well. Plethora of substitutions will try and get caught up with. Here he is indeed. Eyes don't deceive me. Into feet, Mbappe. Really good defending, Neiti. Belly goal on for him as well. Haaland releasing 09, a bit more intensity, end-to-end in the play as we enter the final 10 in-game minutes. Perlo in the way. not with the defensive attributes that some other players might have. Politeness continues. Attack continues for Neiti. R9, Mbappe. To seal it, Neiti. Lovely, clinical. May well put his own feet up now as well. 4 goals to 2, and Paddy needs to look for an option C if there's any way back into this game.
Yeah, with the 9-minute halves, he does definitely have time, but I just want to quickly draw a point to such a fantastic Neiti cancel there by Neiti.
Neiti cancel.
Exactly. Not many people can do it. I mean, I know Dylan loves to do it, but it's something, honestly, if you're at home, you're watching, learn it. It's such a great skill move to be able to change direction so quickly and completely fool your opponent, especially the ball stop as well. You see the pros use it so often. As I say, R9 for Neiti, step over Theo Hernandez to build a goal, just passing it, looking for that chance, and he's patient. I mean, Paddy does know there is time on the clock, but he's got to get that ball back, and he's done just that. He's got to look to bring it up the field, Nate.
Gentlemen, I'd love to let you have one more crack at that skill move description and what it's called, Justin, for the people watching along.
The ball stop or
one before that?
Neiti cancel.
What? Would you like to explain how it can be done for the viewers at home?
It's sorry, I completely misheard what you said. Look, it's very hard to explain. I think,
mate, if you want to, it's a yes/no type.
I don't know how to explain it. Sorry,
that's all good. That's all good. I cheekily called it a Neiti cancel, and thought it might be fun to actually be educational, but that's not what we're about here at E-League Australia. Into the final 2 in-game minutes. Paddy, I said it was the sealer before. It looks like that is indeed the case. Performed excellently in the first half. Arguably just got that little bit too defensive. When we're talking about looking for points, looking for results, Justin, doesn't mean you just stop attacking altogether.
Yeah, no, definitely. Maybe one night on E-League, if we've got some time, we can do a little tutorial on how to do the Neiti cancel.
Never going to try anything different ever again. Maybe for Patty, here's going to be a plan C, as I mentioned. Something to take on the top dogs. Going to be entrenched in those bottom 2 positions for Neiti. It's going to be job done, and yet the start of what could be a long evening for him if he wants to get into the top 2. Very well crafted goals, a way of play, an interesting goal for both competitors. You feel like that evens it out. The green time finishing that Justin keeps mentioning, I reckon, mark it down as the difference. Your skill gap that we love when it comes to FC.
Yeah, and I mean, we've spoken about it for years and years and years about the green time finish. I mean, as Treaders used to call it, the green beam. But yeah, look, it really is a huge skill gap that you got to make sure you're getting right, and it's the difference maker when you're talking just one goal. I mean, as I said, that chance that Paddy had earlier on in the second half, where he red timed it with Pele. Obviously, did score the finesse the next chance, but yeah, you got to make sure you're getting that right. It's not simple, but it's important.
What about the game management from Neiti? Were you impressed by that? The people watching along, if they're not going to learn how to do anything with Neiti in it for Neiti, what about a bit of game management? Was it just weight of pressure? The substitutes didn't really matter in the end. What was it that made the difference, apart from time finishing?
His passing ability, I think, really is second to none.
It's beautiful to watch, isn't it?
He somehow, I don't know how, somehow finds his way out of situations every single time, especially in that final third. He finds passes that not many people in the world, I think, can really find, and can do this thing where he can work the passes around on the edge of the box, where he'll go from his right centre mid to his left centre mid, work it to his striker, and then to his second centre forward, and then work it back. And he's basically playing a rectangle or square around his opponent's DM.
Feels like a training drill, doesn't
exactly.
it? It's a bit like what we're watching, a bit like maybe you'd like to do at home. You got to pick up a lot more skills and tricks from the very best here on the couch. And the competitors, of course, themselves don't go anywhere. We'll be back in the short break.
Welcome back to the E-League, brought to you guys by Nivea Men. Our round one for week 3 has just concluded. It was Paddy up against Neiti, and it's that weird thing of Neiti's undefeated but doesn't have all wins. Either way, it was looking like he was going to get another draw on the board for himself there, Marcus, but he came in clutch. I want to say, like, from about 65, 70 in-game minutes onwards, it really looked like the Neiti show. Everything else before that, though, Paddy was putting up a fantastic showing.
Yeah, firstly, props to Paddy, because I think going in, a lot of us thought, easy win for Neiti. He's going to be thinking about goal difference, maybe like a couple of the others were, but that was a really good performance, and he should take a lot of confidence going into future games. Obviously, Neiti, job done, and as you said, I think he upped the tempo 65th, 70th minute, and really, gamer meme kind of sat forward, but he really did, and he had to, because you can't afford to drop points at this point in the competition.
No, not at all. Like, even if you do feel there is a bit of a significant gap between you and the gauntlet, escaping the gauntlet isn't, the end of the road for them. You still want to give yourself as much chance as possible, and Neiti's putting himself in the perfect position for that. And he's also put himself in a position to come back onto the broadcast. I feel like we see him every game he plays, but Neiti, congratulations. It was a bit of a tough one, but you finally, got it down 4-2 there. What happened in the last bit of the game for you to be able to have the dominance that we see you come out with in every other round and game we've seen you in before?
Yeah, Paddy has always had an interesting play style, so I didn't really expect like long balls constantly to the fullbacks. He played pretty well to bring it back 2-2, but then I just thought I didn't know where I could drop points here. Like in my head. So I just had to focus up and then just try and press the life out of him and just try and get the win.
What sort of like gave you that transition to switch on? You know, I'm sure maybe something happened in the game. Was it just trying to combat those long balls? Was it maybe some of the missed chances at a goal that we saw slip away from you there? Or what exactly happened for you? Like, okay, let's change some things up here.
Yeah, I just thought that I was giving the ball away too easily when I was in the final third. I just kept rushing my passes to my attackers, and I just had to slow it down a bit, and then it sort of paid off in the end.
Neiti, Nate here. Very well played, brother. That was very enjoyable to watch. I'm going to ask what no one else wants to. Goalkeepers, mate. Goalkeepers, because we've seen Van der Sar crush it, E-Prem and whatnot. You going to keep Petacek or nah?
Yeah, I think he's staying for the long run.
Why? That's my follow-up then. Why? What about that first goal? Are you not just absolutely livid?
Yeah, the first goal, I mean, that could happen with any other keeper as well, to be honest. I moved him in the right position, so it was a bit like tough luck, but I don't know. I don't know why people are using Van der Sar. I mean, he's maybe tall, I think. That's probably why. He's got a longer reach, but I feel like Petacek has been doing well for me, so there's no reason for me to change it.
All right, disappointing, but I'll allow it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Neiti, Justin, wanted to just say congratulations on the win. I thought you played brilliantly. We spoke about it on broadcast with Nate. Your passing ability, unbelievable, honestly. I don't think I've seen many people pass like yourself in that final third. And then we spoke about your defense, the way you're able to defend those crosses where people are just looking for Haaland back post. Is that something you look to practice or you look to play when you're, I guess, against someone's game plan?
Yeah, sort of like with the crosses, there's not much you can do once the ball's in the air. So it's more so just trying to mark the pass across. So I've just been practicing how to like position the defenders to intercept the pass, the second chance pass. So just more so defending that. And also like with my part, that was probably not my best game. So don't take any pointers from that game. But surely I can bring back some better games in the long run.
Yeah, no, you've definitely shown unbelievable performances before. I still think you did play well, even though you're not going to give yourself that credit. But yeah, I think that was a really impressive performance, especially considering I think Paddy was doing his best to frustrate you.
Yeah, definitely. Like he was playing pretty well. I didn't expect him to finesse to equalise. It just sort of caught me off guard, but then I just had to like just get in my zone again and just focus and just play the way that I know how to play.
I want to jump on to what Justin asked you just before as well. Neiti is around like this practice and stuff. Is there certain scenarios you're trying to practice for yourself? How often a week are you practicing? And sort of what does a week between E-League official games look for you?
Yeah, sort of. I just get a few games here and there, maybe like a day before the E-League. Mostly that's when I grind. During the week, I'm just like chilling and just going out and stuff like that, just working all that. Just the daily life. But other than that, it's just more so just perfecting like the craft of just defending and trying to watch the cross because that just seems to be what everyone's doing nowadays. And it's just hoping like a few bounces go your way as well because sometimes even when you mark it, you still can't defend it.
Yep.
And just trying to perfect like the possession and all of that. Just the little pieces that change the margins between us and other players. So just trying to fix all that.
Awesome. Well, Neiti, look, congratulations. A win is a win, and it still was a really good game. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
See ya. They're always so hard on themselves. I'm always going to say it, but I get it. It wasn't what we expected from Neiti at the start, but my gosh, Paddy, I am just still so impressed, especially with Neiti really hyping him up there, doing a lot of things that he wasn't expecting as well. It goes to show that there is potential for a lot of upsets when it comes to E-League, Nate.
I think those practice sessions in between as well, at the start, put the notice out there saying that there's no opportunity now for competitors to be like, I didn't really know which player was going to do what. Mm-hmm. You've got your opportunity to do little set-piece defending drills, just defending crosses, making sure your player switching's on point. Basic fundamentals. It's the competitors with less experience at the top that need to do more work. Paddy doesn't get to use these in-game items that often. He doesn't always get to play against the Tibbity top dogs as much as he'd like. So, hey, no points on the board, but a good performance from Paddy for sure.
Yeah, it was really good for him. And we've got some more of the top leaderboards coming up right now, playing in our round number 2. It's Dylan up against Sard.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Neiti. Nate Alosh joined by Marcus Gomes. Marcus, great to have you on commentary this season. We've been looking forward to this one. You are putting a little special request as well. Big fan of this matchup. 4th versus 5th, Dylan versus Sard.
Well, yeah, it's great to be here. And yes, I did, because I was looking forward to seeing how Sard especially matches up against Dylan, who we saw Dylan absolutely beaming last week against maybe my potential fan favorite, as Dylan has just stolen the ball with Mbappe. Should borrow the keeper, and that's 1-0. Wow, couldn't even finish what I was saying because Dylan is 1-0 up, and I was just going to say Dylan has been on fire recently. And, well, he's starting off the same way.
Look, it's a fire kit that they've got. You can see Dylan, bottom right, Sydney FC, Footwiz doing what they do. And Dylan doing what he does. See ya later, swinging at nothing but air. And Dylan, after last week, I called it on social media, one of the best nights I've ever seen from an E-League competitor. He is fired up, switched on. Less than 2 in-game minutes, Marcus. He's spot on. He is out for blood here tonight.
Yeah, he's out for blood, but that's a big mistake from Sard. And I wonder if it's a problem just like last week where he hasn't got his warm-up game in, because that's a mistake that you cannot be making at the top level, just passing the ball back. He had a pass inside to Vieira as his formation was setting, and he also just had plenty of options besides fizzing a ball into Rio and expecting him to control it like that. But he's gone with this classic Sard special, which is down the line to Dino, gets blocked, and now we're going to see Dylan just, I think, get into a bit of a rhythm here. Basically just gotten a completely free goal at the start of the game, starting 1-0 up, and I want to see if he not tries to frustrate Sard here, but we know Sard likes to hold the ball, so I want to see if Dylan chooses to do the same here, as we have Carlos Alberto down the right-hand side for Dylan.
Plenty of in-game items Marcus is going to love talking about, and that is really brave and really good defending in the end from Sard, because that near post wide open.
Yeah, that was a big chance there. I think if Dylan had that one back, he wouldn't cross it. I think he had more space than I think he expected. Sard kind of sat off and read the pass. So, I mean, overall just great defending here. But what I was going to say from kickoff, so I want to see how Sard, we always talk about him of being the one just outside maybe the top guys. And Dylan is one of the top players in our region. So it's all about how you match up. Because, yeah, it's all good maybe beating the great block there. Great block. That could have been 2-0, but it's all good beating maybe the lower tier players and such. But if you want to really make a mark for yourself, you have to be able to beat the top.
Maybe akin to Naylor for mine in previous seasons, beat those well below you. Maybe a few good wins in the mid-table, but against the top, the different gravy. Naylor for Go Perth this season has really stepped it up. We'll see if Sard can do the same. If you're new to E-League Australia, he got coined Sard Ball. So beautiful was it to watch a few seasons back. A bit of musical vibes to go alongside it. Dylan, the Nivea man, as we like to say, former E-League champion, looking for goal number 2. Haaland, pull it. Excellent save by Czech there, Side hanging on.
Great save from Czech, making up for the little slant that you gave him just before with Neiti.
It does not make up for it, but it's something.
This is a dangerous situation here because Haaland is on. Dylan's unfortunate not put enough power on that because that was going to Haaland or Hood, so that was really dangerous. But just speak quickly as Sard gives away the ball, and I can't talk about the tactical points because R9 with the ball to Mbappe here, top of the box, burst pass, wide. Ooh, wow. So close to 2-0 there. Unlucky, you want to say? Unlucky, but it all stems from a Sard mistake, really. If he keeps doing this, he will find himself down 2-3 in no time.
Something that just doesn't need to happen. I mentioned E-Prem. I'm trying not to call out individual competitors. Watch for the Dino. Mbappe, R9. There's gaps there, not taken on the first opportunity. Oh, please, Sard. Compilation for the equaliser, not to be. Rainbow flick might happen a little later on.
Yeah, I mean, that sombrero flick is absolutely special. Speaking of someone that has been sombrero flicked live at an E-League broadcast, shout out Peter Cesanis. It's the only one you're going to get. Don't want to hear about that one again. But that's better from Sard in the box. I think if he had that back, he wouldn't want to step over backwards, but you need to get in those areas. We know this is his best area when he gets the ball with Dino, gets it across the R9. What I want to say here is a little tactical situation going on with the lineups here as the ball gets fed into Mbappe. R9's on there. He didn't play him.
I dare you to finish this point.
I can't finish it because R9's on again. Gets it back again. Mbappe, reverse step over, offside. Okay.
Let's go.
So the point here is that Dylan's got Carlos Alberto matching Sard's Dino, which is unlike most players have their A-League player at right back. So he has that mismatch. So he's really struggling to kind of do what he does and dance with Dino because he's up against Carlos Alberto. On the flip side, he can't get down this right-hand side because he has Dylan, as we mentioned last week, has Haaland tracking back into the midfield. So obviously, when you've got 6'4", 6'5" Haaland tracking back into midfield, it does create problems just in general. So as you see him there, he's switched on him right now and just covers so much space. So hard game for Sard to break down here. but he's nearly done it. Here, hold on. Dino on the ball here. Great block from Van Dijk. You're hearing a lot of that, but
It's the first pass out of defence for Dylan right now. What's that? 3, 4, 5 times in a row. It's straight back to Sard. The pressure has been excellent from the corner. Sard a little sloppy in previous weeks here. Ends up with KTB on that right foot. Not just yet. Oh, please, R9. You have a feeling he wants to turn around and shoot just to turn it into one of those compilation goals. It was a rainbow flick in previous seasons from Sard. Nothing yet doing, as I said. Sombrero, Marcus rightly pointing out tonight. Saw a lovely roulette pass from Sard. The opener for him last season. Guess we'll see if there's more tricks in that book. Because meantime, Dylan right up the other end. Formulaic passing lanes are clogged. The 4-4-2 for Sard working wonders.
yeah, Sard's really doing well now. He's managed to get into the box a couple of times, and I think he's just, I don't want to say overdoing it. Someone that, speaking for myself, characteristically underdoes it in the box, but I think he is overdoing it in the box. I think he can really simplify the game here and just kind of step over a boost and get a shot on goal. I think a lot of times he's expecting Dylan to maybe defend too well, not disrespecting to Dylan, but of course I think a couple of times he's just had his number and gone backwards, gone to the side with the boost rather than just going forward. So maybe it's something he's trying to bait him into, but I would like to see his next couple of attacks be more direct in the box. This Garuccio does really well here, and he's going to have a very busy game because this Carlos Alberto is going to be up and down the flank. So I'm not sure if Sard has used Dino to come back on defense. He probably does, but Dino naturally not the greatest wide midfielder defender. So there's going to be a lot of 2v1 situations going on in that wing.
One of those players, it feels like it doesn't matter what instructions you put on him. He's probably like IRL, to be fair, saying, I'm not going to come back and defend. Half-time in your other game, Fardy is up 3-1 at the half. It could be a big night. The man from MacArthur looking to get into a top 6 spot. It's weird to think about, but one of these two, and dare I say particularly Sard, could be dropping down with your 7 rounds this evening, simultaneous games. It's gone a bit sloppier, to be quite honest, Marcus. His play's gone on. Wonderful pressing, wonderful defending, but barely 3 or 4 passes connecting. Maybe just hold him down, sprint and go is the answer. Dylan in the area, left foot. Keeper, KDB combine, and Sard survives again.
He survived. I'm surprised Dylan didn't ball Trevella that to try to get the angle to hit a far post, but then again, that green was pretty nice. That's it's going to be hit too hard there. And just before Dylan won the ball back, Sard, another kind of moment in the box with Mbappe where Dylan's reading the pass across pretty much every time. He needs to just step over boost straight. I'm not sure if he's going to watch the game, some instant replay at half-time and just notice that, but it's been 3 or 4 times now. He needs to just maybe hesitate and then boost, because I'm not sure how long he's going to hold on, because Carlos Alberto is just doing sprints up and down this right-hand side, and eventually I think Dylan's just going to score a second. As Haaland gets the ball, one more, and oh, there it is. Do want to give that commentator's curse to Sard, but that's 2-0 to Dylan. He gets that freebie early on, and I want to say, Nate, it's been coming, because as much as Sard has been kind of getting in the box and dancing with it, there's been no real shots, no real danger. We've seen a couple of safe shots for Sard against Dylan. I mean, I want to say second, third time's a charm there.
After last week, Carlos Alberto absolutely wreaking havoc, and Marcus Gomes sitting alongside me, loving it. Maybe a bit of VOD research that hasn't been done from Sard. Time and weight of chances telling is an assist to a Sydney FC A-League men's player as well, which we love to see. Repeating that, if you're new to A-League Australia, 2 A-League men's players on the pitch at all times from the club you're representing. And he's again now, Ben Garuccio corresponding on the other side. It's not even really been about Betty Ben's out there. Carlos Alberto just running amok whoever he's up against. Dino excellent when he does have it, but not defending. And Sard still yet to score somehow. KDB on the right foot. He looks for the extra pass. Once again, Dylan cannot get it out. Mbappe, player in the way. What depth is right now at about -15. Eventually, we'll just blast it through. Sard gets his opener because Dylan cannot clear it. He cannot get it out of it.
Yeah, look, I want to say a little bit unlucky for Dylan. Sard's been also getting to this area 5 to 7 times this half. It was about time that something like this was going to happen. Obviously, we don't want to see it like this, but that's Dylan's mistake there. He's passed the ball with Rio Ferdinand. He's hit X. And he's probably frustrated. If he should be frustrated, he should be frustrated with himself. And we've all been there where it's like, you know, he's probably telling himself, I should just hit circle. You hit circle, get that cleared in the air. You're at the 43rd minute. And it's like, okay, we'll just see it after halftime. But we've all played FC, and we're playing out from the back. We're all greedy. We all want to keep the ball, all right? Because he's thinking, if I keep the ball here, I can have the last attack and make it 3-0. So we all think that way. We're just naturally mostly attacking people. But he still could make it 3-1 here. Doing Mbappe down the side. Riccio absolutely locked up here, and he needs to make sure he doesn't get the ball with Rio Ferdinand, which he does. Paddy V making up for Ferdinand's mistakes as, yeah, Sard's like, let me just clear this one. But look, if I'm Sard, I'm sitting here for a while here and just composing myself, because I'm not sure if he's got like a little vendetta against Rio Ferdinand, but he's trying to make him look like one of the worst centre-backs on the game.
Yeah, I'll never cop, ever slander against A-League men's players, particularly when Bangaruccio destroys Mbappe and then Rio Ferdinand, centre-back, is passing it directly to your opponent. No VVD, always a feature we like to talk about for Sard. Sticking with that combo, check of course in goal. Maybe slightly noteworthy, no Yashin, which I think was my only thing from last week. Dylan going alongside that. I don't know. Do you want me to talk about goalkeepers ever again, Marcus? Or are we done?
No goalkeeper talk this game because they've got the same guys. But I want to talk about the back line here for Sard especially. I think he's got some big matchup situations right now. So he uses Cafu at right back to stop everyone overlapping on the left-hand side with their fullback. Dylan is one of the only players that switches around and has his right back going forward. So Cafu, I'm not saying he's basically not having an impact in this game because Haaland's moving inside as left forward. He's not getting anywhere near him. He's basically just out there. And Sard's also not attacking down the right-hand side and not using Cafu in attack either. So it's kind of like a null factor. I would like to see him switch his fullbacks and see if Dylan reacts to that. Because right now, everything for Dylan is going down this right-hand side and Cafu's just kind of there. He also won't win a header against Haaland, by the way, if it does get to that situation, which I know Dylan he loves a cross. So it's just tactically, I'm a bit worried right now for Sard.
Brings Dino out to defend. Dylan says thank you. Space inside. Looks for the pass across. Neiti, you know, is going green time near post there, Marcus. Different competitors, more confident in different abilities.
Every time he goes that near post, I mean, Mark does it as well. It's just one of those things that I think people need to maybe catch on and just worth a shot, especially with the danger from corners with Haaland. Sometimes you might think, oh, I don't mind getting a corner here because, you know, for some people that's a goal. So, but here we go. This is Sard's best area. He gets Mbappe one-on-one. Defenders backtracking. He's going to play ball into Dino. He gets to it. Van Dijk, how has he kept the ball there under... that's some serious composure, luck. Liverpool fans would say composure. Non-Liverpool fans would say luck. I'm going to go with a bit of both there, but Dylan holds onto the ball. And Haaland might just sprint through here, but legend Maldini himself holds on.
Sard went on the slide, and unfortunately for him, got all man and no ball, did the right thing. Luck not on his side on that occasion, and noteworthy perhaps, again, Dylan was still happy to try and keep possession, not pass it out for the back, not just bash circle as many of us would. Mbappe offside.
It's a good step there from Dylan's defensive line. I think Sard is maybe trying to switch his attack to that Mbappe right channel in between Van Dijk and Dylan's A-League fullback. He's trying to get into that half space there. He's obviously always going to keep using Dino, as we see here. I think he's just also changed that. As Dino gets here, ball scooping coming into Mbappe. Arnaud's on for one more, gives it to him, shoots, goal. And that's what I mean about being direct, Nate. Just taking a touch and shooting. I know it sounds simple. It might even sound boring to people. You know, I could L1 stop. I could Elastico there. I could do a bunch of different skill moves. You got R9 in the box. Take a touch if you need that. Just hit the shoot button. I'm telling you, it's going to go in.
I like that from you because the analysis has been on point throughout. You've been watching this season. I know you've been enjoying the commentary from Marcus Gomes. And yet, sometimes it is as simple as, hey, everyone's got R9 up front. I wonder why that could be. Please, please, please. You got the unlocked accounts. Enjoy using the best players that there are. Is this little tactical change, player change, or a bit of a mental break? So we see once again just an exquisite finish into the side netting.
Yeah, I didn't see who paused there, but I think if it was Dylan, it's definitely let's stop the tempo, and if it's Sard, then it's also let's enjoy this moment. So he's little head bopping, he's definitely listening to his music, he's vibing, he's liking it, but he's taking Dino off, right? And I think that's Pele who's just coming on the left-hand side. So Dino probably a little bit hard done by, but Pele is better at defending. This guy, you know, better defensive stats, also has the medium defensive work rate, so he will naturally track back a bit more. And I think maybe that's what Sard's thinking about. I need to try and lock down this right-hand side for Dylan. I'm looking across to see if Dylan has changed anything. It doesn't look like it. And I want to say momentum's definitely on Sard's side right now. I think Mbappe is running the show. He's picking up the ball and just like, let me carry this team.
Here's the opportunity for Pele and Sard, keeping it simple. Oh no, and defender in the way. And one of those competitors that, at least on occasion, does watch the broadcast while playing Sard. Heard Mitch and I talking about the Dino show, showing that he can adapt and change things. Coming from behind, gets his equaliser, but wants more. It's going to be rough for Pele or any player to control Dylan again. Trying to stay composed, playing out from the back. This time he does.
That's a player diff on the 6 there, because Dylan's making Rio Ferdinand look like Ronaldinho right there on the dribbling burst. As we say, Carlos Alberto, can Garucho catch up? He can. Holds him back. One more pass. Wow, that was red time cancelled, but that was really good build-up play from Dylan. But the problem is now, if he ever gets Carlos Alberto out of position, Sard's just going to attack the same side and just basically say, go ahead and attack. I brought Pele on. That was a risky switch there from Sard. He's under some serious pressure right now. He dinks it across to Maldini. He's done very well there because he was under a full press, and he's played out of that perfectly.
There might be some competitors that have achieved more than Sard. There are probably not any that feel the pressure less than that man. Beautiful playing it out from the back. Eventually it's Lockie Wales, Cafu, and now happy to go back to Benny Benz on this near side. KDB mopping up. Dylan with the players back there, all works out okay. It's been our one little bit from Sard we'd like to see developed.
He's in trouble here. Because Carlos Alberto's got this run. Big tackle from Rio Ferdinand. He's had the halftime team talk to him saying, you need to get your game together. And that's a big tackle here. He needs to help out Garucho much more because all the attacks are going down this side. And I mean, Rio Ferdinand needs to step up for Sard. But this is still a dangerous area for Dylan in this 4-3-2-1 as he gets the hood here. Edge of the box, recycle. No. Tries to play that pin pass as he gives the ball away again into R9's feet. Near post. Wow. I mean, what do you want to say now? It's just a Sard mistake. I think we got to start hyping Dylan up because it might be press as well. I think it's definitely Dylan pressing. I don't want to say it's all Sard mistakes. It's Dylan able to keep the pressure on Sard, who is making these mistakes, but just I don't want to say uncharacteristic, but yeah, he's not happy. He's not happy with. Luckily, he's off camera there. He's not happy about that. I think he's surprised that went in. Or look, honestly, it's his fault. He should have just not passed the ball there.
Yeah, we want to always seek out the positives in the press from Dylan. After last time, Sard excellently played his way through, in and around. Dylan was not perturbed. He said he was a man on a mission when we heard him in the interview last week, and there gets right reward. And maybe we can just clip up our commentary from a little bit before half-time. We've got R9 in the area near post. You've seen Neiti do it. You've seen Mark do it. Dylan joins the ranks as Sard, don't know if I finished the sentence. Too much has happened. In transition, been that one little bit where I feel like Marcus has been lacking at both ends. And Dylan and other competitors get players behind the ball. Sard ball can break down. And in defence, gaps are plenty that make that Route 1 football look a bit too easy.
Well, yeah, and it's also tactically now, you see Sard going down the right-hand side a lot and then having to recycle it to the left. And the problem is that he's not in a 4-3-2-1, so there's not that natural overload with the players inside and the left back out on the wing. So he's recycling it, but I want to see if he's taking Vieira off for a bit of a midfield recycle. It looks like he hasn't, but KDB is going to have to run the show from midfield here because he pretty much gets the ball all the time and has to run out wide and try and create for this front two. It's asking a lot of him, as Dylan is the one who's made the tactical changes here. Just gets down this right-hand side again. Still plenty of time. I'm talking like Sard's going to change everything, but still so much time left in the game. As R9 in the box here. Ball roll, cancel. Wow, what a goal. Composure right there. Ball roll, baits the shot, drives line again. Simple square across to Erling. Gives him the same camera run that Sard gave him. Everyone's going to have a little think about it right now.
If in the first half Dylan may be a little too possession heavy, remembering what happened in those first 2 minutes, hitting Sard in transition and on the break, the space and time, the gaps in between that 4-4-2 before it gets set. There it is. Keep it simple. The Nivea man. Admittedly, job not done just yet. Sard will get one last chance, you'd think, to make any potential changes. Player-wise, sure. That formation, I'm not seeing a change, I'm sure, Marcus, unless it's maybe the 4-2-4.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any formation changes, more so personnel. I want to see Vieira taken off or maybe move to centre-back if you want a better ball player. He's going to have to bring 2 ball-playing midfielders on at this point. You're also probably going to have to, I would say, Gruccio, he's going to have to do a shift here at right back, in my opinion, and just get this left-hand side covered, because he's also his best attacking player that's been subbed on is Palais on the left. As Dylan takes R9 off, so he's thinking job's done here. He's setting up shop here, little Mourinho masterclass potentially coming from Dylan for his last 15 minutes.
Maybe Thierry Henry. It was a point I mentioned too, I think, as soon as the camera stopped rolling last week. Do we worry about that? Probably not. Maybe, just maybe we do. We'll have a look and see what Dylan has in store. Lovely passing out from the back on that occasion. Sard, of course, he was pressing before. Needs to turn it up to 11 right now into the last 15 in-game minutes.
I don't think he's made any changes, Nate. I don't think Sard,
what was R9 doing?
I don't think Sard's made any changes here. He's just kept this squad the same. It's baffling when you have access to all, this variety on the bench. You can just, pick and choose. So he's made 1 sub, obviously with Palais, but that was very early on. And arguably, debatable after Dino just helped him score. So
I was fine with Pele coming on. As soon you see Dino taken off as he got the plaudits last week. The only criticism I believe we had, apart from the defensive application that wasn't there, is that he couldn't get Dino on the ball to start off with.
It's a great
anyway,
pass.
Job done. Wales, Mbappe, Dino watches on from the stands. Nothing that we can do about that now. Sard, KDB, into Pele, the man who replaced Dino. It's a bit ridiculous, and we're saying, Pele, you've got to stand up. Oh, it's lovely with KDB in the area, but Ferdinand. Lovely challenge from Dylan, holds on.
Plenty of time. That's better from Sard. I think he's... Oh, hold on.
Can
Rio Ferdinand catch up and make up for his mistake early on? Catches up. Palais held up. Pen? No pen. Great tackle from Aldini. Sard has definitely a couple more chances here to attack and score, but we need to see something right now from him. He needs to get his front 3, his superstars, R9, Mbappe, and Palais on the ball ASAP. Arnaud's trying his best here. He's dancing in midfield. He's going to drive byline here and recycle. Drive byline again. Keeps driving. He's done really well here. Gets it into Palais. Looking for Mbappe. Step overs. Left stick dribbling. Locked up. Just doing a bit too much there, I think, unfortunately. It's obviously a bit of hindsight, but...
Almost feels like he needs to do something with Pele after bringing Dino off. Maybe that's something front or back of mind, being like, well, I've made that sub. I need to make sure that it sticks, it counts. But the extra pass was there for us to see. Dylan would seal it with a 5th. This is 4th versus 5th. Yeah, E-League rather, Australia ladder. As we look now for the sealer, wonderful header away. Sard, it's now or never. Long ball that for me, fan.
Rio Ferdinand had a good half here, but Sard needs a goal here. That was some good defending. Dylan could have just gone to the corner flag and killed the game.
Lucky Wales,
he doesn't. Mbappe running down the wing here against Rio Ferdinand. Arnaud in the box. Great save from Czech. Sard just maybe didn't shoot it the best, but he's still got a chance here. No Haaland on the pitch. But Vieira is still there. Vieira, top of the box. We've mentioned this. KDB finesse on. Hits it. Keeper was moved. Gets deflected. I think it's another corner here. So I think Sard's going to go short again and then try to hit Vieira top of the box. That's his go-to. I think Dylan's going to catch on here and make it hard for him to recycle it. He gets it eventually to Cafu. One more to Vieira. There it is. Into R9's feet. 1v2. Gets to Mbappe. One more shot. Great shot near post. Keeper was moved. Dylan scratches his head. Sard, little celebration here. Didn't go to pick up the ball. Interesting call.
I'm sure the referee will add that on for us.
You hope so for Sard's sake, because he's got about a minute and a half of added time here.
Any chance, Marcus? Anything you can think for us? Because it's going to happen quickly. It's going to be over quickly. What does Sard do in this scenario?
Right now you're just spamming offside trap. You're also spamming the D-pad team press because it might not activate straight away. But Dylan, being smart here, is just not going to take kickoff until it makes him take kickoff. I assume from here he's probably going to go to one of his fullbacks and then run backwards, or he's going to kick it or just sprint backwards as well. Either of those work, and then he's just going to play it back to the goalkeeper or just kick it out of bounds. And that's the game, unfortunately. And a great win for Dylan. Sard's going to be very, very disappointed because ultimately the winning goal was that mistake at the start.
Look, how many little microcosms could we break down? Pele gets the handshake, but Sard might be wondering if Dino's really going to be subbed off next time after dominating for him all the way through. It is the Nivea man. It is Dylan Campbell. Fired up and tested, but he's that one spot above him on the ladder. He stays there, maybe even enhances it for now. Nate Lost joined by Marcus Gomes. Marcus, are you happy what you saw there from Dylan? Game management, good enough, if not great.
Game management was pretty good. I think when he was in the corner with Mbappe there, he looking back and thinking, I should have just kept the ball in the corner because he gave up that goal. He knew he had the 2-goal buffer, but I hope that goal difference doesn't make the difference in the end. But, I mean, overall, another great game from Dylan. He's on a roll now. He's taken out big competitors. He's been looking very good in his gameplay as well, but especially really good defensively, which is important.
Yeah, have a look. Those top 3 competitors. Top 2 might be found wanting. You're wanting for nothing here, E-League Australia. We'll be back after this short break.
A day here at E-League week number 3 does continue. Round 2 just finished up. Dylan up against Sard. I sat down there, I looked at the scoreboard, and there was already a goal on the board, and I was like, what is going on? I thought it was going to be a repeat of Dylan in week number 2. That man, he just came in and he was on fire. I feel like he was just gunning for goal difference, but it was a little bit different. Sard was able to fight back in this one, Justin, and Sard put up a great form to be able to tie it up, and then just right at the end, though, it did slip away from him.
Yeah, look, I think Dylan, he had really good game management, brought the ball up the field. I think the boys really spoke well about how Sard was basically looking for Dylan to just drag out Carlos Alberto. Carlos Alberto or Cafu?
Carlos Alberto was
Carlos
Dylan's.
Alberto.
Yeah, Cafu was for
Don't tell
Sard.
yourself.
Don't worry, we didn't see
Don't
Cafu that game, so you don't
Yeah.
even have to mention him.
Anyways, no, you guys brought up a very good point about how basically Sard was just looking to go down that left side and basically counter whenever Dylan dragged out his fullback. And look, he tried doing it very well. It didn't necessarily work in the end because obviously didn't get the result. But I did think that last chance that he had where he scored with Mbappe, I didn't expect him to go near post. When he could have gone far, I think keeper would have saved it because I think Dylan did move his keeper, but overall Dylan did end up getting the result, so it doesn't really matter.
Look, and you said that Neiti was in chat mentioning Petr Cech standing up as well, Nat. So, hey, I'll keep quiet on the keeper talk. Done. Sorry, Neiti. My bad.
Yeah, when I was watching this one as well with the keepers, I'm like, I wonder if Nate will be interested in that one at all. But look, Dylan did get the result. He got it done. It means we're going to bring him onto the broadcast. We're going to have a bit of a chat with him right here. Dylan, it was a close one. Were you expecting it to be as close as it ended up?
To be honest, if you say so going into the game, like before the game, yes. But in the context of me going 2-0 up, no. I think that my game plan obviously changed. People probably would have seen that. I did it specifically for this game. I came out the box like really quick. I know that Sard dawdles on the ball a little bit, so I knew that, okay, as soon as he gets the ball to the left back, that's instant trigger. I press him as hard as I can, and it ended up getting the goal for me at the start. I was really comfortable 2-0, and then he scored. Look, the less I say about that goal, the better, his first one. But I was really comfortable until that point.
Yeah, you kind of already answered this question that I'm about to ask, but maybe you can give a little bit more. It was about like making this space for yourself to be able to apply so much pressure that you had. It felt like attempt after attempt after attempt for the goal. So a two-parter is that you already kind of answered is how are you making that space? Is it really only up against Sard? Is it something you want in continuing games to be able to apply that pressure? But also, like, why weren't as many converting into actual goals for you and kind of just having a few misses there?
Yeah, well, so obviously I had a game plan coming into this. I usually play my Sydney FC player right back, and today I changed. I put it a bit left back instead. So that meant that I'm attacking more down the right now, which isn't natural to me, but like a couple months ago, that's how I attacked. Anyways, what I found was like I looked at the heat map after the game. I was exclusively playing on the right wing, almost a bit too much, I think. In practice this week, I was really good, like with this setup. I was scoring heaps of goals, like creating heaps of chances too. So I think the one thing that was my downfall in this game is I was like just like too much down the wing on the right, not really cutting it back into the middle, opening up the space a little bit more. I was just targeting his left back exclusively. So in hindsight, like if I guess, varied up my attack a bit more, I think you would have seen a lot more goals.
Hey Dylan, firstly, well played. Great scouting beforehand as well. I think it's a good insight for people that can look at the intricacies of pro play. I wanted to ask you if you were prepared for Sard to switch his fullbacks around. We're calling for it at halftime for him to make a different tactic to switch to his Cafu to your right side, his left side, and kind of just counteract that. Because obviously his plays all coming down Dino and then Pally that was subbed on. Was that something that you were prepared for? Or maybe it would just make you still go down that side, but then just obviously cross to Haaland as they would have that serious mismatch against Garuccio? Or just would you actually switch sides as well and just kind of keep going back and forth?
Yeah, so during the week I kind of played with that because obviously there's always the possibility, and that's what people have done in the past. But I was like, I don't really want to have my left footer on the right and right foot on the left. And I was comfortable, okay, if he wants to switch his fullbacks, he's going to have their weak foot on the wrong side. So I was like, okay, he can do that. What I did have, though, was Grant on the bench. So if he did bring on those players or he switched the fullbacks, what I would have done, taken off my left back and right back and just replace them, switch them around myself. So yeah, that was something I prepared for. But I kind of knew that he didn't really change anything. I knew going into the game, his whole attack is just based upon getting the ball to Ronaldinho, running down the left wing every single time. So that's why I went with Alberto as well, because he's a bit more defensive than Ona Battle. Like, she's much better going forward, but I just picked him to kind of nullify that matchup there.
Hey, Dylan, once again, fantastic performance. I want to take it a slightly bit away from the tactical and like about your result. I wanted to ask you more personally about what it means to you to represent the club, because I mean, personally, I know we've both spoken about it before about how much it means to you to represent this club, but I'm not sure a lot of people do know. I mean, for you, would you like to say like what it does mean for you?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, obviously. Like, for those who maybe haven't been following my Instagram or know me personally, I've actually traveled to a lot of games this season. So I went with you, Central Coast away as well. I've been to Melbourne, Brisbane, Central Coast, heaps of home games as well. So I'm always there watching every single game as well. So it's pretty cool being able to play for them. And obviously, when we were first announced to the crowd at the game against Brisbane, getting on the pitch and stuff, that was pretty cool as well.
Do you want to plug the Instagram while you're there?
dcampbell20_.
I gotta give it to you. I know sometimes it's awkward to give the self plug, but that's interesting content. You know, would love to see more people kind of seeing that side of what the club's offering for you. But before I do let you go, when you get a win, now you sit back, you kind of have the discussion with us before you head into your next one. How much does this goal difference play on your mind, or is it really just kind of focusing on cleaning up what went well in practice and not so much in officials, or where does the mind sort of wander to?
Well, this week, my mind is like 9 points. Goal difference isn't even a consideration, to be honest. Last week, you saw like my goal difference is crazy. So this week, the only thing that matters to me is 9 points. I play against Naylor, so if I beat him, he drops points. He plays against Mark soon as well. So there's a lot of guys above me who are going to drop points today. So goal difference doesn't really matter because I think I got the highest at the moment anyways.
All right, perfect. Well, Dylan, thank you so much. Great insight as always, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
See ya. I had lost him for a moment there. I was like, oh no, I'm not going to get my answer, because it is a big thing. We talked about once you get to the points, goal difference is what's going to matter. So, you know, when you get a win, how much does it then look at, okay, let's just keep winning. Do I have to change things up? Do I need to go more for goal difference? Dylan didn't really focus too much on that, and we're not either, okay? I want to move forward because our next matchup is going to be a really big one. It is the two undefeated players. In quotations, I know Nate's going to have a go at me for that one. But our two undefeated, only wins on the board for themselves play is Mark and Naylor coming up. So they're either both going to end up with that draw on their marks against their names, or one is going to be going undefeated and the other one is going to have a defeat against them, Nate.
Yeah, please bring it back. I feel like what an opportunity for Naylor to step up. Like, no greater test. We'll probably do a little bit of a rundown on Mark 11 if you haven't been watching, but really you should know for Naylor, it's been a throwback to what it used to be like. The cheekiness is there, the form's there to go along with it. The early results, which for Naylor in the A-League haven't always been there, this could be the moment.
It could be the moment. I know the moment is that the game is about to start. So we'll see if Naylor hopefully has a better slushy flavor for himself, but it is going to be Naylor up against Mark with Marcus and Nate once again.
Thanks so much, Nat. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, D Campbell20_, if I got that right, on Instagram. Well. This could be your game of the night. A-League Australia, Nate and Marcus Gomes. Marcus, what's an opportunity for Naylor to throw it back, if you like, and bring back that very, very best form? He's always been a top 2 or thereabouts. Could this be the season where he finally finishes top dog?
This could be the season, Nate. This really could be, but I think we just got to slow the horses a little bit because Mark is Mark. You know, this guy is the second best player in the world before we have another World Championship crown. As Harlan gets down the line here, Arnan was on for that cutback. Early signs here, and this is a dangerous position. He takes it early deep post, and it's a goal. It's a goal. Rio Ferdinand gets up, doesn't get the punch from the keeper, and that's 1-0 to Mark in Melbourne City. Ryan Naylor was clearly aware that that corner was going to happen, and the keeper was moved out instantly as the animation from the corner was loaded in. Mark obviously just put it in the perfect spot to not get the punch. I think that it's looking like Van der Sar in goal as well, isn't it, Nate? I'll let you take this one. It's looking like Van der Sar in goal.
Look, my only defence there is about as much as Naylor's defence, as we saw in EPREM over the weekend. If you do that straight away, sometimes is actually undefendable. So credit to Mark 11, who I know has been watching that, will have picked it up. added it to the repertoire and gets his 1-0 lead.
It definitely is pretty much borderline undefendable with Haaland, and now obviously others. As there's a little situation here, and we need to make sure that Ryan doesn't do what Sard did last game and just give the ball away in these areas. You got to be very careful. And as you talked about, Dylan was talking about press. You know, certain players get the ball and you start pressing. I know Mark will be the same in terms of that sense. So Naylor's got to be a little bit careful with his build up here. Obviously, Theo Hernandez is going to get very busy on the ball as Mark is getting down this line again. Haaland's on for that backstick cross. He gets to him. He knocks it across. R9, is that an own goal or was that a header?
It's a header from R9. Don't you worry, Marcus. It was an even contest. But when that man is in the area, the flick on from Haaland. Too easy to make it 2 for Mark 11.
I mean, that's just a great tactical play there. Rio Ferdinand goes. I mean, that's a great header into the top right-hand corner. But Rio Ferdinand just almost ball watching again. I feel like these Rio Ferdinands have been hit or miss for people. You've got Rio Ferdinand going 1-0 up for Mark. You've got Sard's last game. Dylan's was great. Naylor's, of course, found wanting. And, well, that's why I want to slow everything down, because we're all like, this could be a year for Naylor. This could be a way to, you know, prove a point, make a statement, etc., etc. We're just going to slow down because and we're not forgetting how good Mark is, but, like, of course, we're just taking it for granted. That's Ryan makes a big mistake here at the back trying to play a lock, and Mark's on the attack again. I think he's just going to take his time here. Theo Hernandez is definitely going to get this ball here in a second. Play lock cancel, drives down the ball line. Great tackle from Rio, but he gives the ball away again. Theo gets the ball, recycled top of the box, Hood, one more KDB into Haaland, bodies off 2 defenders, gets the shot off. Black. That's a great block from Rio Ferdinand. Serious pressure right now, Nate.
This is why he's a top 2 player in the world. Don't you forget it. Van der Sar sprawling left-hand save from KDB. This time, taken short. Mark 11 straight into it. Mbappe, Haaland, there's space. Van der Sar back-to-back saves. Pressure will go again. Does he take it direct? Indeed he does. Guess who's going to get there first, friends? If you've been paying attention, there's little things you can add to the game. Mark 11 adding professionalism to perfection, and it's 3.
This is a tactical masterclass right now. Ryan's obviously smiling and shaking his head, but this is the difference. This is the stuff that when you play against a player that's, you know, just as good as you, maybe when the ball's on the ground and things like that, you need these kind of X-factor things. Look, regardless of the corners, Mark's been all over him. I don't think Ryan's past the halfway line, I'll be honest. So the problem is with these corners is that, okay, the first one, if you've watched the VODs, Naylor should have been aware that that's what Mark does from the first corner. He always skips the replay, puts it near post straight away. Does it always go to Rio? No. Sometimes it goes to Haaland, which then it makes it a bit more difficult, right? Once you've already considered one, you really should have been aware. Okay, once that animation gets skipped, I know this is such an intricate thing I'm talking about, and you guys
this is the margins were at this level. You heard D. Campbell before.
When you're watching this replay and you see how he just skips it, and it's already going in. Once the animation and the replays come up, the ball's already been played in. He knows exactly how much power. He probably doesn't even move the left stick to change the angle, because that's where it spawns in. And Ryan should know. So it's like, okay, what am I going to do? Am I either going to keep the keeper on the line? Some people would move the keeper back into the goal so you get more time to save. Some people would also run someone to the far post here so you can get a block on the line. A bigger player, like Safut, for example. Obviously, these are crazy things you have to decide in like less than half a second. But this is why, you know, you want to be the top of the top. This is what it takes. And I mean, I'm scratching my head right now. Maybe Naylor might be too, because, I mean, he's 3-0 down quick. 3-0 down in 12. That might be the quickest 3-0 we've seen this season so far. Definitely, maybe in E-League. I'm not sure about the challenges, but it's worrying, because it's not just about the score, Nate. It's the build-up. And once again, Ryan barely gets past halfway there again.
We're stepping it up at E-League Australia. I tweeted during the week saying I could not believe the level of professionalism at this stage of the competition. Your regular season, as Neiti rightly referred to it. Going to have a good detailed chat, I'm sure, with Mark 11 if the result stays this way. The international, global experience he got the end of last year. Bunch of things he worked out, said don't worry about how I perform at the start of FC 24. Just you wait when I go into this season.
Oh, that's lucky, that's lucky. And Ryan right now, I want to point something out, mate. I'm not sure if this is the right tactical move. He's got both his A-League players on the right-hand side covering that Theo Hernandez.
And it's Taggart at right back, if I'm not mistaken.
So it's not only do they not have defense stats, man, these guys don't even play defense, in real life. So he's asking a lot of them. He's saying, guys, I need you to step up this game. And this isn't their fault that they're 3-0 down. It's not their fault at all. It's a set-piece coaching situation. But the bigger problem is that he's got all of his, in quotation, superstars on his left-hand side, and they haven't been able to get past Matthew Leckie, who's doing an absolutely fine job here at right back. And Taylor gets the ball down again. Haaland is on for the backstick cross. It's hitting him, and that's it. 4-0 to Mark 11 over the unbeaten Naylor. But dare I say, not unbeaten for very long.
If it continues in this way, and not just scoreline, of course, it's the manner of what we're seeing from Mark 11. Professional to a T. Naylor may well need to hit that pause button and change it up completely. It's not even because there's been tactical moments, just for the mental at this stage to make you believe there could be something different. Because, let's be honest, 3 of the 4 goals, 2 direct, like the easiest corners you'll see in there. Sprint down the byline, headed to Haaland. It's an in-game thing for Naylor. Ideally, changing that right fullback would be minimum expectations for mine. And yeah, I just want to see him get back to that confidence, that swagger we saw. Anything that can give him a bit of ego for the rest of this clash.
Well, you say tactical changes, but I'm not saying it's a bit late, but like this is the thing. When Naylor was playing against Sard last game, and I was saying how the game was back and forth, which is what Naylor likes, Mark knows that, so he's just slowing the game down. Look, the ball's going backwards when he wins the ball, because he knows that the game's hectic. It suits Naylor. Look what's happening. Step overs backwards, dragging Ryan out, come press. This is the difference, everyone. This is what makes a difference. Obviously, Mark could play 100 miles an hour with him and say, let's go, toe for toe, ego battle, let's see who can attack better. But that is not what it's about. Obviously, it's about winning the game and doing whatever it takes. And right now, Ryan has serious tactical problems as his left back is getting cooked. And Haaland's on in the box again. Great interception there from Hua, which is very important. And now Haaland's on for a little play lock down the line here. Rio Ferdinand's got some space that he needs to cover real quick.
Haaland for Naylor with a rare bit of space, and Pele near side. Wonderful keeper movement, great save.
Now, what's he got from a corner? See, Ryan's gone for the short situation. He's going for the play lock near post to Haaland. Doesn't get enough power on it with Pele. Does win it back here, and then doesn't, and then does. Rio Ferdinand does hold on to it, and Mark's going to be like, okay, let me just relax here. Let me just hold the ball here for a second, because corners are, as we've seen, very dangerous. Amini with a great interception there. Gets it to Haaland, back to Pele. Recycle's probably incoming here. He's going to try and find Mbappe's feet, but that's great play lock. Switch from, wow, Pele, one more pass, and there we go. Couldn't get the words out of my mouth, but Ryan was on top of his gameplay there, and 4-1. I say comebacks on, but it's so early in the game. It's just good for him that he knows he can score.
It's been like that all night, really. Turnovers are plenty. Competitors pressing really, really well. You see the keeper brought out just a little bit. A step out to the right even at the end of it. Wonderful finish. Pele finally does something. One of these competitors tonight. Didn't really want to talk about the individual player items as much as the competitors. And for Naylor, look, it's an encouraging sign, Marcus. Plenty of work still to do, but the pressure back on? Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, Pele is definitely him. And especially in this 4-3-2-1 setup, it suits him because there's little intricate spaces, there's little half spaces basically where he's received the ball.
Mate, I'll play him at centre back.
It's perfect,
but sure.
He's also great in midfield. He's just a great card all around, but a little mistake there from Mark getting pressed out from the back there, so he's not going to be happy with that one, and it gives Ryan a little bit of confidence as he makes a good tackle here, and he's clearly attacking this left-hand side when Teo Hernandez is out of position, which is quite unique. You'd see most people really attacking this left-hand side where Matthew Leckie is, and as Mbappe hits step-overs, gets fouled. What does Ryan have from this corner? This free kick, sorry.
Yeah, not seen many free kick scenarios. Please, Naylor, anything other than taken short, or is that
the layoff there is open to Pele, and it does go to him. I'm expecting a little move there. Hard fake shot into KDB. He's going to have to recycle here because he's got Hua and KDB, which aren't the best dribblers, so he needs to get the ball out wide, which he does. Teo Hernandez, Mbappe's on down the line. He's going to look for Pele, one more pass. Play lock cancels it. Check, great save. Haaland gets the ball, recycles it into Mbappe again. Scoop turn slow. Don't think he wanted that, and locked up by Rio Ferdinand. But once again, these are good signs for Naylor. These are good signs to get back in the game, but you have to take your chances as well. Like it's all good signs. But yes, you are 4-1 down, and you're up against a #1 player. So you're not going to always have passages of play like this where you feel good about your attack. You're going to be under pressure a lot as well. So speaking of pressure, Teo Hernandez is providing plenty of that down the left.
We're back here again. R9, right foot, straight at Van der Sar. Disappointing finish for Mark 11. First time I've said that today. Set piece. JMK. KDB, finesse left foot.
Great
Wonderfully
win.
won in the air. Yes,
Great
please.
win from JMK there. I mean, the City boys are fighting, that's for sure. He's doing a great job at right back especially. Teo Hernandez gets the ball out wide. Haaland's asking for it. Hands up. Doesn't get it. KDB into the half space. One more into Mbappe, half space. Red timed from Mark. Uncharacteristic. What is Naylor doing? Gets away with that one just then.
We're excited for it from minute 1 all the way throughout. Playing it from the back no matter what from Naylor.
I mean, this is the way he plays. We talked about it with Sard. They just play their game and they are unrelenting, whether win or lose. As Pala gets the ball, player lock, cancel again. He's dancing, step over, Elastico. Locked, controlled by Mr. Van Dijk, the one and only.
Shout out to Wadman BK for making sure these competitors get the most up-to-date players ready to use them. We've seen Pele from the bench now starting for a few. I dare say it's going to continue. Here he is again on the ball. Rio in the way, centre back. To be honest, Marcus, flip a coin. Seems to be excellent or just rubbish, and I can't quite work out why.
I think defensively he's been doing fine, but these guys are trying to make him act like, a Pirlo and just play crazy passes with both feet with him, as Mark does that right there, but gets away with it. It's great passing, and he's played that way perfectly. Boosting Haaland.
Some of the best passing we have ever seen. If we could get a goal on the end of it right before the half, we'll take the compilation to the bank, send it viral. That was sublime from Mark 11.
He's just dragging out Ryan right now. He just switches, this going to Teo Hernandez. There it is. Doesn't exactly get it, but he gets this little 2v1 situation going on. I don't think he's going to cross it. Haaland is there, but it looks a bit awkward. He does win the ball back. KDB's going to baits byline here with R9. Oof, great little bit of defending there from Naylor, because, the difference between 4-1 and 5-1 just feels astronomical. So it's really important that he didn't concede there, especially after having a bit of pressure as well to score himself.
Yeah, if you need your E-League Australia historian on the case, we've had a 4-4 draw, Moswed. That is the greatest comeback in history, but we've never had a win to make it 5-4. So Marcus, right on the money as per. Mate, I don't know how much we need to break down these corners. You see them now. All I can tell you, if you are feeling man enough, if you're feeling brave enough, knowing what you might be said about you online, right stick and get that keeper back inside that goal for me. It might not look pretty, but it got the job done. E-Prem, I'm sure it would do it here tonight.
Yeah, it's a hard one. Obviously, it's a bit of hindsight because, you do that and then the corner doesn't get swung in as far away and it gets swung in kind of closer, so you're basically just giving it more of a free header. If it gets looped up to Haaland, then you put your keeper in the goal and then he can't get out to punch it. So it's one of those ones where obviously we're sitting here as commentators thinking, just giving all the solutions, right? And I've been there. Naylor, I'd be thinking at halftime of all the solutions as well about what I should have done better. But what he needs to really focus on is his build-up play, because we see these lineups and they're basically mirror matched. You've got the A-League players at right back and right centre mid, moving to right mid in game when defending in a 4-4-2. As we have some stat checking going on right now, which I always love a bit of stat checking, but it's one of those things where Naylor needs to focus on his build-up. Okay, look, Mark is doing this really well. I need to do the same, because he just needs to get himself in and around the attacking areas in the box. He clearly doesn't really like to cross as much, so he needs to get himself into those attacking areas. The way to do that is obviously to push your Teo Hernandez down the line. Get the ball to the right-hand side, switch it to him. You can see his build-up's not the same. It's a bit crowded. I'm not sure if that's Mark's defending as well, but he's just not stretching the pitch as much as he needs to. You see the difference with Mark here. The ball goes back and then it goes across. There's just a bit of a tactical difference in build-up, which is making the difference right now.
For what it's worth, I was more referring to the grossness, the pure disgusting behaviour of bringing your keeper back inside the goal. I hate to see it, but...
yeah, hey, it's all about winning, Nate, and you're going to do what you're going to do. I know it's not exactly a great thing. That is a great switch from Naylor. This is what he needs to do if he wants to get back into it. The cross is on back stick, and he's going to hit it. Haaland's going to get there. Haaland, wow. Petr Cech. Also not the greatest aiming from Naylor, but I'm going to gas up Petr Cech there, just because. I know Nagiti's probably in the chat as well. Probably giving some fire emojis to Cech there, but that was a good save, and that was more so a really big chance for Naylor because the ball was looped up. He had time to potentially even green it, choose a side, and to be honest, he just didn't. So big chance, and now he needs to lock in.
Mark might be through Taggart. does the defensive work and finds the pass. Naylor cheekily, as always. This time successful playing it out from the back. Yeah, look, I'm happy for that better check talk all day long for Naylor to green it and or pick a direction. Manual heading, of course. Those things that are not even sexy to practice. No one really wants to just practice heading the ball. Now at this level, have a look at the likes of Neiti, the green timed, making sure, well, about Mark's second header, was it? That was top right bins. You want that direct spot all the way through. E-League Australia back to being one of the premier pathways. I reckon I'm going to want to see that from anyone who claims that spot, Marcus, at a minimum.
100%. And that second goal as well with Mark, with the Haaland knockdown, it was something that we haven't seen Naylor do yet, but I'd say the header was definitely on there for that one. It's just one of those ones where he just didn't aim it right, and now he's having to absorb a bit of pressure. Mark's taking a bit of a sting out of the game a little bit here, and he's got that boost. Mbappe, play lock, cancel, play lock again, cancel again. Ryan's kind of sitting off here, and you have to. KDB finesse shots open, you step over, tries to bait it, recycle to Hood, into Mbappe. Great pass, step overs, hits line. That was dangerous. That was great defending from Naylor, and he's going to need, well, I mean, he's going to have to do that for the rest of the game, I'll be honest, because he needs 3 goals without conceding to even get a point from this. And I'm not saying there's plenty of time, but, you know, we've 15 minutes pretty much into this half now, Nate, and you start to think, it's like, okay, like, I'm going to start chasing the ball, which, as we're seeing here, like, maybe another pause, I'm not sure yet. What are you thinking?
You called it and said 5 is surely going to be it. To his credit, Naylor slowed it down, and yet you have a look at Mark 11's body language. He is not worried when he's been scoring, when he conceded. He's more or less stayed the same. I believe he feels he's in control of it, searching for that 5th goal. Lovely passing once again. We're familiar. Teo switch, and he's straight through to Mark 11. Pass across. There is the 5th. It was coming, and here it is. Still no reaction from your favourite in E-League Australia. Just a calm sip of water. It's what he does. It's all business.
It's all business, and that's just great work of using Teo Hernandez with the switch and just bursting through that space. And that's the gamble you play when you have your 2 A-League players defending against that meta side of where the ball's going to be pretty much, I'd say, at least 80% of the game. So they've both done it, and it's just about, okay, who's going to play better? And the difference has been the build-up. That area, I'm confident Naylor and lots of other players can do the same thing, but they don't get there as consistently as Mark. As we're seeing here, obviously Ryan maybe a little tilted, a little flustered, he's not building up maybe the way he wants to, but even when the game was even-ish, as we see a couple of slide tackles out of frustration here from Naylor, not what you want to see, but he needs to lock in because goal difference is important. You cannot be giving away goal difference for fun because obviously things haven't gone your way, but he needs to rewatch this one afterwards as well and just see the build-up, because that's been the difference. Like, if he imagines this game is 0-0 and he doesn't concede those corners and headers, the build-up's still an issue. So, yet you lose a regular season game. You're no longer unbeaten with Mark and Neiti, but it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. So many games left, so much time for redemption, and it's all about the finals. And you just need to take the lessons from this. I know it sounds like harsh, but it is the reality as a competitor. You need to be looking, how can I improve as well? Like always need to improve, especially when you're in a competition like this where, I mean, the prize is so big. You want to go to the World Championship, like directly from E-League. You just have to do whatever it takes, and if that means copying a loss like this and then reviewing your game footage and your build-up, then so be it. We've all been there.
Loving the early spam tackles as well from Naylor, and Ferdinand body to body against Haaland. Yes, please, for Mark 11. It reminded me a little bit of V-Nugsy a bit earlier, where we were trying to break it down from an analytical standpoint, and at one point I think we gave up and we're like, yeah, one man's just spamming tackles. Even if Naylor gets through there with Pele, it kind of feels like we've worked out our clear favourite. Now, respect, Neiti still undefeated for Naylor. Loss number 1 incoming. We'll see if he can respond. Marcus Gomes alongside me, Nate loss, letting you know indeed someone who has been there, done that, what maybe we could expect if Naylor can bounce back. For now, there's still, what, 15, 20 in-game minutes, and
another
that goal
corner,
difference.
Nate. Another corner.
I don't want to say it.
That's what he was going for with those first initial keeper rushes. But Mark has obviously either taken the power off on purpose, because he knows people are going to bring the keeper out from his corners. So it's just little things that people start doing, the top plays, to get. It's not all luck that, oh, Rio Ferdinand just got onto the ball twice. Like, no, he's put less power in it, and he's shown you just then what happens when he puts enough power to go to Haaland. And it's just, as Baba gets getting down this line, I feel sorry for Taggart here. He really needs some help here. And Arna gets the ball uncharacteristically really wide here. And obviously, Mark may be thinking, oh, great win, but you can tell he's kind of locked in this last 5 or so minutes thinking, I need to take advantage now and get some goals. So he's letting Ryan off here because, you know, -4 goal difference isn't the end of the world in a game where you've really been dominated from the get-go.
On the corners as well, chatted with Tom Lees about it as we saw it happen continually. As I mentioned, probably a few too many times, EPRM, blah, blah, blah. But it's just about that power. Mark 11 will add the easiest goal you'd like. And it's going to be the sealer. It's going to be JMK, the Melbourne City A-League men's player, adding to this destructive scoreline.
Shout out JMK, absolute legend of the game, both, of course, in real life, and as dare I say, on the virtual pitch too.
Mate, how good are Evos, hey? You can get yourself an absolutely crack Jamie McLaren. In fact, if you love your A-League men's football, this has been the season, FC24. You can turn that silver you see on your screen there into something much, much more, and enjoy your rage quits as you play your games during the week.
Yeah, now, I mean, like, it's going to be a long 10 minutes for Naylor. I mean, the smart thing to do, if you don't, the smart thing to do would be definitely pause and make some changes, but obviously it's long gone at that point. I think he just wants to kind of get out of the game, but Mark's not going to let him breathe. He's going to press him because he knows he's there for the taking. He knows he can add some goals into his goal difference, and this could be the difference at the end of the day between finishing first or finishing second. And then for Naylor, you know, probably looking for those third, fourth spots at this point. As Arna gets the ball again into the box, step over, cancels again, drags it back again. L1 stop, Elastico, bouncing. R9. R9 is him, but not that much. That was asking too much.
Not on the turn. We're not
little
playing
Ryan
the game from 5
here.
years ago, where that probably does go top ends if you green it.
That's true. Matthew Leckie has been unbelievable quietly at right back. Definitely one of the best A-League performances we've seen in this E-League season. Yeah,
you know, I'll go on about it the whole time. Don't worry about just picking your top-rated ones. Have a look at some of your bronze 4 items as well. Some of them well and truly, for whatever reason, just fight for the badge to finish earlier point, get it done and in the bin, hopefully, unless someone else wants to bring it up. Corners and power. For Tom Lees, he was saying it really was that much, practicing how much to hold it, like under power, if you will, so that it goes front post, and sometimes he just accidentally holds it a bit more. It was that simple for him.
It happens, but it's all just practice. And Mark, we've been practicing this here, obviously practicing this when he was in Europe, but he gets the little touch pass, little right stick flick touch pass, Ryan's defender, and R9 with another one. That's class from Mark there. You never know if they mean those ones. Nate's sitting here in shock, but you never know if you mean those ones. Sometimes you mean to borrow, sometimes you mean to do something else. But when the flick does come off like that, it's beautiful stuff because, I mean, no one really ever uses it. And everyone oversteps with their defenders naturally in this game. And you just get punished when you do that with the little right stick flick.
I'm going to say it is on purpose. We'll see from the man himself, I'm sure. Naiti asked that, please, in the interview, because Naylor has been charging out, making these manual challenges. I reckon Mark has read that and said, well, you can keep it nice and simple. I just remember at the start of SC24, people were trying to do that from kickoff. Just keep flicking right stick, see if I can score all the way. Wasn't exactly that here at the top level while in March, but sometimes the simple things just look sublime. Mark 11 certainly plays the beautiful game the beautiful way.
I mean, this has been a demolition job. Like, Naylor's, these guys are both my friends, but this has been an absolute demolition job, and he's going to have to go back to the drawing board in more ways than one, Naylor, because this is not what he would have expected, not what we expected, and if he wants to see himself as a serious competitor to Mark and to becoming our E-League champion, he needs to learn from this game, because if you make mistakes like this again, dare I say, when it matters most, it's going to be too late. Just one little final chance here for Mark as well. He's got a little corner here. I reckon he's going to swing this one in and get a little player lock situation going on with Haaland. 8's always better than 7 here. He's going to bring him short here. I wonder what he's going to do. He's definitely going to drive byline. There it is. Player lock incoming to Haaland, who's just, there it is as well. Little stink. He's just waiting. Taggart gets it, clears it out for a corner.
Guess what? We're going to play on Naylor. Unlucky for number 8.
No.
Remains N7 Esports for now. What a draw we have ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, a change at the top of the table. E-League Australia presented by Nivea Men. It is Mark 11 overlapping that man in front of him. Naylor simply not good enough on the night. He'll be back, bringing us the laughs, bringing us the skill. Mark 11 on another level, scoring with that man, JMK as well. He had it all that game.
Yeah, I mean, set-piece masterclass from the start, as well as crossing masterclass into Harlem's knockdown, but that was like not even the story of the game. He completely dominated the game. I would love to see, as Dylan brought up, the heat map of that game, because Naylor struggled to get past his half the whole game, and where the possession was, it was just pure domination. And it's something that we didn't expect from our top two competitors at that point. It's just worrying times for Naylor, because that's a big maybe dent to the confidence, because you're going well, you're getting wins, and then you come up against obviously our number one player right now, and he's just said, hold on, just calm down, like I'm still here. It's worrying, but I mean, unbelievable from Mark. He's reminded us, if we needed reminding, that he is the one that everyone needs to chase.
Yeah, there's one competitor who has won every game. It is Mark 11. Will he keep it going? We'll find out after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to E-League. It is week number 3, powered by Nivea Men, but also some of our other sponsors, Macca's as well as PlayStation. Oh, wait, Macca's there? I didn't know Macca's, McDonald's. You guys always refer to it as Macca's?
Macca's every time.
Yeah.
Macca's,
No.
Macca's.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Maybe you guys went a little bit fancy and went the full McDonald's.
No, after
No,
like
yeah,
watching the A-League or watching some FC, playing some FC, Macca's.
Yeah,
and
I
then
got
just,
Macca's chippies as well. If there's
Uh-huh.
like something specific I'm really craving sometimes.
McNuggets for me, but that's all right. I'll allow it.
Okay, all right, thank goodness. But let's talk about what happened in the E-League here in our round number 3. It was the 2 undefeated players in our leaderboard here. Naylor up against Mark 11. We thought it was going to be a really close game. I don't know what Mark had for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, or maybe it was a combination of all 3, but he showed up and stood out. And Justin, it was a phenomenal game to get to watch and obviously listen to Marcus and Nate commentate.
Maybe he had some Maccas.
Maybe it was. Maybe
maybe
it was the nuggies.
Yeah, we chatted with Nugsy and he went for some food after his game came back and won. Maybe that's what it's doing. We got to laugh about it, don't we? Because it was just so clinical, so professional. Justin, were you taken aback back there?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Mark took basically every chance, and whenever Naylor really looked to attack, it just seemed like Mark was just constantly knowing exactly what he was going to do. But then again, like there was a couple times he could have taken his chances. Ball just got slightly away from him, but it's not much you can do sometimes.
It also feels like a little nitpicky as well. It's just like you play a fantastic game, you go 7-1. I'm like, yeah, but like, what about those 3 times that you kind of just lost the ball? So it is a little nitpicky, but it happens. It wasn't, a flawless game, but it was a phenomenal game to watch. And with that phenomenal win for himself, Mark 11 will be joining us here. We get to have a bit of a chat with him, deep dive into how that game went for him. Mark, oh my goodness, 7-1 up against Naylor. It was like tough in terms of leaderboard, but when it came to that game, how did you just dominate so much?
It's all just these stupid corners, man. Everyone in the world does it, and you just have to learn them. Like, it's honestly, I hate like if I was in Ryan's position, obviously I was like not happy with it. Like, I hate like scoring goals like that, crosses. It's just not my play style, to be honest.
Well, I mean, it's a testament then to how you are as a player. If it's not your play style, but you're still dominating with it, you're able to make all those conversions into goals for yourself. It's phenomenal. The one that I had that sort of like had me questioning how you play as a player is this pressure. Where does it come from? How do you make it successful? Because people can place the pressure on, but no one's been as successful as you with that pressure.
I can't lie, I was like pretty nervous before I started. Like, obviously, I can't like say like even like in like the World Championship last year, I was not even nervous a single bit. But like playing in here, we're like obviously no ego, but I'm obviously like the reigning champion. I'm expected to win most of my games. Like, I feel like everyone wants me to lose because it's just everyone wants like the winner to lose and stuff. But yeah, like I feel like I do get a bit nervous even in games. Like when Ryan scored that 4-1 goal, I was getting a bit nervous slightly. But yeah.
Yeah, I understand. There's always that potential for a comeback, but you didn't let it happen at all. You kept going.
Mark, I've got a question for you. Firstly, obviously, well played. You say stupid corners. These are the corners that obviously made the difference, and you got to take credit for them because we were talking about it before. You adjust the power to try and get onto Rio's head. You're not looping it to Haaland as well. We saw it later on. You're trying to loop it to Haaland, but I want to talk about your overall build-up. I think like we said last week against Fadi, you just completely dominated the game, getting Teo into those positions that people just don't get there consistently. And like you had Ryan basically squeezed at the halfway line the whole game. I want to talk about whether it's something you're tactically doing in terms of tactics, or you're just triggering, or it's the passing around the back to get your team set up that is the difference right now, you think?
Yeah, I can't say too much here, else everyone will start copying me. But no, eventually, like it's a 4-3-2-1. The fullback will obviously eventually end up with a bronze player is, and obviously I think Ryan's players unfortunately not great compared to like say Nigeti's got like a 90 pace card, so when I verse him obviously a bit different. But with these like bronze cards that you verse, you just have to abuse them. Unfortunately, you're seeing the finals will be completely different game compared to this.
What changes then, Mark? Nate here. I really enjoyed it again. I'm going to go ahead and say if that's you on the other end of those corners, what are you doing to try and stop it, mate?
Move your keeper faster, but there's only so much you can do. Like, there's generally only so much you can do. Like, some goals, like even the Haaland crosses, like even Ryan had a chance. I literally put my controller down while my Petr saved it. There's like sometimes you literally just can't do anything about it. You have to accept it.
What about if that was my sassy question. If I could ask like an actual proper one as well and get in there, because you were talking about the pressure there, mate. Is it because you expect to win? Yeah, maybe at those World Champs you were thinking, we'll sort of see what happens. All of a sudden I'm in the final. Back home, do you feel like you should be the top dog? And maybe that's where that pressure, that expectation, the nerves come from?
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm not saying I'm gonna win it, but like if I don't win it, I'll be pretty like disappointed. It's a failure of a season basically for me because either it's first or you go home with a few $100 and that's about it really.
Look, Mark, it's great to talk to you as always. I know you got some more games that you're going to play today, so congratulations on this one. Really asserting the dominance that you have for yourself here in E-League, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
See ya. I feel like you got to tell this quickly that you want to see
I just
Marcus.
love the humility from Mark there because I think a lot of people could have said he was like, I dominated that game, this and that, but he was just really humble from the get-go saying, it's part of the game and I took advantage of it, and then he wasn't really talking himself up like that, and it's just, it's a good interview, and it's good to see that, the top player in our region can still kind of keep himself level-headed, so.
Yeah, I think people also need to realize that that is a big skill in itself, is taking advantage of those moments of weaknesses from an opponent. So
Every esport.
yeah, every esport, there's always going to be those moments they make or break. And another make or break moment is our round number 4 game. It is Noah up against Sard. Let's see if Sard can bounce back for himself.
Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Nate. Joined by the unbelievable Marcus. Marcus, we're in this position now where we've got a game, I would say it's kind of like middle ground. Like, I think Sard would say he's in an alright position to make his way further up the table, but he's got to pick up points. Simple as that. He's got to pick up points. I know he's had a couple of tough games last few weeks, but surely this is an opportunity to pick up those points.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at your games tonight, you see everyone's just human, right? You see the games, okay, I should be winning that, I could win that. This is the one he's looking at. No disrespect to Noah, and he's thinking, I've got to be winning this, especially if he wants to push for those kind of top 4 spots that we said that were kind of really locked in at the start of the season, the likes of Naylor, Mark, Neiti, and Dylan. He's just seen Naylor take a big loss here, so this is a chance for him to make up points. But he's up against Noah, who got his first, not first points, but he's got his points on the board today with a draw. But this is a different beast here in Sard. He gets the ball in the box with R9. He's going to recycle it to Vieira. Back to KDB. He's going to look for that pass into the middle, but Noah's got a seriously deep defense going on right now. R9 gets the ball. He's going to have to hold on to it and recycle it again. This is a serious low block from Noah right now. Mbappe, cancel. One more to R9. Great first touch. And he shoots and sends the keeper the wrong way. That's clinical Sard. That's what we're talking about. That's the composure that most of us would get the ball there into R9 or Mbappe and just try and force it through. Step over and try and force it through. Shoot at a bad angle. But he just kept recycling, and knew he'd get that extra pass across. And to take the touch back where he received the ball and then to shoot across body is a big thing that I think a lot of people don't do. So it's one to maybe take notes on.
The first point of that I want to make, on top of absolutely everything that you said, that really fantastic, Marcus, everything you brought up. That passing there, to be able to not only look for that extra pass, but the build-up. Similar to what we saw with Neiti in the first game. Every single pass had a reason, and honestly, it was amazing. The passing there from Sard, it's like when he goes into his flow state. We've seen it last year, we've seen it in previous years. He just vibes. And everything is seamless. And I mean, I can't personally speak because I don't know if I ever really felt like that when I was competing. But for yourself, did you ever feel like you got into like that seamless flow state where everything was just happening, everything was working? You felt like you could see 2 passes in front of you compared to your opponent?
Oh, 100%. I like just in defense. But firstly, you had your moments when you were competing. Definitely got into flow state a couple of times. But it's like also one of those things that it's hard to consistently replicate, so you can't just be relying on getting into flow state every time. Your fundamentals need to be down pat, so when you do get into that, it's like an extra boost. Ideally, you want it in those big moments. You don't want to be quote-unquote wasting your flow state when you're winning, but it's just one of those things that comes and goes. But I think Sard is one of those players that I think he really needs to warm up. I think he's consistently, his second game of the night has always been better than his first game. I'm not sure if it's an issue with warming up or just being a bit cold, as Noah does get down the line here with Theo. A bit of a dangerous situation. I also did want to look, I'm not sure if you saw it, Justin, of Noah's formation, because I did see him running the 4-2-1-3 last week. And I'm curious to see if he's still using it. Obviously, we can't really, well, it's hard to tell on the pitch, but maybe we'll be able to tell eventually when the play is spread out.
Yeah, that's something that I think we'll both have to keep an eye out on. at half-time, as we see Kylian Mbappe for Sard playing in Ronaldinho, just holding up the ball slightly, looking for a pass, looking to just run it down the line. We've seen the use of those little inner passes. It was fine. R9, Sard just looking for sombrero flick.
He loves that sombrero flick, doesn't he? He's gonna get one. Like, he's gonna get one. He keeps doing it. I mean, he's running out of time though, because I think everyone's gonna start catching on that he likes a bit of sombrero flick. So he's gonna have to score one kind of soon. As the ball's bouncing around here right now. I mean, look, we talk about Sard, this side, that, and the game's still 1-0. It's game's still 1-0. Yep. Noah's completely in this game. But here's what I want to look at. And I'm just sitting for right now to see Noah's setup, because his team is super wide when his centre backs get the ball. If Rio's going to get the ball here, he's going to go for a switch. And both fullbacks are basically touchline, which is kind of uncommon. Usually you only have one. But you see Teo here. I don't think we're going to get the switch here. Maybe we do get the switch here. But his fullback is also getting wide in moments too. So we could see a little tactical difference here in Noah's setup.
It reminds me a bit of Paddy against Neiti. He constantly had his left back and right back basically hugging the touchline, looking for that switch ball. And I want to say maybe a few patches ago, that used to be one of the things to do. You looked for those switch balls across the field, and you found yourself sometimes through on goal with your fullback. Now, it's not so as much as that. We've come into this time with the aerial plus, where you're just looking to cross a back post, head it down, and find yourself with a hopeful shot on goal. That's an offside trap gone wrong. Mbappe with the ball roll past the keeper, and that's a big mistake. That is a very, very big mistake, but Sard has capitalised on that and has also doubled his lead, Marcus.
Sard's camera might have gone, but he's absolutely gone nowhere. This guy is on fire now. He's completely controlling the game, and that just was pure frustration / impatience there from Noah, thinking he can catch him on an offside trap. You don't want an offside trap there when the ball's recycled and your opponent's facing straight towards the goal. You want an offside trap when the ball's being passed backwards and it's being recycled and there's not a chance to basically punch the ball forward and to take advantage. So, look, it's a mistake there from Noah. We've all been there, we've all done that, but that just comes from pressure. Pressure's been building in the game and also on the table for Noah. He knows he needs points. Not necessarily even a win. He just knows he needs to keep himself in this game. And when you're not having the ball a lot, he just pressure builds. And that's what he's trying to do now. He's trying, as we see a little tactical changes, sorry to stop my little statement there, but Teo has been moved to the right back to try and target Garuccio. But that's going to create some problems both in terms of his team balance when passing the ball and also just defending down now Sard's right-hand side. I wonder if we're going to see a change from Sard as well. As Maldini, it was a unique pick from Sard, has done well there. I mean, just in general as well. I think, like, I'm pretty surprised he's not using Van Dijk. I think it's pretty off meta, and some would say, dare I say, troll. But we didn't see in the first game. I mean, that was mostly Rio's fault in the first game for Sard, and Maldini really didn't do anything wrong. So I'm not sure. We have to ask him if he gets his win why he doesn't use Van Dijk, but he's going to just complete. Sard's noticed now as well. He's just going down the right-hand side.
I've noticed actually a couple of people now not using Van Dijk. I'm not sure as to why, because for me, I personally think the best centre back in the game, R9, extra pass to Mbappe, finds himself 3-0 up Sard, and that's probably been the title of this game, extra pass. Every single time, Sard has looked to find it, and he's done it so well every single time. I mean, honestly, lost for words, because his passing ability has been up there, similar to Neiti's, which we saw earlier in the night. And sometimes I watch FC gameplay, and there's some things that we definitely don't like to see. There's some metas that have formed into the game that it's just not fantastic football, but that honestly is. Passing ability, unbelievable.
That's great stuff from Sard. I mean, Noah made a big mistake pulling out his rear Ferdinand, then he had to recover and basically played everyone onside as well. So it's just a big mistake running him out, because when you run out of centre-back, they obviously sprint back into position, and sometimes they run past your defensive line. So something to keep in mind for all of us who love to rush our centre-backs out of frustration. But Noah needs to keep his head here. As he gets in the box here, one more to R9, does go for the extra pass backwards into Jurel, finish. check with the save. He's going to maybe keep this in. No, he wants the corner. And obviously after watching Mark, I don't blame him.
Definitely. After watching Mark, that's a very good point that you brought up. We spoke about it in the interviews. Headed down. I mean, I feel like if he didn't have the A-League men's player there, he was going to try and cannon that into the top corner.
I would have loved him to just try and green it anyway, to be honest, because you're in that situation. That's a great ball from Dinho, but as we talk about Van Dijk, I don't think anyone is better than him at that situation. His catch-up speed with length is unbelievable. So, look, I like this little tactical change from Noah. Of course, it hasn't gone well, but I like that he's trying something as well. He's trying something, but in those situations, he needs to just keep Teo running and just play the line. He can't squeeze it through the middle because Sard is one of the only players that has a quote-unquote proper DM in Vieira. So you can't go through the middle against him. You've got to go byline and try and go for the cutback and try and basically bypass the midfield. So it's a good tactical change. Now he just needs to align his gameplay with it as Sard's in the box once again. And he's just going to keep this kind of same rotation until Noah basically moves out of position. And, I mean, he's standing off a lot. This is really dangerous times, Justin, for him.
Definitely is. I'm really happy you brought up the fact about Noah going down the side with his Teo Hernandez, because when he does come inside, it gets really congested. You have the DM, two centre-backs. Speaking of defence, there's none of that there for Noah. Sard has a fourth, Kylian Mbappe, and guess where he's running? I thought it was going to be straight to the camera again.
Nah, he's giving him a quick one this time, which is unlike Sard, but I think he's going to take this pause. Noah's going to obviously try and change his tactics as he's in the 4-3-2-1, which is good to see Noah going to the meta, and he's trying different things, but the execution hasn't been there in terms of the attack. Obviously, defensively, he's struggling too, but like the attack has looked a bit off as well. So like we all struggle defensively against the top players, but you need to just attack a bit better. And I'm not sure what he'd be changing right now, because I mean, his depth is quite decent. He's maybe going to lower his width even more on defense, so he has everyone just crammed in, because he seems to be defending really passively, Justin. So if you defend passively, you might as well just have your players in a box almost and just give up the wing, because there's no point having them spread out because you're obviously not trying to press. But 4-0 down, you don't have to press, plenty of time, but I don't know. It's an interesting pause as well. 44th minute, you know, for halftime's right there. So worrying times for Noah.
No, you're spot on again, Marcus. I think when you're being very passive with that defense, you're basically saying you give up to your opponent. You're kind of putting your hands up. You're like, yep, go ahead, score as many goals as you want, take as many opportunities as you want. And I've been a victim of that myself, where I have done that in a situation where I know I'm playing someone better. And the thing is, at that point, you have to realize that you've got nothing to lose. You kind of have to go for it. Why are you going to put yourself in a situation where you've basically given up? You might as well try and go for it, try and get up the field and get that ball back, because unless the only thing I could possibly think is he thinking about goal difference?
Yes, I was just about to bring that up. Maybe he's thinking about goal difference, but his tactical changes would go against that. He's moved Teo back to left back, so not on Dinho, but this is just great. Step over cancelling, one more pass into KDB. KDB is really Sard's X-factor midfielder, where he makes that third man run. Offside trap, as you said, going wrong. Nice ball roll, nice finish. Once you make the offside trap, not much you can do. And this was just composure again here with KDB picking up the ball again into Dinho. One more pass. It's just muscle memory for that point for Sard. He's not, obviously it looks really quick, and we're seeing it looks really quick, but it's just muscle memory. When you play so much FC, and especially when you play so much FC in that 4-4-2 like Sard does, you know exactly where your player is going to be in the box. And I mean, there's a great example there. He knows when he gets from Dinho into R9 and Mbappe is going to be there, he can shoot across, he can go down towards the near post, shoot either way. And I mean, the summary we saw really quickly there just kind of showed it all, but it's been complete domination. I mean, the possession's equal, but it doesn't matter.
I'm really happy you're talking about how clinical Sard has been. 4 shots, 4 goals.
Sard ball.
Sard ball indeed.
Sard ball. Only thing that's missing is the possession, but I think he smells blood, because well, there it is. He smells that he can actually grab some goal difference here, which could end up being the difference of him sneaking into that kind of top 4 spot. And as you said, goal difference is also important, because Noah's thinking about it too, because goal difference really could be the difference at the bottom. Probably more likely, to be honest, with people struggling to pick up points. But Noah's tactical change wouldn't suggest that he's worried about goal difference because he's going to try and attack with Deo down his normal side, which is going to leave Dino as he's going to receive the ball here maybe any second. No, he doesn't. KDB runs that wide. But one of those, yeah, it's going to leave Dino one-on-one again against Ingham, which is it's a long day for anyone to be, watching Dino one-on-one all day.
It definitely is. I don't think there's anyone in the world that would want to be going up against Ronaldinho in defense. Mbappe looking for that opportunity, turns, had a couple of chances where he could have taken that shot earlier on. Didn't find the space soon enough. We find Noah now looking to build up the field. He's held this ball really well out of defense.
That's better.
Much, much better. Theo Hernandez down the side. He's got no one in the middle, so he's going to have to look back. Looks to the edge, finds Kevin De Bruyne. Finesse, doesn't find it. Just looking to calm it down, but he's being patient. Very patient. It's better to see this because you could tell earlier on he was frustrated and not patient at all when he did that offside trap. He's lost the ball there. Commentator's curse, Marcus.
No, but he's doing well. You said it. He's doing well. He's being really patient. Piscopo is getting very involved in his team because he has his team set up right now where I think Hood is kind of drifting a bit out of the middle and in the build-up, and Piscopo is getting really involved in this build-up, which is fine, of course, but he really wants to get it to his superstar players in the situation when he's 4 goals down. He's not trying to hold the ball. He needs to have a bit of end product, and speaking of the devil, there is Hood. Going to try and bounce it in again. He needs to fire it into Pele right now. One more to R9. Reverse Elastico. Wow. Volley. Great save from Czech. By the way, since Nate has gone on about that keeper thing, Czech has been unbelievable. So I'm on Team Czech. I already was, but I'm on Team Czech as KDB gets the ball again here. Is there a back post cross on? There's no Haaland on the pitch for either of these guys. I want to say, is this the first game with no Haaland? This might be one of the first games with no Haaland that we've seen from in the starting XIs as well. No Haaland on either starting squad here.
You could be right.
And if I'm Noah, look, I'm bringing Haaland on right now. I'm pausing the game because if you're trying to get Teo down that left-hand side, watch what I know everyone was watching that game before. It was probably the game of the night in terms of the matchup beforehand as Sard gets the ball top of the box here with KDB. What's he going to do, Justin? He's going to recycle. Just take his time.
He's been very patient. Sard. A lot of patience in this second half. R9 looking for that opportunity, looking for the space, turning on a dime.
He's dancing. He's dancing.
He's vibing.
He's playing like he's on one ping right now, Sard. He's like unbelievable. But I think less dancing, more shooting because he needs to try and take advantage of this goal difference here. He can't, like he did with Nungs in the first game, he can't put his foot off the gas because I would hate for goal difference to be the reason why he drops a spot. Because we look back at these kind of games and think, you were 4-0 up at half-time. And I know you're trying to get an R9 solo goal. I think he wanted sombrero flicker there as well. I was just waiting for it, but yeah, if I'm Noah, I'm bringing on Haaland because Teo is on the left-hand side here. You're going to get down that side, and maybe it's the pause that's going to do it. If you're running out of options, try something different. You can always try the cross. Can't go wrong with that. We've seen Haaland's got to be top goal scorer of E-League Australia so far. He's got to be close.
It's either him or Mbappe, I think.
Speaking of Mbappe, on the ball again, Brawl scoop, very nice, recycles to KDB. He's going to take his time again. Vieira's on the ball again, and Sard is just waiting. I think he really wants Noah to come and press him, but thinking that he's losing, but Noah's not going to press him because Noah, at this point, definitely is thinking about goal difference. If you run out and press him, you're going to concede, or you're going to concede a chance. You have to move your keeper, and Sard is just patiently waiting. He's dancing. He's slowly creeping into the box, slowly but surely, and there's the pass into the box. R9 back into Rio. Gives the ball up again. KDB, green deflection. Noah's not happy about that one, but as KDB hits the Rashford, we've got 2 United fans here on the car, so we're kind of happy to see that one, to be honest, even though it's Kevin De Bruyne. I mean, Sard's pointing to his head for that one. I'm not sure if that's a point to the head worthy situation as you shot it and it deflected in. But it probably was going in. We'll have to see the replay, Justin. What do you think? This is probably going with KDB or getting blocked, like completely. That was getting saved, I think.
I think the keeper's saved him.
I think Czech had that. We're on Czech propaganda right now, and I think Czech definitely had that. Noah's upset, but he did give the ball away before all that, and he's inviting the pressure. So it's just, it's not looking. I hope we see Haaland right now in the Newcastle Jets strip, just walking out onto the pitch. I don't really mind who's taken off at this point because, to be honest, they haven't really done anything. Bring whoever you need off the pitch and get that guy Haaland on, and let's just start swinging some crosses in, put it into the mixer, try and get a couple of goals back because the odds of you coming back from a 5-0 are pretty low.
Yep, you're spot on, Marcus. I believe that's Erling Haaland on for Noah.
There he is. There's the main man. And he's put him in the right position too, Justin. Now, all we got to do is get the ball down this left-hand side. Don't force it like that because Cafu is a serious right back. You can't just be forcing passes through him. And R9's on for a cross here. Lockie Wales, put it in the mixer side. He doesn't. He's going to go for his recycle. The tried and tested method of scoring goals here for Sard. I would have loved to see a cross there though because I think Lockie definitely has that in his locker.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I was pointing it out myself. I'm like, there's R9, he's free as a bird. Cross it into him, but the cross never came, and nor did the goal. Long throw.
He liked that. Garuccio, though, fighting for the badge. R9 gets the ball, step overs, cancel. Maldini hasn't put a foot wrong for Sard, to be honest. Nice kind of seeing why. Maybe it's Rio Ferdinand out soon and Van Dijk in for Sard, depending on chemistry. But look, chants are going on right now. It's happy days for Western United, but still, Justin, 17, 18 minutes maybe without a time to put more goals in and get that goal difference up. I know I hate to just bang on about goal difference all the time, but it is important. It is important, you know? Imagine this is a league game in the A-League. West United's 5-0 up. As a fan, you're hoping score more. Score more. You're thinking about that table.
I'm really happy we're talking about goal difference. I know some people are probably like, yeah, broken record, whatever, but head down, Pele, chance, goal. Noah's utilised that sub brilliantly.
It's great. Great stuff, isn't it?
That's exactly what you want to be doing. Haaland heading it down for Pele. Fantastic cross in. I believe that was Theo with the cross as well.
It was Theo with the cross. And look, he shakes his head and he's a little upset, and you know about how the game's gone. Look, the game, you've pretty much lost the game unless Sard has a unbelievable collapse right now, which would be major props to Noah and also not so much major props to Sard if he does even draw from this point. But that's what you need to do. Simplify the game. If you're playing against someone that's maybe got your number, simplify the game because all that matters is putting that ball in the back of the net. Literally does not matter how the ball gets there. So if you need to do that, get down to Haaland and cross it in, keep doing it. The more important issue for as the finesse comes in, great save from Czech. I'm saying the most important issue is the defending because it seems like Sard's is toying with him right now. He's trying to score, but is he really trying to score, Justin? I think he's just kind of just chilling at the top of the box the whole game.
No, he's definitely, I think he's clocked out for the rest of his game. I think he knows he's done it. He's sealed the win. Unless a miracle really appears. But going back to what we were talking about with the goal difference, I know we spoke about it, but for me, I think it's so important because we do get to the end of the season and we're talking about games where people might have missed out by 1 or 2 and like, oh, if they just scored 1 or 2 goals in the last game of the season. Well, no. What if they scored 1 or 2 in this game right now?
Yep. Exactly. And like people will naturally look at, oh, it's because you lost that game by a couple of goals. But no, it's about being ruthless and just taking advantage of these kind of games where you're 4-0 up as Sard, and this is not to bang on Sard because a lot of players have done this, right? You're winning 4-0 at half-time and you've only scored 1 in the second half. You'd be a little disappointed, and maybe it's something that we can ask him after his winning interview as Hullet with the finesse. That was unbelievable. That might be goal of the day, Justin, I'll be honest, because that was clean. Getting past the chosen Petr Cech that everyone is using pretty much. And, I mean, it's a hard thing to do, but that is nice. Step overs, recycles here. 1 touch from Hullet. Obviously, he's got that 5-star weak foot, and that is top bins.
If we're talking goals of the day, as you said, that is up there. And the other one comes to mind. Paddy's finesse against Neiti earlier on with Zidane. Green timed as well. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, another player with the finesse shot play style plus. So important to make sure you're using players that have those unbelievable playstyle passes. You see Kylian Mbappe for Sard. Has conceded twice now, but I was about to say, we're going to get another goal added to the goal tally, but it's actually lost his second half.
That's what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. Is this? Look, we're gonna keep talking about it. We're gonna keep talking about it until we hit the gauntlet. But these players need to switch on in terms of goal difference. Like, you need to be going in, and it's a classic saying, you know, for all of us that have played Sunday League. All right, boys, you're winning at halftime 4-0. All right, imagine the game's 0-0, and it's serious because this is what happens. You get complacent, and right now we could be looking at a 5-3 situation. As R9 gets the ball from the Horde tackle, Elastico tackled from Rio, 2 minutes here, and now Sard, look at him now, he's like, oh, damn. Noah's like really impressed in this half, and I mean, you have lost this half 2-1, and you've lost the goal difference. You've lost 1 goal. So, I mean, he's got a chance to get that back here as Mbappe gets the ball, shooting across goal, check, moves, little tap in, no, with the golf clap. He's not happy about that one.
What was that about? Check again?
Look, that's one of those ones. That's a powerful shot, Justin. Powerful shot. Ideally, he catches it, of course, right? Ideally, he palms it with a bit of power. But when you look at the whole game, Check's done well for him. So you can't really be upset of Check. This is classic FC for anyone who's been on the losing side, where that kind of thing happens near the end of a game where you've already lost, and something kind of unfortunate will happen. It will just be the icing on the cake. The cream on top of the cake, as they were saying before, which I haven't checked where that saying is from, but that was a cherry on top of the cake performance there from Sard. Masterclass, really.
The cream does indeed rise to the top mark as Sard with the win over Noah. And it has to be said, fantastic performance from him. He did lose that second half, that is true. Oh, no, he drew it. He drew it. My apologies, put my hands up. Put my hands up as Harrison last night. But no, look, still a fantastic performance, especially that first half. 4-0 up, he found himself, and not much went wrong in that game for him.
Yeah, he was in complete control, and like that's why I was a little bit frustrated that he didn't take more advantage of that. But at the end of the day, a win's a win, and it's worrying times to know. I think if whatever he did in that second half, you've got to stick with that for the next game, because clearly didn't work in the first half. The tactics, maybe with the fullbacks, super, the really width, maybe he was on a hug sideline, lots of things going on. He needs to stick with what he did in the second half, and dare I say, start Haaland, because there's no shame in using that strategy. You know, goal's a goal, and he's that guy, especially in that right forward position. So something to think about.
Definitely something to think about. Maybe we'll see more players using Haaland in their starting lineup, especially these two after this short break.
We're back here at E-League, powered by Nivea Men, and we are, I'd say now, halfway through the day, round 4. It's an odd number, so there isn't technically a halfway at the end of a round, but we just saw Noah go up against Sard. Sard had that unfortunate loss for himself earlier in the day. I was curious how he's going to bounce back. Oh, well, Nate, questions answered. Absolutely. Any issues that we had? Any doubts? Any of those sorts of questions around him? Yeah, you don't have them anymore.
Well, firstly, I like that we went powered, I think, by Nivea Men again. Yep. I always look out for what we exactly are. Look, probably
I'm changing
does that.
it every... I'm showing my versatility as a host.
Yeah, adaptable. Got the
vocabulary.
Out. In terms of that, any variation that we saw from the main man himself, I'm not sure we're actually going to have any. I wonder if he's just like, yeah, pretty much did the same thing again. Competitor was a bit worse. Justin, undercooking it?
No, you're about spot on, I think. I think you're right on the money there.
Do we get the interview? No, we're going to find out? Okay.
We do have the interview. In fact, that is a very good segue. We'll see exactly how he answers it, if maybe he was listening in and can change it up a bit. But Sard, I can already see the smile on your face a little bit. Oh, we got rid of him just to
He's back.
Bring him back. Sard, how are you? How are you feeling after that nice win there?
Felt pretty good, to be honest. Good win. Good to get 3 points on it. So, yeah.
Yeah, especially because, you know, we'll talk about the series in a little bit, but I just want to go back to earlier in the day when you did come up against Dylan. That was a bit of a tough loss for you because of how close it was. So not too much time between that series, or that game and this game. How do you have that mental reset? Do you even take a break, or do you kind of just continue warming up and trying to practice some of those issues that you found in that game against Dylan?
For example, when I have to play competitive, I don't really play before. I kind of feel like it's better to just go on fresh, because if you play bad in warm-ups, it's kind of like you're going to take it in. So I kind of just don't choose not to play before. Against Dylan, I felt like I did all right. The first goal kind of stuffed me over because I got a bit unlucky. It will go down the back and he took it off me, so just moved on from it, to be honest.
All right, well, I love it, and moved on you did because you ended up absolutely decimating Noah here. I'm going to use that word because it was a pretty rough series on his behalf, but great on your behalf. So I've been asking a lot of people throughout the night, but how do you find that space to be able to apply the pressure that you did this game?
I just know that most of the time, like when I step, like I got to make sure that I'm going to win it. Because if I lose it, I'm kind of going to be caught out the back. Like for example, when he brought on Haaland like the 70th minute, it kind of changed the game quite a bit. So I kind of knew I had to take my chances quite early going on.
Hey, Sard, firstly, great win. I want to ask you what your thought process was going into that game 4-0 up at halftime. Are you thinking goal difference? Because Justin and I were talking about it, but we would love to see more attack from you. I think you just had the ball at the top of the box, obviously in complete control and just trying to dance around with R9 and such. But are you ever thinking really about goal difference? Is that something you're going to start thinking about, goal difference? Because the table is getting tight in terms of points, and that really could be the difference. And I mean, we think you've got the attacking talent really to put more goals past a lot of these competitors. And well, basically, I'm just asking you to do it, and maybe why you didn't do it.
I kind of feel like he defended a little bit differently in the second half. I did feel like I had quite a few chances that I didn't capitalize on. I probably should have capitalized on by mistake. But yeah, it was kind of just a little bit more slacking for me, kind of going forward, if I'm honest.
Hey, Sard, Justin here. Congrats on the win, by the way. It's a good win. Kind of wanted to follow up on Marcus's question. We did speak about passing a lot, and it was very similar. You scored a goal that I thought was unbelievable, very similar to something that Neiti did early in the night against Paddy. And we got on to talking about like flow state and sometimes where things just feel like seamless. Does that happen for you a bit? I know last year we spoke about you listening to music and vibing. Does it happen when you vibe and like things become seamless with your passing?
Yeah, it's kind of just, I mean, once I find the space, I kind of know like what I want to do. So before I'm even doing it, I know what I want to do when I get the ball in a specific spot. So it kind of just, I don't know, I'm just there with the music, just vibing, just see what I can do with it, to be honest.
Sometimes it's all about the vibes. Want to change direction just a little bit, not so much about how you play, but maybe how you prepare as well, because Noah has been a player that when we're talking about him on broadcast, I don't want to say questionable, but we kind of wonder why he's doing certain things, the way he plays, and he feels like a bit of a question mark, a bit of left field. So how do you prepare for that? And how do you make sure that you're always going to be on top of what he might be changing up, what he might be bringing to a game?
To be honest, there was no preparing towards like him exactly specifically. It's kind of just me being able to stick to my game, like doing what I do best. And I know that if I execute what I want to do, I'm pretty sure like pretty confident I can beat most people. So just going forward, I know I just got to do what I do and hope that I can get 3 points.
You say confident against most people. Do you want to kind of out which people you're not so confident in your play style against?
I wouldn't say it's not more confident. It's not confident. It's more just that I know what they can do as well going forward. If that makes it a little bit more different.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I think we're gonna wrap the interview there, though. Sard, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on that win tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The coveted 3 points. He got it for himself after that earlier loss, so it is nice for him. You got a bit of a smile.
I'm just laughing because he is really the X factor of these top 4 or 5 we keep talking about, because plays the 4-4-2, doesn't want to warm up, doesn't really pay attention to a lot of his opponents and what they're doing, just kind of focus on what he's good at, which is a good thing, by the way, of course. I think a lot of people get focused on their opponent, but he's just much different in the way he approaches the games compared to everyone. So it's nice to see, because not everyone has to play the same way and the same setup and the same way of looking at the game. So it's working for him. Look, I would love for him to play a warm-up game going into next week.
Yeah,
but
that might be my only thing that I'd like changed as well.
We'll see if it works. Or if he doesn't win his first game next week, then maybe we'll ask him to get a little warm-up game in.
You got to start looking for the trends, what's working for him, what's not working for him. A trend, though, for tonight, even though it's a small one, Nate, is that Dylan's already got 1 win under his belt. Naylor's got a loss under his belt. Is that going to continue with their next matchup against each other?
Yeah, I feel like we've had early goals throughout the evening as well. I can say that there has been a change on the table, fam. Let's get straight into it. Bring it on. Justin alongside me, ready for... We feel like we've had our game of the night. Maybe we're going again, because this is the Nate unofficial ladder, by the way. I do believe that Naylor, starting the night in top spot, is down in 4th. Dylan, 4th, now in 3rd. Things could be changing big time up the top, Justin. Sydney FC, Perth Glory. Dylan versus Naylor.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this game all night. I know a lot of people talk about that first second between Mark and Naylor. I really like this game. I think this game is a pretty good game itself. I mean, we've had a lot of good fixtures in this round. I mean, I'm excited for it. I really am.
If you missed it a little bit earlier, Dylan, gamesmanship, managed to find a way to get the job done. Started brilliantly, a goal within 2 minutes. Naylor, it was a bit like this against Mark 11. Continued on in that same fashion, if I may say. Can Dylan find the early goal again? Said we've had them throughout the evening, being entertained throughout E-League Australia. Shout out people in the chat. Denman, Tanya, appreciate your getting behind your favourite competitors, whoever they may be. More than that, anyone watching, you got questions? E-League Oz, E-League Australia, and social media. Great team behind the scenes, getting you plenty of clips and entertainment. Justin, some, I'm not sure if they're quite compilation goals just yet. There's some speckies, some worldlies. They've been at least more on the cards, shall we say. People shooting from distance at a bare minimum.
Yeah, there's not been many of them. We've only seen a couple. I mean, tonight, for example, we've seen a couple of the green type finesse shots. Speaking of De Bruyne with that finesse shot plus, but I'm happy you talking very much so about lovely viewers in the Twitch chat, Denman specifically, actually backing me up, saying you threw me onto the bus with the explanation of a McGeady cancer, so cheers to that, Denman. But no, in all seriousness, fantastic game here. We haven't seen many people with pot shots from outside the box going for the extravagant, but I guess that just goes with the game this year. Naylor giving the ball away very quickly as Ruud Hullet finds himself with a pot shot for Dylan. It's a great save by that man, yours truly, Edwin van der Sar.
Yeah, I ain't calling that a pot shot. I reckon that's time, space, and admittedly the power shot, sadly, not as good as maybe I'd like it to be in FC 24. However, with that time and space, I guess the only other thing I can think of is the Travella, because even if they don't have it, playstyle plus playstyle, they tend to dip in late anyhow. Early pause and change. Don't know if this is a mental break. It can't be much else you'd hope with these two locked in, looking for a bare minimum top 2 spot. What we see from Naylor from set pieces, defending them, that is. Thankfully, this will be a bit slower. At a bare minimum, backstick Haaland does not get there. Teo, really good pass. Mbappe, straight through. Guess who runs out to claim it? Van der Sar off his line, enjoying the goalkeeper debate in the chat as well.
I've never seen anything like that before, Nate. That was, I don't even know how to commentate, but that was unbelievable.
Speed boost of all speed boosts.
That was unbelievable. I wish it went in so we can clip that up and talk about it, but wowee. Wowee indeed. But
I won't get you to explain it then, Justin. Just in case.
That's all right. No, I mean, I don't know how to have explained that, but you know what I will explain? R9 nearly playing through Erling Haaland as Naylor looks to counter. Pele holding up for Theo Hernandez. And Mbappe to De Bruyne with a great interception and block from Erling Haaland. Going to see the lengthy man go to whip it in.
Is that in contrast to the Nivea man, Justin?
Yes, the lengthy man for the Nivea man. Yeah.
Naylor giving it away in build-up frequently. Again, against Mark 11, there are some similarities, not just, of course, in the lighter blue shade of kit. And again, Naylor. It's particularly noteworthy because last week, if you watched it, Naylor was sensational. His very creative best goals of all kinds, using every player on the pitch here, struggling to get that build-up from the back. Being a bit more direct, just no time and space on the ball that the very best give you. And at the other end, they will make you pay. That is the first in this crucial fixture. The pause straight away from Naylor, but Dylan, starting as he means to continues. He's overtaken Naylor on the table. Now can he look at that goal difference?
Yep, and I know I've reiterated it so much throughout the night, but passing play, imperative, especially in those close situations. And Dylan has perfected that to a T. Similar to what we saw with Sard in one of his goals in the earlier game. Similar to that of Neiti in the first game. That was brilliant. And what a great through ball. Correct me if I'm wrong, by Joe Lolly. Great
Another
time.
assist for the A-League men's player, but playing it first time, I think, Justin's the feature there. as much as we like the complicated, the intricate, sometimes your passing play, Neiti a little earlier tonight as well, it's certainly what I prefer watching.
Yeah, I mean, first time football is beautiful to watch, and especially when we see it on FC, it's even better.
Great year for the competitive version of the game. Reminder that they're 9-minute halves. Competitors playing multiple games a night. 2 A-League men's players from the club you're representing. Any other questions? Feel free to add us. We'll let you all know. Dylan looking for number 2. You do feel like it might be coming as well. KDB, bullet, first time pass is lovely. Still at the feet, at the end of it. Indeed it is too. Dylan, no doubt, he is locked in. He is ready to look at that goal difference. He claimed it didn't matter. I'm having a feeling he's looking at that top spot, Justin. Watch out, Mark 11.
Definitely is. I mean, once again, finding himself through on goal in such a... It was a very cramped area. There was about 8 players just put together in Naylor's defence and midfield, all just found themselves in the same space, and Haaland somehow found himself through on goal, and he's doubled his lead, Nate.
To his credit, Naylor, patient again from kickoff, making sure it's not an avalanche that we saw against Mark 11. Once again, though, the touch, not necessarily saying that's his fault, but not helping, put it that way. KDB up top, Teo. You know that Haaland's in the middle. Dylan happy to slow it down, play it back. The midfield duo, KDB, Bullet, sensational. Naylor onto it as well, reads the pass really well.
Yeah, as you said, patience from Naylor is being fairly patient now, but looking to speed it up slightly as he loses the ball. Great pressure defense from Dylan as he finds Haaland with the flick, just not enough to be able to hold on to it as Naylor, completely commentator's curse there. Mbappe with the pass through to Joe Lolly. Green time, but Edwin van der Sar with the save. Probably not the shot, probably not the person Dylan would have wanted in that position to put himself 3 goals up. Corner tactic.
Was wondering if it was direct because Naylor is going to bring VDSA again. Have a look for it this time. Aims for the big Norwegian in the middle, nothing doing. Still yet to have one in competitive FC. Direct from the corner, was inches away. Of course, the player eventually getting locked onto it anyway. Basically, plenty of warning signs, if not almost disaster signs for Naylor. It's only 2-0, could have been 3 or 4. What can the Perth Glory man do? In attack, delighted to be representing team from the West. Haaland to KDB. Look at Dylan. He is not nervous when it comes to defending whatsoever, Justin. One of those competitors that time and time again, making manual standing tackles, second men press. It's really good to watch.
Yeah, he's very confident when it comes to defense. He's also very confident playing it out from the back, looking to go for that extra pass just to make sure he doesn't lose the ball. R9 now finds himself in a position, looks to the left, finds for Hernandez, ball to Haaland. Haaland with the finish and hits the post. So unlucky from Dylan because that was unbelievable build-up play. He really did deserve the goal.
You have a feeling he's coming again. Fast side for now. Teo, it's not going to be a contest. Question is, does he want to go back and across again? You can see Naylor, he's aware. Really well done again. About time for Dylan to get across it, in my opinion. Naylor onto the recycle. Little update from the other game. Paddy up 2-1 after the promising performance against Neiti earlier tonight. Takes a lead at halftime in that one.
Yeah, definitely promising stuff for Paddy. Could have definitely gotten more from that game. Just fell off slightly in the last 10 to 20 minutes, but focusing on this game right now, as you see Naylor looking to make his way back into this one, but just can't find his way past Dylan's defense. And I was about to say Dylan has built up so well, but commentator's curse once again. I feel like that is quite the theme for the night. Mbappe through on goal. Great finish for Naylor. Finds himself back into this game, and you're going to bet that he is going to celebrate that.
You're not wrong in true Nene fashion. I think keeper indeed brought out just a little bit if he was left at home. Different story, not to be. 2-1 and game on. Naylor's first real chance. He takes it. Dylan with a little bit to think about.
Definitely something to think about. He's got to, I don't know. I mean, he did drag out the defender. We've spoken about that. Myself and Marcus in the last game, we spoke about players rushing the defender out into the position to be able to intercept the ball. I know I am a culprit of that myself. I'm sure many of you at home are as well. But, you know, it's not all panic stations yet for Dylan. I mean, it's only one goal. He still has the lead. But that's why they say 2-goal lead is probably the most dangerous in football.
As we approach half-time, one more opportunity perhaps for Dylan. Really waiting, there you go, to make that pass this time, and it has to go all the way back to Rio. Plenty of joy at the start with passes just like that. Mbappe, back stick to you-know-who, left all alone. Hullet first-time ball. Joe with nowhere to go. Naylor defending a little bit better and gets that pass away crucially. Can he build it up, get a chance of his own before the half?
He's certainly be hoping so.
He's chilling this time. Finally, a pass back to the centre back, and that's not something we ever see from Naylor. Sadly for him and Perth Glory fans, given away Teo. Crucial. Otherwise, Dylan was free down the line. Ticking on to the final few seconds. Has to go forward now. Hullet. First time ball. Neiti. No, thank you. You know where that needs to go. Dylan. Hey, a back and forth. First half, Dylan might be thinking it could have been 3 or 4. Those words may indeed have come out of my mouth. Naylor with finally a little bit of time and space. I will say really good composure to go find the far post option. Justin, after Dylan moved the keeper. Keeper movement, not our favourite thing in the game, but just like you've got to take advantage of little intricacies in the game. There you go, polite behaviour and language from me again. It's well done from Naylor. You've got to keep your head.
Definitely. Somebody that wasn't keeping their head was me right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What moment is that? I'm going to need that in my ear.
That was the speed boost. The speed boost. That was it. I'm actually happy we have that because that is quite funny.
Yeah. If you ever wonder how we're commentating these games, it's normally quite literally edge of the seat. You try and calm down, try and read your notes. Sometimes you just got to stay with it, react to heavy touch and speed boost of dreams and or nightmares. 2-1 at the half. Dylan starting the night off in 4th place. Still could end up top 2 with a win here. A neutral result against Naylor, and he'll be at least 3rd. For Naylor, a loss, and he could be down as far as 6th, dependent on other results. Ridiculous to think, Justin, considering he started the night top dog.
Yeah, and you know that's the E-League for you. Every result matters. Every game matters. Every goal matters.
It's such a good format this season. All the competitors got asked their first interview, that first match day, and having the top 12 facing off, there's nowhere to hide, evidently for the commentators as well. Naylor looking for 2-2. Not going to go quite far enough to find Haaland on that occasion.
Yeah, there is nowhere for us to hide at all. Joe Lolly, intercepted pass, but does make its way to KDB. You see Dylan with this patient build-up again. Direct pass straight to R9 into Haaland. But just can't find it back to Mbappe. You see Naylor going to try and have his way. Have his attempt at building up patiently. And he just won't pass it back to that centre-back Willie, Nate.
It's the absolute last resort. He does get the benefits of a deflected pass that Dylan had earlier. Rash challenge. Now, I really want to see just one of these one day taken direct. I guess from this angle, I'll be even less likely for it. So look for a little layoff. Yes, perhaps play a lock back post. Your typical Haaland banter. Oh, yes! Oh, no. Side netting. Just the wrong side. The excitement from me was that he went direct. What a scintillating equaliser that almost was.
I'm actually surprised he actually even went direct. We see so many players just go short. I love that. Like, bring back the showmanship. We want to see the players taking direct free kicks, actually taking advantage of probably high free kick stats that the players have. Haaland looking to use his pace and strength, but Virgil van Dijk catching up very quickly, sends Naylor the wrong way and pushes him into basically into an opportunity where he's going to lose the ball, but Dylan's lost it himself further up the field. Commentators curse again.
Bullet tidying up for Naylor. Can't quite get through again. A little bit like that for poor Justin and for everyone watching along. Half intercept, half passes. Nothing clean, nothing easy just yet. But appreciate that for so long in previous iterations of the game. Free kick routine. Get your second player, your third player, lay it off. I feel like it's been like a year or two at least, Justin, where you can really punish your opponent by practicing them. One of those things that at times are unsavable depending on the player you've got taking them, playstyle plus and whatnot. Think about the amount I've conceded with KDB this season, for example. And that's a poor giveaway right at the end of the same point. What is happening tonight in E-League Australia? Playing out from the back might cost you. It is costing you for Dylan. Can take that to the bank, put it in there, get your third, and maybe be looking at a top 2 spot.
Yeah, capitalising on that mistake and restores his 2-goal lead. Dylan, I mean, Naylor's going to be really disappointed with himself there. He's got to make sure he's keeping himself in this game, and that's the last thing you want to be doing, giving the ball in your own 6-yard box or 18-yard box. It's criminal.
Positive side. I'm very grateful that in FC24 you can actually press and get it back. Some years we've commentated, you feel like a 1 or 2 goal advantage and start thinking about the next game. For Naylor, positive number 2, I was going to say, Ireland is winning it in the air. Admittedly, probably don't red time it and get those crosses a little bit on the money. There's a way back into it for Naylor. Oh, there's another one of those. Half deflection. Naylor's going to be losing his cool in just a moment's time because guess who's there on the end of it for 4. We might get Marcus to interpret those words for us a little bit later. Absolutely livid. I can understand why. The long ball down the line, his players there, just does not work out for poor Naylor tonight.
Yeah, and those last couple of goals just show that maybe it isn't going to be Naylor's night, unfortunately. But as we've said many a time before, when your luck's just not in, usually you're going to get that luck repaid to you in some way, sometime during the season, or you may have had it already earlier in the season. So, you know, as I said, it's just not been his night in general tonight. And you know what? What can you do sometimes?
A few of the competitors would say just try and put it out of your mind and go forward. That's what Naylor's doing here. Haaland rising. KDB! And that's exactly what Naylor does. Respect it. Game is not done just yet. Lovely headed down. Even better finish. Game on, Justin, or at least the moment of hope.
Game on indeed, definitely. Brilliant response. Fantastic way. Basically say, well, hang on a second. What were you saying about it not being my night? There's still about 25 in-game minutes left. Just calm down. The game's not done.
Wondering if we'll see any changes. Thought we might see one from Naylor. Marcus alluded before that wouldn't mind seeing Naylor at least slow the game down, bring on some different players. Naylor puts his head down and says, I'm just going to focus up. Really good press on as well. First half, Dylan had so much time and space for his passes. Taggart in the way, and guess what? Still finds the Sydney FC shirt. KDB. Dylan has enjoyed the time and space that he's had so far. That time, and Sard gets down to make the save. Naylor standing off, it looked like he was going to be punished. What about from the corner, friends? We think in direct, we think in near post. You can see the player lock, there it is. It goes instead to Hullet with an audacious bicycle kick. What a goal from Dylan Campbell. He doesn't just like it, he loves it. All that practice that he does paying off. What a goal from the Sydney FC superstar.
You don't, during a game, you don't often see Dylan crack a smile, but you could see he was very pleased with that one. Naylor was just trying to basically track wherever Dylan was going to play it in, but I don't think he saw that coming, that rude Hula bicycle kick.
Beautiful. Who knows if that's the same, if that's different, because that's us on repeat throughout, let's be honest. For that moment, that occasion, well worth that type of a response, and then some. Lovely from Dylan. We were upset at the start, didn't we, Justin? Compilation goal. We're getting closer.
Yes, definitely. Definitely indeed. Mistake. Haaland, keeper movement the wrong way, and that 3-goal lead has gone straight away again. 16 in-game minutes left for Naylor to find himself another 2 and to find himself a point. And it's not out of the realms of possibility at all, isn't it?
Not in this game, honestly. Haven't we had it all, or close to? I will question again for Dylan whether, a bit like earlier tonight, passing out from the back needs to be put away just on occasion. Get it out when it's 2-on-1 right in front of your keeper. I think that's one of the few times I'll allow the keeper movement, Justin. Take a gamble when it's basically a clear-cut chance. Credit Naylor for his poise under pressure. Odds are we're going straight up the other end for a 6 for Dylan. Let's find out. Defending optional in this one. 2 players to beat Mbappe, so you know where Dylan's gone. Back to the middle. Not sure if that's who he aimed it at. Haaland in the way. A little bit scrappy still. It's whoever we're talking to at the end of this one. They're not going to be completely happy with their performance. Some defensive errors. Honestly, some basic passing lapses.
Well, the fact that we have 9-minute halves now in competitive FC, it means there's more time for more mistakes. There's more time for more goals. And
all right, we're just passing it from the back 100% at the time. And now we're going to go on a keeper run. This is Naylor from Perth Glory, down 2-0 in a competitive game. Under pressure makes it look easy.
And who said Van der Sar having 5-star skills was pointless?
Player lock, but immediately Dylan seizes on the opportunity. Ferdinand punts it out of there. Very unconvincing touch from Haaland. Ryan Grant, the man apparently under pressure to relieve things. And now we'll have a bit of that as well. Of course we will. Teo. Over the top of Mustafa Amini. Down the line, Mbappe. Dylan wanting that 3-goal cushion once more. We do too, so that Naylor can score again. Haaland. Looked like a one-on-one, but back to goal. Lovely passing from Dylan. Ronaldo. One more. Mbappe. And surely with the time left on the clock, we can now call it with that 3-goal lead. Once again there. Back and forth we go, Justin. Naylor with a fun sub or 2 to boot before this one's completely done.
Yeah, well, if we're keeping up with the theme of this game, we're going to see another goal from Naylor in about a couple of minutes. And yeah, I mean, that's brilliant, though. The passing play, the skills, being able to utilize them, finding the finish. I mean, Dylan's actually scored a couple, I mean, even more than a few finesse shots just when he's through on goal. Because a lot of people, they just try and look to green time, power it, just past the keeper, basically hit it as hard as you possibly can. Dylan's gone for that very, what's the right word? Very cool, conditioned, cushioned finish with the inside of the foot. And, you know, I love to see it.
Might have seen the TikTok tutorial this week about just tap shoot when you're one-on-one. Little sneaky thing there for you. You might have seen on the weekend. Couldn't get it out of my algorithm. Can't get this game out of my mind. I'll be wide awake tonight being like, what was happening all the way through? Entertainment galore. And the extra pass to create the finish there, the theme, I thought maybe R9 Trivella, as the FC 24 competitive season has gone on. Trivella's been put away just that little bit. And we've been enjoying the extra passing. Well, I've been enjoying it, Justin. I'm a pure football fan like yourself. See the Argentinian jersey. Surely you were enjoying it. Big smile on your face.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love the passing play. I mean, to be able to utilize it, especially in this game, in FC, we do see what some of the meta is and what some people do. But to see, I guess, the football purists playing in a way that just, it really does make me happy to be able to see players utilizing high passing attributes and basically through balls. I mean, we see, I know you can sometimes do it where you're playing off the left side, say, for example, with the Teo Hernandez and maybe an Mbappe where you're seeing a chip through ball, and that is very common. But to be able to play through the middle in very close, very compact areas and to be able to find your passes it's an unbelievable skill.
Yeah, we mentioned that Neiti a little earlier, a competitor that had done that really well. I feel like Dylan maybe even stepping it up that bit more. Some of those little gaps, is that practice, pure vision? Is that something that the people at home can learn, or not so much? You just got to be cracked.
I think it's a mixture of being cracked and practice, because I think it does come a little bit naturally when you've played so many games. You see passes that some people would never even think of, especially even the cross-through ball passes. But when we're talking about in close spaces, sometimes if you see someone free, just play the pass. If you're going to basically progress up the field and you see someone free, why not take advantage of it, make that pass and play them through? And you never know, that's going to create for more opportunities. And I think it goes back to what I was talking about with and asked Sard and even Neiti about, does it come seamless when you find those passing plays? The one that completely sticks into my mind was one of the first goals that Neiti scored against Paddy. He found himself in this rectangular box where he was just passing around his two DMs or two midfielders, you could say. And it was just beautiful because he knows that the way Paddy was playing very compact in his defence, he wasn't going to push anyone out. He's just got to wait and be patient, and sometimes that's all you got to do.
The very best to make it look that easy anyway. You could try it yourself and see how you go. We'll bring the resumption of that one in a little bit, but this is where we got up to. Brilliant play. Yeah, okay. Justin, they mouths of gas being like, what on earth? The delayed speed boost there. What I will say, at this level, maybe a bit untidy, Justin, some brilliant finishing, but before a few of these goals, probably don't even make the highlights. The giveaway playing out from the back.
Well, one of the goals that's going to come up, and will be one that we'll probably remember for a little bit, will be that bicycle kick. But in the meantime, it's been a lot of that passing play onto the edge, looking for your man through on goal. But there has also been, unfortunately, a couple of mistakes. And, I mean, Dylan certainly punched them when he found those chances. Once again, there's that finesse that I was talking about earlier. And he has punched every single chance that's come to him and every mistake that Naylor's made. But this is fantastic use of that meta that we've spoken about, that aerial plus. Looking to head it down. And honestly, when I saw that cross come in, I didn't think there was going to be anyone or anywhere for him to play it.
Woo.
Somehow did. And then speaking of crosses, there's that one we were talking about earlier.
Competitors not using Hula as much as we've seen previously competitively. Maybe that little highlight will give them the old rethink. Can confirm for you, competitors are loading back in now to finish this one off. Dylan getting that 3-goal cushion back. Naylor, goal difference could be all important, let's be honest. And don't blame the competitors from changing it up, because as you'd have from when he sets it up, you can see Dylan in the 4-2-4, not looking for goal difference. Justin, just the team as it is from the get-go. Or maybe a little bit later. Fair enough. Work it out, lads. Work it out. They'll sort it out, Justin. We're not worried. Been a nice, smooth season so far, to be quite honest. We've been pleasantly like, out of here on time. This has been good and a lot to talk about as well. What about for Naylor overall tonight? A little bit disappointing is way too polite for what it will be. He was top of the ladder. Perth glory. Go Perth. Got the interview last week. Full of smiles. It's going to be a very different Naylor after tonight. Some tough fixtures, but it's been the manner of the defeats more than anything.
Yeah, there's been a lot of goals conceded. I mean, in total so far, if I'm correct, 13 tonight.
Mate, honestly, you're doing better than me there.
Yeah, I think 13 in total, which, I mean, if you're first, that's the last thing you even want to think about. 13 goals conceded is out of the, I mean, that's just, to
It
put it
said
bluntly,
last week.
it's terrible.
Yeah, in his interview there, he's more happy being aggressive defending, going out, making some manual challenges. Is it maybe that he's just found a caliber of competitor you can't do that against, or an off night? Because even at the other end, to be honest, he's not scored at the same frequency that we saw.
I think it's honestly the caliber of opponent. I mean, you're playing 12. I mean, you're playing the two E-League champions of past seasons. So, I mean, you're always going to have a difficult game. Not to say that going into the games he didn't have a chance at all. I mean, I actually think it was an even matchup going into both games. But, I mean, even though this one's not over, it looks like it's fairly sealed with only 7 or so in-game minutes left.
What about the passing out from the back? Because we're sitting here saying, we love seeing the passing football. It's beautiful to watch. Bring it on. At the same time, we're sort of complaining a little bit, being like centre-back to centre-back. And you're doing that at 2-1 down. we being a little bit harsh over the top, or do you think it is one of those where if you want to be at the tippity top of the table, it's to look at those little mistakes? Because I feel like it's Dylan always at the other end capitalizing.
I mean, there has been a couple of mistakes where Dylan did himself give the ball away in that position. So we can't just say it's just been Naylor. That being said, it has been very poor from out the back with the mistakes. But, I mean, I think the way the players played, they're not going to change that.
You're happy for the trade-off?
Yeah. I mean, you know what? A couple of mistakes are going to happen throughout the season. That's self-explanatory. But to be able to play out from the back, to keep that consistency, you have to. Even if you concede a couple, it's fine.
Hopefully then, we'll keep seeing the beautiful football that we have, your FC24, with this one. Well and truly back underway. Not expecting or a change to the result, but goal difference. Often talked about from us. First match day, and you get people in the chat being like, are you serious? Like, not even close to playoffs. Have a look at how much the ladder's changed tonight. Have a look at Dylan's goal difference at the end of tonight. Mark my words. Gonna need to take a seat, particularly if that goes in from distance. Maybe that is the way to finish this game off, Justin.
Yeah, and I've just noticed, if you look in your bottom left corner, Naylor's certainly gone well out of his camera position.
Yeah, the Slurpee has melted.
Yeah, I completely forgot about the Slurpee. I still got to bring that up to Marcus for after.
Back stick! Oh, almost the second outstanding goal of the night. That's almost straight from the FC24 trailer.
Yeah, I'm happy you brought that up. If I'm correct, the Dortmund goal?
Sir.
Yes.
Naylor at the other end. Mbappe, extra pass, Haaland. Almost a throwback to a low driven. Doesn't even hit the target. If man goes any further back, he'll be behind those curtains. Nowhere to hide tonight. The poor Nene.
Yeah, it hasn't been his night. And you know what? Sometimes you just pack it in for the night and bring on next week. That's it. That's all you can do.
He'll get his chance to respond. Not quite at finals, playoffs time and whatnot. Pele stopped and then most inexplicably leaves the ball behind. Can we get out of that one? Says Naylor. For us here, might as well do the same thing. But Dylan, job done, professional. A test of will. Better check. He's going to get the match ball just to rub it in my face, because that's never happened before. It will never happen again. Why not? It was that type of game. How good from Dylan, though, to respond. That 3-goal margin he wanted.
Yeah.
Justin. Every time Naylor get one back, Dylan, maybe in the past, gets really down on himself. You see those. I love having the face cams there. Hey, this time it was sort of like a harsh word, but then locked in.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, once we saw the cameras come back on, Naylor was just, as you said, any further would have been basically behind the curtain. It's not been his night, and yeah, you know what? Another week, you might see the complete opposite. Everything will go for him, and we will basically be like, well, what were you talking about? The 2 losses last week?
Yeah,
Completely forget about it.
FC24, it do be like that. We still got 2 more rounds to go tonight. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
shit, boy. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong. I guess I felt wrong. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong.
Welcome back to the E-League, brought to you by Nivea Men. Adding an extra one to the repertoire there for you, Nate.
Powered.
Powered by, brought to you.
Lathered by.
Lathered by, applied by Nivea Men.
We can keep going.
We can definitely keep going. But we're not. We're going to talk about E-League, though, what EAFC we just saw there. I mean, Justin, did you eventually pick your chin up from the floor, mate?
That's a good old knee slap. No. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. I mean, I don't know if, Marcus, you've ever seen any boost like that?
I have, to be honest. I have seen that before, but it is like a pretty crazy thing to happen in-game. The crazy part was that Hullet goal at the end that we saw from Dylan.
Yeah.
I mean, just topped off a great performance from him, and he's just on fire.
It was amazing goals all round from both sides. Not as many on the side of Naylor, which is a little bit unfortunate. Also, with that game delayed that we had there, it does mean that we're not going to be able to interview Dylan. It's not the worst case. We've already spoken to him tonight because he is on a massive roll. He's, lost that one game in week 1 and hasn't lost one since. So it's been a really good build-up for himself. And Marcus, you're crunching the numbers too with who hasn't played right now. Dylan's now skyrocketed himself on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's up to second. Obviously, some games to go for Mark and Neiti, but he's on a roll right now, and he's showing us why he is a ex-champion, and he's really just kind of, I guess, shutting up some critics, to be honest, because I think there were some critics, but Lots of couple games left as well, which is important for his standings. He'll be watching on thinking, maybe we can just get a couple of upsets here and he can stay in second.
Yeah, tonight it is 7 rounds. In fact, that's going to be our week 3 here. It'll happen in week 4 and week 5 as well. So we've tacked on that one extra round at the end of each night. So the one that is about to come up, Sesto up against Fardy, is not our last one for tonight. It is our penultimate one, but it will be casted by the very lovely Justin and Marcus.
Thanks, Nat, and thanks, Nate. Straight into this. I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't seen either Sesto or Fardy on broadcast, or?
In general, no, we definitely have, because I'm Team Fardy all the way, backing him in. He took some bad losses, because he had, in my opinion, some hard matchups. So he was not sitting pretty on the table. Nate's giving me the little crying kind of face because he thinks that Fardy, I don't know, doesn't deserve the praise, but I hope he lives up to it. Obviously, me being a City fan would love to see Victory lose here, but it looks like Victory are going to go 1-0 up. We love that post, but Fardy is giving him the ball straight back. I'm going to let you talk, Justin, but I think it's going to be 1-0 here in a second, and there it is. Look, maybe I jinxed him. Maybe I should just stop talking at the start and just let him ease into the game, because as soon as I started talking, he basically just was on the road to conceding. So take it away, Justin. Take it away.
No, I was going to say, if it means when we ever get a goal whenever you speak, I'll sit back and watch and you take it away. I mean, no. In all honesty, we've seen a lot of quick goals. That's another one for tonight.
Lots of quick goals tonight, actually. And I think about it, it's so many quick goals, mistakes, and also just really direct build-up. I think people are just taking advantage of when the team goes into shape. And they're just like, okay, let's just go. It's much easier when you're the kickoff team to just drive, because you don't have to worry about your defenders getting to shape, because obviously you're just going forward. So Fardy needs to do this, build up, and that was very close to losing the ball. So he needs to be careful here as he makes a mistake. This is pressure, Justin. I want to talk to you about it, because obviously Fardy being one of the new players in the E-League, right? I know he has that LAN experience recently, qualifying for the LAN, but do you think the pressure's going to get into him? It's good defending there, but do you think the pressure's going to get into him? Because it starts to add up, because especially not having a great start, it starts to add up. You start looking at the table all the time thinking, I got to win this game, you don't want to be in the bottom 4, but you also are hoping you could pull something off for top 4-ish. What do you think? Do you think it's pressure?
I don't know if it's necessarily pressure, but I definitely think he's started to look at fixtures and the table and thinking, I need to pick up points sooner rather than later, because we're already more than halfway through the regular season, just like that. Unbelievable. 2 weeks ago we're sitting here first night, and now we're already halfway through regular season. But that's, we actually really love this format. I personally do. I know a lot of the players do. It really, what happens is you're seeing the best of the best playing each other and representing the 12 A-League clubs.
You're just seeing lots of games, lots of variety, and the one thing I want to bring up right now is that switch fails. Is Sesto's use of his fullbacks. He's got Gary here at left back. He's got actually Ferland Mendy holding it right back here, which is uncommon. Obviously, you see most guys running down the left-hand side as Gary does hit the overlap and then gives it into R9. What a pass. One more turn from Palais Green. Save from the #1 keeper in the game. Header check. I'm going to go on that. Did see the poll on Twitter from E-League Australia. I love my boy Van der Sar, obviously being a United fan, and Van der Sar's probably been that guy in I guess, over the years, really. He's been that guy in goal, but I think Czech's got him this year. But Fardy needs to build up. Talked about it in other games, but when your build-up is not strong down this left-hand side with Teo Hernandez, it's really obvious. We've seen a masterclass from Mark. Can we see Fardy get a chance here? De Villa on the ball, spinning. What a pass to Palais. That is serious, serious vision. And he hits us with the little basketball step back. James Harden, shout out. And he's letting Sesto know, I ain't going anywhere, man. What a pass, Justin. That's serious vision. You talk about passing from the likes of Neiti and Sard. That's up there for pass of the night.
That's fantastic. Again, jaw dropping. On a dime turning.
Did you see Haaland there? Put a shield, put a screen. Speaking of basketball, he put a massive screen on Sesto's defender there, which is why I was wondering, where's the offside line? Because it's a bit weird that Palais was that free, but Haaland was like,
I'm not moving. You're going to move me out of the way. And speaking of someone who's on the smaller side of things, that is not nice when someone that is that tall doing that to you on the football pitch.
Yeah, look, I can't speak from experience in regards to
You can speak on the other side of that in terms of setting screens on small people like me.
Yeah, look, I mean, me talking about Saturday football, won't be doing that much. Much of recent, it's not been great for me. But yeah, look, I'm going to swiftly move away from that topic. And
so we got plenty of FC action to keep us occupied. And yeah, some interesting little switch. I'm not sure. It looks like Sesto looks like he's rocking. It's a 4-3-2-1 or potentially a 4-4-2, but his attack is very unique because he's got kind of his Mendy in front of Incogniti's, and then he's also running Jude Bellingham as well, which is a unique pick in terms of what you've seen usually. He's not going with that KDB, so it's a great pass from Fadi there. And Pele is running the show right now. That technical dribbling, great block as well, but game's opened up here. Sesto had a great start. He needs to go back to his fundamentals, and I don't think that's it, personally.
yeah, it needs to get back into rhythm of things because it's just not going necessarily yet. But, good build-up here from Fadi. I mean, very patient. That's what you want. You want to be patient in these situations. Wait for your opponent to come to you. And I think in this situation where he finds himself level, you don't want to give the ball away easily at all, Marcus. I mean, speaking from your experience, one of the top competitors that's ever really competed in Australia and New Zealand and OCE, I mean, can you think of any times where you can feel the pressure basically when playing?
Definitely. I mean, even even just overseas, even E-League, because especially in these situations where I was very similar to Fadi, where I've, taken losses early on in the season, and you need these games where you're looking at them, you're thinking, I need to pick up points here. Like, draw at the very minimum, but I cannot be dropping points, because it's not just about dropping points, but you're giving the likes of someone like Sesto, who maybe struggled a bit early on, those 3 points, and you can say Sesto struggled, but he lost that, the Mob Derby to Mark early on, that 5-0, as Pele is dancing right now for Fadi. I can't finish my point because Fadi is just hitting these basketball step backs over and over again. Pele's that guy. Pele's that guy. We've seen him. Everyone's starting him. Some people are subbing him on. I think you're going to see a little transition in the meta in terms of, do I want to use Haaland? Do I want to use him off the bench? Because this Pele looks too good to drop.
I think over the years, and it started now in the last year, FC titles, we've seen Pele start to become a player that people actually use. I remember for a while, it wasn't actually used by anyone really. I can't recall exactly which FC game he started to get used by pros, but he's now like a placeholder in players' teams.
Definitely around, I think, 2020, 2021, those kind of times. Beforehand, he was there for sure, but you're right, he was kind of just like an afterthought. People love Dinho, a bit stronger, this and that, but Pele, he suits this game to a T. As he puts Mbappe through, this should be a Trivela, but it gives him the fancy shot animation. We've all been there. It happens. It's a little unfortunate. Of course, if it goes in, it's extra style points, but for those ones, you kind of need to just make sure you're angled the right way. I don't want to be nitpicky, but it is one of those ones where you need to make sure you're completely angled so you're 100% going to get the Trivela animation. And if that requires a bit of left stick, or even a potential left stick ball roll to change animation, you kind of have to do it. Otherwise, you're just basically hoping that it gives you the Trivela. And as we've seen, it doesn't always happen. But what Sesto will be hoping for, that doesn't lead him to being 3-1 down, because Theo is down the line, and that was going to Haaland. That was dangerous. But the recycle's on here. Is he going to force it down the line, though? I wonder. He does. He's dribbling here with Theo really well. Devere gets the ball, but Fernand Mendy, another one of those unique fullback picks, which become a bit of an E-League Australia thing. Tidies up well there. What are you thinking, Justin? Because this is like a 2-1, but I think Sesto had control early on, not just the goal, but just the general flow of the game. But the last, I'd say 20 to 15 in-game minutes, Fadi's really wrestled back control of the game and has him pinned in his own half. And constantly has Teo with a deep cross. Wow, what a cross. That was elite from Fadi. There's the pause. Good choice from Sesto because he is under the pump. And Fardy's making him pay, and that's 3 step backs in a row. You know, those 3-pointers, this could be, 3 points, 9-1. That's what Fardy's thinking. Might be a big basketball fan. I know him and Naylor are a big basketball fan. So, what are you thinking, Justin? What's Sesto changing? Because that was his pause there. Early pause too.
I love these basketball references, by the way. But no, actually, before I tell you what I'm thinking, I wanted to quickly touch on, whenever you're talking, there's goals. That's all I wanted to say.
I know. But like, I thought it was a jinx, but like, maybe we'll just slow it down a little bit and see what happens.
No, this is good. We want goals. We
do want goals, but it's it's hard. We'll see what happens. But what are you thinking? What are you changing here if you're Justin? Because not just when you're Sesto. If you're Justin, you and I playing, who knows what we would do? But if you're Sesto, are you switching away from that 4-4-2 very early on? Or are you doing a side and you're just sticking with it? Because, he seems to be causing problems. He's got his fullback against Teo. He's got the matchup he wants. He's just not getting out there to block these crosses. And if that cross goes in, as you're going to see, he's going to be in serious trouble all game. Gary he's a big guy, but obviously Haaland is, dare I say, superhuman. So,
well, I think it's fair to say Haaland is absolutely dominating him at this moment. But me personally, when I used to compete, I didn't really like to particularly make a change unless it was the 45th minute and onwards. But I personally, when it got to your 50th, 56th, 60th minute, I didn't really care. I was making changes because in my head, if you have players that are tired and with unlocked accounts, why not bring on players who are probably going to be near to exactly the same stats? Bring them on, and then you have fresh legs. You're going to have a better chance of scoring, no?
Yeah, it makes a big difference, not just in terms of sprinting, but all the different stats from first touch to just general stamina, like when you're second man pressing, the impact stamina, all these kind of things, reactions. It goes on and on and on, but the big problem right now, I think, for Sesto is tactically, he's just getting a little bit outplayed because if he cannot stop Teo, it's always going to go to Haaland, who chest down. Great block from Gary again, but like this is asking a lot as the corner goes in near post and Fardy's been watching Mark. Execution not there, idea is there. Didn't exactly get the greatest of spawn in as well in the box with the players. Something he needs to maybe tinker with to get the right number on corners. But as you say, 45th minute, we talk about changes, but there could be a change in the score here. It's the second time Sesto's forced that over the top through ball.
It's been such direct play for Fardy, really. Every single time now, probably since maybe the 30th minute, it has been from right back to left back, Theo Hernandez down the wing, crossing it back post to Haaland every single time without fail, and finds himself golden opportunities. And ever since that second minute, it's really been all Fardy.
He's been all over. And if I'm Sesto right now, as we see the goal highlights, that was just a great recycle. And obviously, you see Haaland there with the little screen going on. That happens, but it's all coming down this left-hand side. De Veer's been really involved in the action. Great little hesitation there from KDB, and he sat Van Dijk down on the ground. Is unbelievable stuff there, because that is definitely the best FC defender in the game. And KDB is running the show there. Those passes to get out to Theo, the speed of the pass is what's catching Sesto out. It's getting out to the line so quickly that you don't even have time to drag your fullback out. And then you're so worried about the cross that you can't control both at once. It was also a great decision from Fardy not to knock that one down, because I know he wanted to try and knock that one across, but he saw the goal was open and then he did it. So, look, I'm going to let the game run a little bit. Don't want to jinx it again and let a goal score. I've got some tactical maybe advice potentially for Sesto, but I want to see how this second half goes, because he gets the goal. It's 3-1. It's not the end of the world.
No, definitely not at all. And try to utilise a couple of skill moves there. Theo Hernandez just finds his way back to the defence, and now Fardy with Miller going to play it across, and you can see Theo Hernandez on that left side again, just waiting for the ball to come his way, but sloppy pass, Bellingham into Economidis, crosses it in, Bellingham to pick up the scraps, but that's very sloppy play again from Sesto. It's just, he's not been fantastic with the passing since maybe the 15th minute, and it's been all Fardy since then.
Yeah, well, it's this aerial kind of play in the last part that he's not really getting right, and someone who's getting it right, though, is Mark 11. He's 5-0 up in the other game right now, so our vice champion of the world, just kicking on and just doing what he does. So, I mean, he's letting us know. But in terms of tactically, it's a good bit of pressure here from Sesto. He needs to try and make this count. Great pass into Mbappe, step over boost, but there's that guy, Van Dijk. We talk about the aerial game, which is clearly something that Sesto's been trying to do with these little dink passes, more not really crossing. If you want to do that, I think Haaland's a great option. Obviously, he's always a great option, but for those, you can kind of get the body type and body movement when you square it in, and you can kind of spin the centre back almost with that kind of pass. So I wonder if it's something that he wants to think about. Obviously, he's going to have to take off one of his big 3 attackers. So I think a lot of people starting to favour Pele over R9, which is Fardy's one of them. No R9 on the pitch for him, so maybe it's R9 off as well for Sesto, and we have an R9-less game.
Yeah, and, you know, just we're getting to that point where we were just talking about when do you make those changes. I think maybe the change is going to be made soon. Getting back self. It's a game R9 being brought up before. Now he's throwing goal. Red time, but doesn't matter. Gets the goal and brings himself to within 1. And it was great passing play, but was that slight keeper movement there, Marcus?
Slight keep movement. Obviously, the red time. Definitely lucky for it to go straight through. But as I said, it's like, oh, need to change this. We're talking about tactics. Now it's only 3-2. Like, for all that domination, Fardy did not put it on the scoreboard, which is the biggest kind of point I want to take from tonight, is that you're seeing a lot of this kind of domination into no scoreboard pressure. Only a couple have really done it and then consistently held up on it. So now Fardy, look at it, he's passing around the back, he's thinking, man, how am I only winning this game by 1 goal? And when you're winning by 1 goal in FC with these 9-minute halves, it really doesn't really even feel like you're winning, I'll be honest. It feels like I need to score again. Because
feels like it's even.
Yeah, it feels like it's even, which is a good thing. Which is a good thing because it means the game's really free-flowing. As Teo Hernandez is running down the line there, one's going to hit him. But you feel like you need to score again. And, I mean, truthfully, you probably do. You know, 3-2 ending from now until like 60th to the 90th would be kind of crazy. But yeah, I don't know what's happening. I love that celebration there from Sesto. Shout out Sporting. He must be tuning in. But that's a great pass there into Haaland. He's showing some feet. It's the only maybe downside of Haaland, but there's a corner chance here. Short to Pele's player, locked it, dinked into Haaland. Near post, great save from VDS. He's going to go short again. I wonder if he's going to go top of the box this time. Teo, player lock, back to stick. Wow. If that cross was just a bit harder with a bit more velocity, we could have been looking at probably the best set piece of the night with how quick that play locking was to the back stick.
No, definitely indeed. I just wanted to quickly touch on, we're talking about those subs again, and now we're 65th minute. Yes, we're in 9-minute halves, but 1 goal down, do you make that change?
I think if you were 3-1 down, yeah, but I think 3-2, he's liking the flow of the game right now because Fardy's kind of giving him a chance back in with this free-flowing game as Pele's going to try his best, but it's hard being a short guy compared to Rio Ferdinand with that long stride, a bit lengthy. But see, now as Miller makes a big mistake here at the back, and Mbappe takes the ball. Ball roll, Van Dijk. Unbelievable defending from Van Dijk, and this is what we mean by we feel like every single player should have him in his team because he just gives that one-on-one defending just solidness that I don't think anyone else really has. Like, he just feels like in those situations, I have full confidence that I can win the ball if obviously I don't make any mistakes. But there's the pause, you see, because there's the pause. Now it's getting to the point as Fardy makes a little mistake there. Wouldn't be happy about that one, giving a free pause. But here's the pause. He needs that pause. Players are a little bit tired, as you're seeing. Maybe he'll switch things up, switch the fullback side. There's a lot of different things he can do here. What are you thinking for Sesto here, Justin? And also for Fardy as well, because does he take Haaland off? Does he bring R9 on?
Well, I think I'd be very surprised if I don't see Haaland on for Sesto.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think like also Sesto has the opportunity here to potentially switch his wingers because if he more or less baits Fardy into pushing his Teo Hernandez into that left winger's position in the 4-3-2-1, he counter-attack down the line with the Mbappe through ball on the right wing is unbelievable. So I wonder if it's something he's thought about here, as R9 has come on the pitch for Pele. So no, as Haaland, has come on the pitch for Pele. Excuse me, as top of the box here, R9 goes back to Hulot. Probably don't want Hulot on the corner. Little mistake there from Sesto, I think. Definitely want Hulot in the box. It's not the greatest corner as we have speedster Mbappe here. But that guy Maldini showing up again. Sard started a bit of a movement here with Maldini, and I rate it.
Another sub also made for Sesto, Daniel Arzani on for Economidas.
We like that. Miller, great defending again. Now, you're looking at the clock here if you're a player. You're looking at the clock. You're obviously trying to build up, and maybe that's why that mistake's happened, because you're looking at the clock and seeing what time is it. Okay, 73rd, 72nd. How do I want to adjust my play? And that was a bad mistake because now he's under serious pressure. He needs to defend the situation one-on-one. Step over from R9. Left stick. Locked up by Teo Hernandez, and I think you're going to be seeing a lot of this going on right now with this Mbappe Teo Hernandez combo for Vardy, because he feels safest on the ball with them. I can imagine there's another switch is incoming here. There it is. Beautiful little left foot switch there from Miller. He's really going to test Mendy here, because that's an offside, and there's another pause, which is a good time to pause here, because you don't know how many more pauses you're going to get before the ball goes out, before you might have team press or foul for a pause. I would like to see, big fan of Jude Bellingham, but I would like to see him subbed off for KDB potentially. Patala's obviously, we haven't seen her for a while, but he's not in that 4-3-2-1, so I think KDB gives you that. We see right there, the passing from KDB is just world class, best in the game. But I don't know, it's one of those games, Justin, where it's really there for the taking for both of them. Like, Vardy's thinking, I just need one goal, just one goal. And Sesto, I wonder if he's going to switch off this 4-4-2 eventually and match and go for a kind of like a constant pressure, or like a heavy touch maybe. Could catch him off guard. I'm not sure if he's like confident in it, because he seems very stuck in this 4-4-2, which is a good thing. It's good to be confident in your game, but I don't know. What are you thinking? It's not really a. It's a weird one, this one.
It definitely is a weird one. In this situation where a couple subs being made, we're gonna have to see who exactly being brought on, brought off for both competitors. Mia Hamm. Now that is a name that we've not seen.
I think early on. I want to say one of them. I think.
I know Bill's
Mapro. I think Mapro was also using her at Cam in 4-2-3-1 in his first week. And I'm pretty sure, or maybe subbed on. Because I remember being in the chat saying, "Oh, you don't see that very often," but she's definitely still a great card. Just a unique pick.
I know Bill's was using her in challenges last night. And I believe, I want to say, actually scored 2 goals for him in the 90th minute to win a game.
Oh, well, that's a great omen. Maybe Bill's speed in Sesto's ear here and said, look, you got to bring her on. She's her. And if that happens, then unbelievable. You're going to see Mia Hamm starting for those two. But this is where you're going to see a little bit of control here. And you've got that third and final pause cued by Sesto. Vardy does keep messing up these switches, though. I think he's just got to be a little careful here, because his team is really high up the pitch. If he loses the ball here, there's a serious counter-attack on. And I think he's realised just then with the step overs backwards. Offside trap failed. R9, what a save from Van der Sar.
That's what he does.
Justin
that's what Van der Sar does.
Looks at me with that smug smile because Van der Sar has made a clutch save. I'm not going to hate on my boy Vardy for not borrowing and finessing it the other way, because we've all been under pressure. You never know where the keeper's going to go.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, you need your keeper to make saves like that. And he's done so and kept him in the game, because that really was game over. So the biggest thing here, obviously tactics aside and changes aside, is that Sesto needs to be really switched on from this corner. Because if I'm Vardy, I'm thinking, once this pause goes out, I'm going to let it run slightly. I'm going to skip the animation and I'm going to put this near post and hope that Haaland's there.
Yeah.
Or Hullet. Or as we've seen with Mark, Rio will be absolutely fine here, because these are the kind of moments where you see Sesto just, heads down a little bit. He's focused, but it's like you can catch people off guard here, and this is something that I would definitely try. Vardy could also just take the ball short and just kill a bit of time.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but back in the day, I'm talking maybe 10, 12 years ago, you used to be able to pick where you had your players for a corner.
Yes.
Why don't we have that?
Because it's, I mean, like, it would be great, but it's also dangerous with all these Haalands and Van Dijks running around. I'm scared for the near post, Justin. I'm scared for the near post.
I would love that. When I'm playing at home.
Yeah, when you're scoring them. What happens when you concede them? Vardy's definitely. I don't think he's crossing this one in, by the way. His towards come short. I like the idea, custom set pieces, but these corners feel about custom right now with how easily people are scoring them, which is why I'm surprised Vardy has also not only gone short, but given the ball away to Haaland. He's got to track that run. Haaland is running. He's going to play it. No, he's not. He's tracked it perfectly. Blanc on for Vardy as well. So he's really trying to lock up shop here. Blanc with the Mendy. Great clearance, play lock clearance. Mbappe gets the ball. I think Vardy has really locked up shop here. I think he's got a serious back four of height here as well. So Haaland going to try and kill some time in the corner. Philo Mendy says, nice try. Alexis Pitalas trying your best. De Villa, this is going out wide to Mendy, but it's intercepted. Arzani on the ball, drives, hits Haaland, trying to spin Van Dijk. But it's really impossible against that frame, even for the likes of Haaland. De Villa with the flick on. Alexis Pitalas plays onto Haaland. One more to Mbappe. Mbappe's through. Can Hullet catch up? Yes, he can with that stride, but I expect Vardy to go straight to the corner flag here and just get absolutely bodied. Game on here for Sesto. He has a chance here, Justin.
Does indeed. He's got Mearham. Haaland back post. Doesn't find him, but he does now. Virgil. Great clearance.
Manual clearance from Vardy. Just pure panic. Can he get up the pitch? Manual clearance back up from Sesto. Is that offside? It's not offside. Mearham, another manual clearance. Wow. What an end of Sesto with a little bit of a smile there. Vardy, I think, just a bit more stressed out, to be honest. There's a smile. There's a smile at the end. I think they were both laughing at that kind of funny ending to the game, but it's really all smiles for Vardy because he's the one who picked up the 3 points in a game of the middle table that could have a lot of importance come the end of the season.
Yeah, you're spot on, Marcus. Vardy picking up the 3 points, picking up the win for MacArthur against Sesto. And I think both players at the end there were just completely shocked with those manual clearances. I was shocked that Mearham was onside. I thought she would have been offside.
I thought that was her moment. We just talked about it with her saving Builder last night. I thought that was the moment where he was going to flick it on, she was going to get the assist, and you're going to see all the celebrations, but it wasn't meant to be. I think Sesto maybe should have done an L1 triangle flick on header there and just hope for the best, but we can nitpick over all these things he could have done, but it's just one of those games where I think Vardy dominated for the most part. He definitely gave Sesto chances back in, though, which is something that he needs to really clean up if he wants to pick up the rest of these points into the end of the season.
Yep, no, it definitely was an impressive performance after that early goal conceded by Vardy, but we'll have to ask him after this short break.
Welcome back to E-League. We're almost at the end of our day, but not quite yet. We do have one more round coming our way. But let's talk about round number 6 here. It was between Sesto and Fardy. My goodness, it was close. Well, it wasn't okay, because we went into halftime, and Fardy was up 3-1, and he's like, okay, all I gotta do is just waste a little bit of time, waste the second half, maybe have a little bit of aggression, try to get some more goals for myself, but gosh, by the end of it, I was a little bit worried for him. Or maybe I was excited for the potential of a Sesto comeback, Nate.
Look, I think Marcus was particularly worried. Could hear it in the voice there. But we got the result that I think was deserved. There's a bunch of things from Sesto, which, to be honest, are a few question marks. The Mendy, and then the Mendy at right back. Appreciate, 93 overall, 99 pace, blah, 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 but just a bit of an odd one. And sticking with that 4-4-2 defensive formation all the way through, it didn't look like it was working at any point. It's one of those, he gets the point, and I'm sure Marcus is the first one to be like, that's why you stick with it, you never change and stuff like that. I don't know. Our vibe over here was that it was never going to get him the result. Fardy does get the deserved points, Marcus, 100%.
Yeah, I'm all aboard the Fardy Waddy hype train. That's what we call him. But that was we being myself in our little fan club. But that was a good game for him. But he did let him into the game. Even in that 4-4-2 defensive, I think I want to see more control from Vardy to kind of show that he can kind of see these games out. And also when he 3-1 up, I was expecting, okay, get a fourth, kill the game off. But he let Sesto into that game, which is why I think Sesto didn't feel the need to change, because he was like, this guy is giving me the ball back, giving me space to attack. It's just a free-flowing game at this point. And look, at the end of the day, I think he's very happy he got that win, because you can look back at that one and be like, I can't believe I just drew that 3-all, for example. So
yeah, I think we changed positions just for that one game. Now you're like, how did it go that way? And I'm saying, you know what? Fardy finally showed me that he can actually get a result. So, hey, we'll just switch it all around. I'll join that fan club.
Welcome.
I was going to say the believers a little bit down, the non-believers a little bit further up. Either way, it's an overall win for Fardy. And because of that, we're going to bring him on. We're going to see how much relief is coming from him for that win, Fardy. So it was a close second half, but you get the win. So how does it feel to get the 3 points here?
I'm really happy to get 3 points. And the first game as well, my aim was to get max points this week, because my first 4 games were against the top 4 players in the region. My aim is just to win the games I'm supposed to win and do as best as possible against the games that are not in my favor.
Yeah. What actually happened in this game? Marcus was hyping you up. He said, this is it. It's definitely going to be a Fardy win. And it was looking to be a win for you at the halftime. But then in the second half, Sesto getting that goal there, were you a little bit worried? And what happened for Sesto to be able to get that goal in the second half?
I mean, it's just him playing his Mendy at right back, because I attack on the left side. Everyone attacks on the left side. It's really hard to attack. I was even maybe switching my attacking side to the right side so I can abuse his A-League player. But at the end of the day, it was a close game, but I had a couple of chances. I should have maybe scored. But it was a close game, yeah.
You made it entertaining for us.
Hey, Fardy, Nate here. Very impressed, mate. Obviously, we've had some fun talking about you and your efforts. You are the only debutant for the season in the top flight, mate. You got that win. It's a big one on broadcast. I just want to say, do you think you can take that going forward now and be like, look, everyone, game management, I've got it down on the big occasion now?
Yeah, I'm going to try and improve holding the ball more. It's working for Mark 11 really well, and I'm trying to kind of copy it. But yeah, just need to improve switching the ball, because I buckled a couple of times switching the ball in that game. He kept intercepting it. I tried to switch with my A-League player, but yeah, maybe to Van Dijk and then switch it.
We've been saying you're sort of Mark 11 light sometimes, and only in the best way, Marcus. I think that's a fair compliment, right?
Yeah, it is. Hey, Fardy, firstly, great win, of course. I want to talk to you about that kind of game management situation. Obviously, looking into Mark's gameplay, I could see you obviously trying some things with the corners as well. Super impressive play, locking to the back stick. Obviously, unlucky not to score there. But I want to talk to you about, have you looked at those previous games against those top competitors? Because I was saying your run of fixtures at the start was very difficult, and to even come away with a few points there was good. Have you looked back at those games and looked at what you can improve, especially in build-up and maybe having more possession to pressure them?
Yeah, I've watched all my games back from the Dylan one, because it was A1. There's nothing much to learn there. But yeah, against Mark, I just looked at how I can improve when he scored the goals, how he got the corners. because I think he scored a corner or two against me, and all like rest of his goals were mistakes of me as well. So yeah, I need to improve in that section.
That's good. I was just wondering about that because I think we've always said, or I'm saying that like you're maybe just below the top 4 in terms of the rankings, and like the likes of, I guess, Sard, if you want to push on and really make an impact in the finals, hoping that you make it, it's more of a situation you need to, I guess, bring something different when you're playing against these top players. So I was just curious to see what you've done and what you're looking into fixing, but it sounds good, and I'll keep supporting here.
I do have one more question before we let you go as well, Fadi, is, you talk about how you look at Mark Levin, how he's playing, try and take some inspiration from there, but are there any other players either within E-League or even any other Premier Leagues that you're kind of looking at when it comes to EAFC and maybe some tactics or formations that you want to try and you've taken inspiration from?
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the E-Prem on the weekend, I think it was. Until 8 a.m. I think it was, and what you call it, I tried to learn their corners, but they do it really well, so I can't really say I can copy it exactly. And yeah, I look at Mark Levin's gameplay, Neiti, Ryan, Dylan, try to learn from their gameplays because they're the best in our region, I think. And yeah, just look at their gameplay, try and learn from them, I guess.
Yeah, I love it. I love that initiative that you're taking, Friday. I look forward to, all the future games that you have here during this season. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on a fantastic win.
Thank you.
So, yeah. I like it. Maybe he can't copy it exactly right now, those corners, but he's working on it, and it did show in this game as well. Hopefully we can see more progression and some other inspiration that he's been taking from other regions as well as some of the players here. But right now we have to round out our day. We do have one more round left, round number 7. It's going to be our last game that we're covering here tonight. It's JMK King up against Noah Just with Marcus and Justin.
Thanks, Nat. Thank you, Nate. I'm actually really excited for this game. I think we spoke about that kind of pack near the bottom and to the middle area, and looking to see who's going to take initiative and pick up points and push themselves further up the table. I'm really interested to see. I'm interested to watch Josh on broadcast, because I think on his day, JMK King performs really, really well and can pick up results against the best of competitors.
He might be looking up to pick up a goal right here, Justin, as he gets the build up, top of the box, KDB into Palais. Ball scoop is clean, but that guy Van Dijk there locking up. And, I mean, you took the words out of my mouth because there's a bit of pressure here, but JMK has been, if you look at his results overall, especially against the top players, he's keeping these games close. Which is telling me a couple of things. Defense is either really solid, or his maintaining of the ball is really solid to deny them access to the ball and therefore chances to score. So both those things I'm looking out for, if especially gets a lead. But on the other hand, Noah with a great chance here, hard dancing, KDB, super important interception there. On the other hand, yeah, Noah, I mean, he really needs to pick up, dare I say, a win here. Just for confidence, at least a draw, but he's desperate for points at this point, because you don't want to give yourself too much to do. Speaking of too much to do, Hansen on the ball now, the pass is across, doesn't need it, and it's 1-0 to Noah. JMK not happy with that one, and Noah goes 1-0 up in this game, which is a battle of the lads from New Zealand as well.
Yeah, just thinking about that myself. 2 competitors, 2 of the best that New Zealand has to offer, and Caroline Graham Hansen picking up that mistake, pouncing on the mistake by JMK King and taking full advantage and putting Noah up by 1 goal in this New Zealand derby.
Lots of mistakes at the back we're seeing with getting caught out at the back with passing and intercepting. I think a lot of players are getting caught with that second man press into player switch. I think a lot of them are getting caught into that. Also that double tap second man press, which basically allows you to cover 2 passing lanes and pressure at once. I think a lot of them are using that around this midfield area and catching people off guard. But it's a nice build up there from JMK. But lockdown again, I think Noah's game plan is very obvious here. Haaland is receiving the ball more often than not. So he's really trying to attack that right-hand side against Sutton, compared to, obviously, he's got his Teo Hernandez here at left back, who will be overlapping. But you're seeing a lot of the ball on this right-hand side into Haaland's feet. He's clearly looked at the lineups, and he knows which areas he wants to try and attack.
No, definitely. You can see there is a game plan there, as you mentioned. Not only is Noah basically happy to soak up pressure, when he does receive the ball, it's either a counter or it's patience. And it's really good. It's a really good justification to be able to play like that, because it means that you have multiple facets to your game. It means you're able to manipulate your opponent into thinking one thing when you're about to hit them with something else. And speaking of exactly that, you got Haaland running down the wing. The problem is here now you want him on the end of a cross into Pele, finds Hood on the edge. De Bruyne.
He's triggered his right back here. I just want to see if he does anything. Haaland's dancing right now into Hansen. Great step there from JMK. Wins the ball. He's going to be careful playing out. He's also got Frimpong here at right back, which is an interesting choice. I wonder if that's something he's going to maybe play towards and switch Haaland's side and say, okay, I'll play down the right-hand side and you can't let me have this cross, because as great as Frimpong is, he's also only 5'7", so it's a tough situation against Haaland, obviously, with that aerial plus. But speaking of tough situation, Haaland, one more pass. Beautiful from JMK. Keeper movement, red. He doesn't shoot there. Goes for the cutback. Oh, should he have shot, Justin? I feel like it was a half chance to score, but I feel like you just kind of you hit that green and you hope.
I'm more disappointed in the fact that passing play was unbelievable again. I know passing play has been a theme of tonight through multiple games, but that quick first touch passing into Haaland's feet and didn't find the goal, really disappointed that didn't find its way into the back of the net, because JMK King certainly deserved to find himself level. We've seen Noah with a pass inside to Pele, pass across, and that's so unfortunate for JMK King. Noah puts his hands up in the camera and in the celebration. He knows that is a very, very lucky goal, but at the end of the day, it's E-League. You take what you can get. You take that advantage, because points are very hard to come by. You need it. You need to be picking them up.
Look, we see that kind of goal in real life all the time. Once you get down the line, then you just play that ball across. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's hard for defenders. I'm not sure if JMK has the auto clearance set on. If you have the auto clearance, potentially you can get a clearance there, but obviously most players play with it off, because you can also just clear the ball when you don't want it to. So, you know, risk versus reward, but it's one of those situations where unless you're really switched on and you're spamming circle trying to get a clearance, it's very tough, right? No one's really clearing there automatically, especially this early into the game. But it's a nice situation for Noah here, who needs the points, and he's down the wing again. Haaland is on back six. I want to see a cross here if he does it. There it is. He's going to get up, and this could be 3, and there it is. 3-0 to Noah. Fist bump. He's happy about that one. JMK is not happy, because this has been a terrible 5 to 7 in-game minutes here. He's gone from, okay, 1-0, not great, to 3-0 in a blink of an eye. And it's mostly been stemming from this guy, Haaland.
Honestly, that is fantastic, because what some people forget to remember, that's a manual header. It's not like back in the day where it was automatic, like if you shoot, you're going to get on target. He's had to direct exactly where he wants that ball to go. Not only with the header, but the cross as well. That was a manual cross as well. So,
great mechanics.
Yeah, great mechanics indeed.
Great mechanics, Noah. And now the issue here with JMK, I'm just looking at his lineup here. As he tries to force it here. This is what he can't do. You can't just be like forcing from kickoff. Not out of tilt, but just like kind of not thinking, because this game, you can go down another goal so quickly as he gives the ball away again after winning it. He needs to compose himself here, even a pause. Hansen on the ball, relax to go. Ball roll scoop, one more to Pele. Could be a pen, no hesitation, cancel. Pele, great block from Van Dijk. Goes back to Haaland. No, with the fist bump. I wonder if there's another sorry celebration incoming. No, there's not. See, one sorry celebration is enough. I think he's like, I need these points. Luck is part of the game. But, I mean, that's just the Haaland killer instinct. He's there. Don't get me wrong. That's not great for JMK. It's very unlucky. But if I play devil's advocate, Justin, that all stemmed from the defensive mistakes. You should not have given him the ball back when he won it. You know, it's just you need to try and limit these attacks as much as possible, especially when you feel like things aren't going your way.
No, I completely agree. But at that same time, I'm going to play the other side
Yeah,
of the
of
table.
course.
It's just so unlucky. Twice, you could say there's been a few things that have definitely gone against him. You could argue even 3 of the 4 goals. It's either been something that just was not intended or a silly, not even a silly mistake. It was just very unlucky. He finds himself 4 down inside half an hour. Look, as well as Noah has played, and all full credit goes to him. It's been very unlucky for JMK King. This is definitely, he's capable of much better than this, and he knows that. And I don't necessarily blame him in 100%. It's not all his fault. He's been unlucky with a few of the goals.
Definitely not. As a player to player, we can definitely sympathise as Haaland was through. But there's little mistakes there. The Berber spin from Haaland. There's little things there where I know we're tilted and things have happened, but he was through there with Haaland. Noah gives him another chance here. That's a hard tackle, potential penalty, but this is where you have to compose yourself. And this is why I was asking for the pause, because obviously he's a little flustered. We'd all be a little flustered right now, and he's lucky that Noah is giving him chances back into this game, just giving him the ball, because there's a lot of pressure building. Arne gets the ball, one more to Haaland, turns inside, too slow. Great tackle from Noah there, and he's getting down this right-hand side, which is becoming a big problem because it's a great tackle from Ruum Dij. Didn't see him in the lineup as well. Some unique picks here from JMK. I like this. Just a quick update in the other game. 4-2 to Sydney at halftime. So Dylan picking off where he left. Not Dylan, sorry, Neiti. That would be it. Neiti would be in that one. So it's one of those ones where he needs to pick up those points. And I don't know what to say about this game, just because it's so back and forth. But you look up at the scoreboard and you remember, he's chilling. He's up 4 goals, which doesn't feel like, as you said, doesn't feel like a 4-0 game. But scoreboard, it lies, but it doesn't lie,
It definitely does not lie, but yeah, you are spot on, Marcus. This isn't a 4-0 game. I don't think it's a fair representation of both competitors. I think it is a lot more even, despite what we see in front of our eyes. But, with 9-minute halves, there is plenty of time for JMK King to be able to get opportunities, create them, and find himself back into this game. We've already seen him creating multiple opportunities. It's just actually taking a chance, finishing them off.
That was better. He gets the ball back here with a bit of fortune. He's got a nice chance here with Frimpong. Very nice build to dribble with, so he should be able to turn and create some space. Haaland not outside the box here, probably not in the position you want to be, but he picks it up to him back more. One more pass is on. Boral scoop. Wow, that was an unbelievable tackle. Seriously, great tackle from Noah, but also definitely a little bit lucky as he tries to fizz that one down the line. There's one more little chance here. I wonder if he's just going to instantly run line here with Haaland, just try and brute force his way down the line. He does do that from Hula to Haaland. He's going to cancel this play lock. He messes up the play lock, trying to switch off and gets the right stick flick. But a little mechanical mistake from Noah, which has otherwise been a great half, as JMK is getting up, and I think that's a good move. Getting up, bathroom break, go to the kitchen, glass of water, something, because you got plenty of time. You got 90 seconds, and I mean, after starting the game like this, 7 minutes in, you need to compose yourself, because he can still get back into this.
Hey, definitely. As I was just talking about it a minute or two ago, 9-minute halves, anything can happen. But yeah, you're right, Marcus. Get up, stretch your legs. Really, just go get some movement about, because I mean, I've even felt this myself when competing a couple of years ago. Competing at home, I remember it was winter. Sydney was very, very poor weather, and I had very warm clothes on, but I could just feel that something was just not going right. Get up, you go have a walk about the house, and you just go stretch your legs, and you know what, it can make the world of difference.
Yeah, definitely seeing them on from a different perspective when you come back. But I think we also, it is midnight in New Zealand for these two, so it might be, fatigue's definitely probably playing a bit of a factor here, and that's why I think they're going to, close to midnight, but it's more of a situation where, they've been playing a lot, and it's been a long night, and obviously they've been tuning into the other games. You're obviously practicing in between your games as well, so it's a big mountain to climb for JMK, because if Noah wanted to, he could just keep the ball at the back of the whole game and drag JMK out, but he is not. He's going for more. Esteo burns past Frimpong. Play lock cancel. Goes for that back stick across the game. Gets a corner. Is he going to do a Mark 11 and go near post straight away? No. He goes short. Back to KDB. It's going back stick. Hans getting up. Great save from Vanessa. He shot it. He headed it far knee post as well, trying to read the keeper movement. Doesn't call short straight away. Pele picks up the ball. He's read that recycle. I wonder if KDB is in a bit of trouble here. Gets it back to Pele. Reverse Elastico. Boost. Goes for the cut across. Keeper moves move there as well, which is a good move from JMK, and he absorbs that pressure. And nice little normal McGeady spin there from JMK. My favorite move on the game. Can he score from this? No. Great defending, but that's already 5 minutes gone. Time's not going quickly, but, you know, little moments like that happen, you start to think, maybe it's just not my day.
Yeah, I mean, you sit there and you question, you know what, maybe, as you said, not my day, not my luck in it for tonight. I mean, spoken about it a bit in the Naylor game with two, I mean, fair to say, big losses, especially against the competitors that you want to be picking points up against, former champions Dylan and Mark. But going back to this game, JMK King looking to find himself a goal to get back into this, but it's that last pass. We've seen a couple of times he's found himself a way into the box, can't get the shot off, but now it just seems it's that last pass into that final third. Needs to find himself a goal very quickly, Marcus.
Yeah, this is good pressure though here. I think Noah's making some mistakes playing out from the back, and he's inviting some pressure, which it's not the end of the world all the time, obviously, because you've got those counter-attacks, but I think in a game like this, you want to be controlling the game rather than inviting pressure. So it's good defending here. I want to see if, I mean, Frimpong's definitely a good option, but I want to see if there's some versatility on the bench as well for JMK. He gets the ball here, KDB, recycles. Pele, step overs down the line, recycles again to R9. Elastico needs to probably recycle. He's under some severe pressure. Reverse Elastico, KDB, Boral, finesse is on. No, bullet for a bit of tiki-taka here, first time. Pele, one more. Haaland, right foot shot, near post, check. Great save, strong hands. Corner's on here though. Is he going to go short? He is going to go short. Back to KDB, top of the box to Barbarousis. Is he going to shoot? No. Reverse to Pele, crosses on. R9 gets the ball, shot cancels, gets the ball back. Haaland with the ball again. Technical dribbling from the truck himself doesn't work out. I do rate that though, because sometimes people just step off so much because like, there's no way he's going to do technical dribbling with Haaland. Like it's Haaland, but it can work. And you know, when you haven't been able to find a way to score 60 minutes in, you need to be trying everything, including that. But this has been a great bit of sustained pressure from JMK here, and he has another chance here. Pele needs to drive into the space. One more to Barbarousis. Is he going to look for a recycle? He is. KDB's on. Finesse is on as well. Doesn't want to hit it. Right back's on as well. Into R9. Being boxed out. And that's good defending again from Noah, who's just absorbing this pressure over and over again.
Yeah, I think JMK has done everything right except for just that goal. That's all it's missing right now for him. He's played brilliantly in the second half, playing out from the back, finding himself on the edge of the box.
You've jinxed him. You've jinxed him. The commentator's cursed, but he's got it back. Oh, he's on here, Justin. He's on here. This is the big chance here. Boral scoop again. You're right, though. Everything but the goal. But this has been great pressure. I think the goal is coming. This could be it. Crosses on, back stick, whipped plus. Haaland tries to get up. Rio Ferdinand wins that. That was unlucky. That was really unlucky because the whip pass from Frimpong was just basically homing missile onto Haaland, but didn't get the right jumping animation from the big boy himself there, unfortunately.
I'm really confused. I mean, it's not his fault, but that animation was terrible in the jump up that Haaland had. It's almost like he was trying to defend the header out the other way instead of trying to score. As De Bruyne finds that exactly, he scores for Noah, puts him up 5 goals. I mean, it hasn't been a 5-star performance in the second half. It was a 5-star performance in the first for Noah, but he's found that 5th goal now, and surely that's it.
That was really nice from Noah. Obviously, it's much easier to do these kind of movements when you've got a little bit less pressure, but when the ball gets recycled here, Piscopo gives it to KDB. He lines up for the finesse shot, which drags JMK across to block it, and then just kind of wiggles his way into that space perfectly, but it was more about the bait initially because all of us were thinking, oh, he could finesse this. You obviously worry about moving the keeper, but also you want to try and block it if possible. That little micro movement led him to just running through, and now, I mean, now he's all over him. If he can kind of win this ball back from the kickoff, it's going to be really hard for JMK to more so regain his confidence that he was building for the last 20 in-game minutes as the ball gets headed back to check, and we're in absolutely no rush here where Noah, as the ball gets placed down, and this is what I'm talking about. He's in full control now. Full control. Shouldn't be doing stuff like that, but he gets away with it. And those are those little things that you need to go your way if you want to try and get back a 5-goal deficit.
Yeah, it's a real shame for JMK because he's played really well in the second half. It just nothing seems to be happening for him. I mean, every single thing he's doing right except for the goal. And I know I sound like a broken record, but it's unfortunate because he has played well. He's played very well, and Noah's been patient and has defended that last opportunity every single time. He still has a clean sheet somehow. I don't know how he has a clean sheet.
Yeah, his clean sheet's the most impressive part, but overall, like, yes, the goals have been unlucky, but this has been a great performance from Noah as well. I think it's been a performance that is definitely worthy of at least of a win. I'm not sure it's a 5-0 win at this point, but I think he's been good enough to win this game because it's all about every competitor that goes through this where you concede unlucky goals. It happens to everyone, and you need to be able to bounce back and keep your head and make sure you're still attacking well. And that first half from JMK attacking-wise wasn't the greatest. As Hewlett's through again, Boral cut back, great tackle there on Hansen. But this is what I mean. Every player goes through that. I think JMK's first half, attacking-wise, wasn't good enough to put enough pressure on Noah, who was giving him chances to kind of get that luck, if that makes sense, Justin. You have to, it's easier said than done. We've all been there, you know, tilted, things aren't going your way, but you've got to look at these things because it could happen to you again. It could happen to you next week, it could happen to you the week after, you could go down to the gauntlet, it could happen to you again, and you have to try and improve. No point complaining about it because luck is, of course, a part of the game, but at the end of the day, you're also in control of what you do and how you respond to that. So, you know, that goes to all competitors, not just JMK. I'm not just trying to just, you know, target him. It goes to everyone. We've seen every single player kind of go through these ups and downs in general. So it's one of those ones where, you know, you look back at the game and you think I could have done more, but it's glass half full, you know, or glass half empty as well, kind of mentality. So R9 gets the ball here, a little juggling move here. Crosses on potentially again. Recycles it to R9, into Haaland. One heel to heel gets taken out by City teammate KDB. Check comfy on the ball. So is Hort comfy on the ball as well. And this is looking like a clean sheet potentially, Justin, which is, as you said, would be crazy.
Not only that, just because of how many chances JMK Kings had, but it's just very rare in E-League this year. I mean, one of the clean sheets I can think of is, I think actually Neiti had a 6-0 against Noah, but that could be all ruled out here. Haaland, I was going to say, why did he pass it across for that second? But
I cannot believe he passed that across.
He's got a goal.
He's got a goal. He's got a goal. Clean sheet's gone. Whole discussion's gone.
Yeah.
But passing that across is crazy. Passing that across is such an insane move to do. It's one of those. It's like almost BM. Yeah. It's like if I expect Noah to do that, pass it across, maybe do a fake shot, sombrero flick backwards into a basket kick or something like that. Like that was just crazy from JMK. But maybe his head's not completely straight because you know the game. It's been a tough one. It's late at night. He's thinking, man, I cannot believe I've lost this game, by this much so convincingly on the score sheet. But it's one for the goal difference. It's one for the goal difference, and it always could be the difference maker come the end of the season of two players who are fighting to not make the gauntlet. So another cross comes in here. Hansen, she gets up. I was wondering if Noah was going to bring on R9 onto Frimpong as well with that aerial plus with R9. I think R9 would have a very good time against Frimpong with those crosses, but I don't think he really thought about it because he was kind of cruisy. But I think this is one of those games where if he made some subs, he could have put a couple more goals away, considering the pressure. But potential bike was on there for Haaland. And this game is going to be wrapped up here in 2 minutes of added time. Maybe JMK can get one more back here with some overlapping runs. Frimpong is making a run on the right-hand side. If he's going to switch it, I think Haaland's off. One more chance here for Noah Jar. Is he going to go for it? He's not. He's going to give the ball away and give JMK one more chance. Pele on the ball here into Haaland. Berber cancel. Nice tech. Ball roll. Technical dribbling again from the truck himself. And that's going to be cleared out for a corner. Middle mechanical error there again. Little goal difference chance here. Pele drives down the byline into R9. L1 stop. Elastico's incoming. Penalty. No pen. Whoa. I think the ref might be a Newcastle Jets fan, but that's a win for Noah Jar. That's they should cut right now to all the players surrounding the referee and just be like, what's going on? Because that is crazy. And that's when you know, sometimes it's just not your night. And I think that one sums it up. Not much for JMK to do.
Would you like to get bailed out of that one, Marcus? We can help you out there with the referee at the end. Goodness gracious me.
I think that's maybe one of my favorite calls. Like, you guys are like so enjoyable to listen to when casting. That might be one of my favorite things Marcus has ever said.
Actually,
right
that end of the night, 7 rounds, that's the Marcus we've been waiting for.
Because that's something, honestly, that's something I would say if I was a player. If I was JK, I'd be like, ooh, okay, didn't know the ref supported the Jets. Brilliant.
Didn't know we could be off the refs.
Yeah, that's nice. Like, I might have lost off my own mistakes, but I'm going to purely blame the whole game on that moment if I am JK. And
if he wants,
he shouldn't do that.
He can blame it on me. Twitch chat knows we're in there. 5-1, the prediction, done and done. JMK
Did you
seems
actually?
to have
No, you didn't.
Twitch chat.
No, you
okay,
didn't.
verify.
You went
Screenshot.
all in on channel points as well? What's
if
going
it was
on?
going, I would have. That's
Unbelievable. Unbelievable from you. We've got some traders in the house here, JMK. Listen in.
It's the way to do it, but it's because JMK is in every contest. There's not ones where he's getting, flogged or whatnot. His quality, he's earned his spot. It just feels like, particularly after Noah earlier tonight, copping that high knee, he was going to bounce back. It's frustrating. He's a nearly man, and the gauntlet looks like it awaits.
It's a tough one. I'm still kind of shocked, Nate, that you're able to predict the game score, because both of these players, both of these men, this is their 3rd round for tonight. So there's a lot of factors of fatigue. It's our first night that we're doing 7 rounds, so it's the first time that we're seeing players have to go this far. We already talked about at the start of the season how maybe those 9-minute halves might impact them. And on top of that, you added another round. So maybe that was 2 or a bit of I'm going to say 2 to the skill of you being able to predict the 5-1.
Shout out to the Kiwi lads as well. Like, that's a late shift for them. If what we're doing here, we get to smile and laugh about it a little bit. Like, the referee thing is funny for us, to be honest. I got to meet JMK over in Saudi Arabia. Terrific dude. He'll see the funny side as well.
No, I'm waiting for the twit longer.
Yeah, he ain't that guy.
No tweet longer. Maybe just a little video on Twitter.
That's what Marcus would do.
I'll just post that with maybe a little thumbs up, and we'll just keep it moving. And he's going to keep it moving because right now he's looking at Gauntlet. And look, back to serious player perspective, ex-pro player, he's going to lock in because that's like a really big drop of points there. And I don't say it guarantees him for the Gauntlet, but it's not looking.
I'll say it. I think it's right in there. Justin, by the way, is looking like, why are Mummy and Daddy fighting? He keeps looking left and right, like, stop being so mean to JMK. You're not vibing.
Nah,
Justin.
he's our boy. It's just
I gotta look at the table, but I actually have to disagree with everyone. He actually played really well, just couldn't score.
Yeah.
It's kind of a key part of the game, but
okay, that's a bit of flame. It happens to the best of us, Nate. It happens to the best of us.
As a previous pro player, you know that. It is.
It's the time finishing, particularly.
Yeah,
for
Nate,
JMK
if you were a previous pro player, you would know that.
He wouldn't know that.
We were talking about season 1 vibes. It's not disrespect. It's that we have the top 12 this season. That format change means. I said it from the get-go, I believe, as well, when I went with Marcus. I'm like, Marcus, so good to have you here. I disagree with you straight off the rip, is that this is the first time that we're going to have the elite against the elite, and little mistakes like that. Have a look at the off-stream game, by the way, for what I'm talking about. Little margins adding up to a lot.
Look, we will get to that. We'll talk about the off-stream. We'll talk about, who's going to be in that gauntlet area at the end of our week number 3. But for right now, Noah, he got the win here on the mainstream, which does mean that we get to bring him in for an interview. Noah, fantastic win. And also 3rd round for you today. How are the energy levels? Do you just want to make this a quick one and get out of here? Just celebrate the win?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty tired. It's it's midnight, I think it is at the moment. But it's good to get the 3 points. It's been a long night, but happy to get the win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, also just kind of talk to me about this game because you were leading quite a lot, obviously. It is that 4-0 and then that 5-0, but then you kind of just let that small one at the end. Do you kind of equate that to fatigue, or do you think there is a lot to be taken from that into future games?
Yeah, once I got a few goals in, I sort of just laid it back a bit and just took the foot off the throat and just sort of played around the back and didn't force any attacks, but then made quite a few mistakes in the defense, and that gave him quite a few chances. And then, yeah, it was a pretty close game after that. So he just got unlucky in the attack.
Noah, Nate here. I'll make it real quick. Firstly, congratulations on the win. Number 2, are you the best player in New Zealand? Do you think Wellington Phoenix should be having a look at you?
No, I don't think I'm the best player in New Zealand. There's 3 of us, are all around the same. We're all around the same play style. We've got like different play styles, but we're all pretty good, pretty close.
Fair enough.
Great
I've absolutely scared Marcus and Justin. They're too scared to ask a question. I've enjoyed the bants with you as well around the goalkeepers and whatnot. JMK, not with the quality tonight to finish. You think he's unlucky, like these guys are saying?
Yeah, I feel like he was pretty unlucky. I feel like he played a way better second half than I did. I feel like he deserved way more goals. It was not a 5-1 game at all, but I feel like I just finished my chances.
Nice answer, Noah. Firstly, great win, nice and humble as well. And you're right, there are 3 great players in New Zealand. Are you thinking about the potential gauntlet matchup against the Airborne? And I also want to ask you about how you're going to approach these games heading into the future when it gets a bit tighter. Are you going to really be looking to just abuse that Harlan knockdown? You seem to have really worked on it as well, which I think it's a really important thing for... we saw it today in your game earlier where you brought him on and he created the difference as well.
Yeah, I just got to stick to my game plan because I brought on Haaland against Sard and it worked out in the end. And then I've used it for this game and it worked out. So I'll stick to my game plan using Haaland and, stick to that.
Awesome. Well, I like that when that game plan has worked out for you. Hopefully we can see that in the future. But no, we'll let you go. I know how late it is for you, but congratulations again on such a fantastic day for yourself and also this win right at the end.
Thank you very much.
See ya. There's so much more. This is actually the first time we've gotten to talk to Noah on the broadcast, and I'm a little bit upset that it is so late for him, but I also want to respect that. My goodness, he's putting in... We talk about the gauntlet that's going to happen at the end of the season. This man just did the marathon leading up to the gauntlet. So he had a massive day for himself. He was playing pretty much from round 1, round 2, and then all the way at this last round here. But we got the mainstream. We also had some games, though, that weren't played on the mainstream. We couldn't be across every single round, every single game that's playing. And the last, round 7, that was played off stream was Dylan up against Nugsy. I think we're going to have a quick look at how this game unfolded. So Sydney FC, Brisbane, Raw there between Nugsy and Dylan. You were keeping a bit of an eye on it, weren't you, Nate? Trying to look at both?
Getting very excited. Shout out Twitch chat and shout out again those Kiwi lads for playing so late into the evening. People don't quite get it sometimes, I think, to play at this level. Different from your average weekend league game. And massive love and respect there. Now, we'll let it play out a little bit because watch the goals roll on. Is anyone too surprised yet? In the chat, Justin, Marcus, all 4-0. Dylan, who would have thought? But Nugsy, he gets in 2 modes when he's behind in games. Number 1, it's all over. I might just sort of smash the webcam. We saw that last time. Or gamer mode, and not like anyone we've seen in this competition much before. That would be 2. Justin, Marcus, we're not done yet. You want to take over what you're witnessing right now?
I can take over. You say gamer mode, but I mean, I've seen the end score. I hope he turns the gamer mode on a bit earlier next time and doesn't give himself a 4-0 lead to catch up. But this is crazy. From 4-0 down to 4-all. And then to get it all the way back to 4-all, I want to see these last 2 goals here. Hua into Harlan. Green right foot. That's basically a 5-star weak foot from Harlan. It feels like it. Mbappe drives the byline here into Harlan. Gets up. What a save. Is that better check, Nate? I think it is.
Can't tell from this distance, brother.
Yeah, okay. Spec savers. So Gullit into Palais. Great finish there, and that's the game done. And look, Dylan's been different level there. I say spec savers, don't worry. I'm also need that as well. But Gullit is just been the man for Dylan, I've noticed. He's pretty much so key in all of his moments. And Dylan, I mean, those first 4 goals, he was locked in. Those are some seriously good mechanics there as well. So I keep saying he's showing us, he's reminding us why he's there in the back, and he's showing us why.
Obviously, ball possession's a massive factor, right? You need to be able to hold the ball to be able to take a shot at the goal and to get those points for yourselves. But what is going on with tonight? It felt like more ball possession changeover than I've seen in literally any season of E-League. It's actually blown my mind what has occurred, because the fact that Nugsy is able to keep the ball in control like that, really bring it back for himself, was phenomenal feat. Does unfortunately get the loss for himself, which is a bit upsetting, I'm sure, but if you are a Dylan fan, you're extremely happy with his results here tonight. He got wins across the board. Anyone else got wins across the board? I don't think...
Neiti?
We can talk about Mark 11 as well. 11-2 earlier. I don't even know if we saw all of those on the replay. He was in a mood tonight.
Too many to fit in the replay package. Sorry about that one, Nate.
Tough game from Mapro, but it's also been a very tough night. Obviously, we just spoke about him. JMK, I just see the 4-1 loss, 5-2 loss, 5-1 loss. So I'd love to see the standings, but it's not looking good. There's been also not a great night for our boy Naylor, Mr. Slurpee himself. It's not a good night for
Did
him.
you get to the bottom of what happened with Naylor? Did you give him a quick message?
I need to give him a quick message, but I just let it slide a little bit, because he has dropped down from equal first, unbeaten, to fourth, and now you're seeing those two ex-champions at the top. Obviously, with Mark with a game in hand. So, I mean...
Dylan being that one extra game up does mean that, as long as Mark doesn't get a loss, he is able to keep himself up there. Even a draw would keep himself up there. But, wow, yeah, Mark, Dylan sitting up there, Neiti just behind them. Naylor, really rough day for himself. Kind of puts it in that awkward position where, sure, you're not facing the gauntlet, but you're not really that close to being able to take first again. Sard, though, just slowly behind him, and then obviously only 1 point behind Sesto and Fardy. So now this bottom with Matt Patty, JMK King, Nugsy, and Noah is almost what you predicted, isn't it, Nate?
Look, if you're happy to bring it up, then yeah, I said that would be the bottom 5, and it is back to being just that again. Shout out Fardy for that outstanding performance earlier today. Good banter with him in the Twitch chat too. Feels like him and Sesto then sort of like middle of the pack, if you like, and above that, maybe some of those that can compete for it. Yep. Mark 11, look, he's done what I guess we were waiting for him to do. It'll be very interesting to see if that confidence that he had today in that interview sort of holds up as it gets right towards the end and he looks at seeding and things like that.
Yeah, I'm also just trying to do the numbers in my head of who's still left to face the top, and if they're sitting in the middle right now, if it's still the bottom that's left to face the top, because that's also going to impact how we're going to see the ladder change up in the weeks coming. It's not to say that it's impossible for them to get a win. It's just a much steeper mountain to climb.
Well, just massive for Dylan, that game against Nugsy. You take that L or even a draw, and I think he almost starts being like, I can't be the champion this season. For mine, looking ahead, Mark 11 has one, maybe two key fixtures that will probably determine it, to answer your question before.
All right. And then for you guys, anyone in the middle or the bottom of that pack that you're looking towards hopefully getting out of the gauntlet, or you actually kind of almost want to see them really prove themselves in the gauntlet?
Well, I think you guys have been very, very harsh on JMK King earlier. I think he wins that game. Obviously, he lost by a large amount of goals, but I honestly think that game could have gone either way earlier on. I think it was just a lack of things just going one way and going perfectly for Noah. I think he could have found himself outside that bottom 4.
Yeah, I know. I do agree, but that's the tough thing, Marcus, and I know that you like to bring it up in most broadcasts or most days that we're watching the E-League here, is this build-up. It's okay to have a long build-up, but it can't take a whole first half. You can't wait until the second half and then finally turn it on.
Yeah, I think his first half was obviously defensively got unlucky, but his first half attacking wise definitely wasn't the best. In terms of the bottom 4 for the gauntlet, I said at the start, I just want to see the teammates match up against each other. That's really all I'm focused on now. I want to see the teammates match up against each other. So I do want to see him JK up against Airborne, New Zealand battle. Let's see who's the best. I just want all those almost ego battles going on. I know it sounds kind of like bad, but it's just what I want.
Oh, so you're like Nate, you just want the New Zealanders to prove themselves?
I mean, there's only 3 of them that are out here repping, and there must be a lot of pride there. But obviously, of course, one of them has to be the best, or up there. So I want them to see who's the best. A little bit of bragging points for Noah. Even though he said he got lucky tonight, but a win's a win, a 5-1 win as well. And they all keeping tabs. I know they're all keeping tabs. That's how it goes, especially when you're in little small circles. So I do want to see that Airborne game against one of them, whoever it's going to be.
I thought you were going to add something on
It's
that
just
quickly.
because they're so lovely, basically. If I think it was like we're all ultra macho, really want to compete and whatnot, they could not be lovelier. So I think that's why it's kind of fun to poke a little bit, and that this is the first season where we get to find out that we have challenges. And if you got a bit unlucky in a qualifying game or however it was worked out, maybe you feel like going back to Newcastle, not really fast, we will find out who is the best for the first time.
Yeah.
It's going to be good with this. It is the end of week number 3. It puts us that little bit closer to the gauntlet that we're talking about. But we will be back for week number 4. However, it's not next Tuesday. It's the Tuesday after that. So April 9th, we will be taking a week break for Easter. Everyone, enjoy your holiday, the time off that you will have. And we will see you back April 9th for some more EAFC action. Goodbye.
Half space there. He's obviously always going to keep using Dinho, as we see here. I think he's just also changed that. As Dinho gets here, Coral scooping coming into Mbappe. R9's on for one more, gives it to him, shoots, goal. And that's what I mean about being direct, Nate. Just taking a touch and shooting. It gets down this right-hand side again. Still plenty of time. I'm talking like Sard's going to change everything, but still so much time left in the game. As R9 in the box here. Coral, cancel. Wow, what a goal. Composure right there.
As we saw it happen continually, as I mentioned, probably a few too many times, EPRM, blah, 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 but it's just about that power. Mark 11 will add the easiest goal you'd like, and it's going to be the sealer. It's going to be JMK, the Melbourne City A-League men's player, adding to this destructive scoreline.
You're winning 4-0 at half-time and you've only scored 1 in the second half. You'd be a little disappointed, and maybe it's something that we can ask him after his winning interview as pull it with the finesse. That was unbelievable. That might be goal of the day.
What about from the corner, friends? You're thinking direct, you're thinking near post. You can see the player lock. There it is. It goes instead to Hullet with an audacious bicycle kick. What a goal from Dylan Campbell. He doesn't just like it, he loves it. All that practice that he does.
Thank you.